Sorry, we're just waiting for Mun or one of his team to come and open up, and they're on the way. So we just wait till they come. Thank you.
Kia karakia tātou. Kia hora te marino, kia hakapapa pounamu te moana, hei huarahi mā tātou i te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Haumie hui e, tā iki e. I mua i taku whiu o te kaupapa ki te tiamana, mokore anō au kia rere he kupu i tēnei wā. Ki nā rākau, kua maunu atu ki a Moana Uriuri, ina koa kingi tūheitia, te kingi Māori, e takoto mai nei i runga i tōna ake marae, i te marae o Tūranga Waiwai, i tēnei wā tonu. Moe mai e te rangatira, haere atu ki o Tūpuna, ki te pūtahitanga o Rehua, ahakoa kua kore koe e hikoi haere ana ki te ao Tūroa, ki te ao Mārama, e kore koe, e kore tō kupu aki o te kōtahitanga e wareware i a mātou. Rirerire hau, pai Māori. Kua ea te wā ki ngā mate, ki te kingi Māori, ka hoki mai ki a tātou te hunga ora. Tēnā nō rā tātou katoa. Ki Waikato tani whārau, ki ngā maunga hakahi o tēnei whenua taurikura, ki ngā ahi kā roa, nei rā mihi karere. Kei toku tiamana, kei aku kai komihana, e rere atu nei te mihi ki a koutou. E nā hunga, e nā mana, e nā reo katoa, kua kō miti nei i te kaupapa nui, O te rā, tēnā koutou, o te rā tēnā tātou katoa a kāti, ngā manaakitanga o te wā ki a tātou katoa. So I just wanted to start with a karakia and a brief mihi this morning. The karakia that I chose, the first few words were words that were spoken to Kingi Tāwhiao, who was the second Māori king at the time that he left to go to England to attempt to meet the Queen. And so I thought that was an appropriate karakia to start with, given that his uri, Kingi Tuheitia, has recently passed. So kia hora te marino, kia hakapapa te pounamu, was wishing him a calm, so that they basically mean may the calm be widespread and may peace be your travelling companion, and that was what was said to the king before he went. I also just gave a brief acknowledgement of the passing of Kingi Tuheitia, who is currently lying in state at Turanga Waiwai Marae, and then greeted everyone from this district and everyone in this room this morning, as well as my fellow commissioners. So, yeah, kia ora no tātou katoa.
Thank you, Vicky. And it's really nice having someone on the panel who can do that for us. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, kia ora koutou, and here we are again, some 18 months later. Doesn't seem like 18 months. We seem to be down here all the time, but certainly on PC12, we're back again. Hopefully to finish this particular leg before Christmas. It is required for us to have our decision on this one out by, I think it's the 20th of December. Yeah, 20th of December. So we will endeavour to do that, subject to government introducing all sorts of other things which might cut across us, but that's our timetable for completion of this one. So good to see everybody. Mary, you may just want to run over a few housekeeping matters that just to remind us of those. Thank you. Which we had to do 2 weeks ago for PC9, in the middle of it. First time, I think, in about, well, whatever it is, 12, 15 years that I've been doing a commissioner, that we had to vacate in the middle of a hearing. So these things do happen once every 15 years, so we should be okay. Right. Thank you. Well, I don't have, just maybe one preliminary. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the changes that Council is bringing from the notified version today. It'd be quite useful for us, I think, if somebody or throughout the presentations we go back to the zone map at some point and just articulate precisely where those things are. I've got bubbles all over my map, but hopefully that's something which just to make sure that we're familiar with where we're talking about, having changed the game, if you like, from the notified. And also as an indication of perhaps some of the site visits that we might want to do over the next while. So that would be helpful. But other than that, I don't have any other preliminaries. So, Mr. Madani, with you.
Thank you also to Commissioner Morrison-Shaw for the karakia. I'd also like to take this moment to acknowledge the passing of King Tuheitia, and also I think just reflect and acknowledge that the work that we're about to undertake over the next couple of weeks really does have at its centre some important elements that I think create linkages, and in particular the qualifying matter of Te Ture Whaimana, and the work involved in trying to establish a foundation for the current and future communities of Hamilton and how they can grow and exist in a way that gives effect to the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. So you'll hear lots more about that, but I just wanted to sort of, I suppose, acknowledge the context. So thank you. I think also just on that, just as a procedural matter, Jackie Collier, who is an important witness for Hamilton City Council in terms of wastewater capacity and Three Waters matters, generally, is unavailable this week. She's attending the tangi. She can be available next week if there are matters that the commissioners wish to address and explore with that particular witness, but this week is not possible.
Just on that, we just had a quick conversation, and whilst I initially read these 2 pages as only being 2 days of hearing, I was pointed out that's not the case. But anyway, I think next Wednesday morning, first thing, if Ms. Collier could be available and she can read her evidence in as much as she needs to, and then we can take that. That also being the day that Kainga Ora are here, of course, and they have some issues with some of that stuff. So if that's practicable,
yes,
if we can just rejig the timetable a little bit to allow for that.
Thank you. That's noted, and we'll pass that on to Ms. Collier.
Sure.
The only other, I think, or housekeeping matter I wanted to raise with the commissioners was you mentioned site visits and the potential for those to occur, I think, possibly tomorrow afternoon and next week. Yeah. Just a practical matter, which is your guide. The intention is that Mr. Roberts be one of your guides, and who was the other? And Colin Hatton also. Now, Mr. Hatton gives evidence in this proceeding on urban design matters, and of course Mr. Roberts is an important witness in terms of the residential chapter and the HCC approach to its IPI responsibilities. But the reality is they're the best placed to assist you with the site visit. So I'd like to just get it on the record now that that's the intention. If any party had any concerns or the commissioners had any concerns with that, it'd be good to get that raised before we have the site visit tomorrow afternoon. I will, of course, counsel the witnesses on the rules and obligations around site visits and what can and cannot be said in terms of the sensitivities around being a witness also. And I would hope that would take care of any potential perceived conflicts or probity issues.
Yeah, thank you for that. And certainly it's not uncommon for plan changes of this magnitude to actually engage some of the witnesses in that task. So I'm quite comfortable with that.
Yep.
So, as you say, if anyone is listening and has an issue, then they'd better raise it by the end of the day. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then just in terms of the council presentation itself, so there are legal submissions which have been circulated, and I think you have copies of those. I do intend to take you through the legal submissions. There'll be some parts that we can move a little crisply through and others that we slow down, usual story. And then there is a witness list at the conclusion of the opening legal submissions, and that is the sequence. I mean, apart from the Jackie Collier issue that I've just raised, that is the intended sequence for calling the evidence. And in terms of the evidence, I think apart from Dr. Davey, I think all other, and in fact Jackie Collier, all other witnesses have summary statements which we have prepared. They do not raise new matters. There may be one minor exception to that, but generally speaking, they do not raise any new matters. They're simply the distillation of the evidence in chief and evidence in rebuttal to which we assume have been taken as read or will be taken as read. So these summary statements are really the distillation of that evidence, and it allows, and I would hope, the commissioners to be able to zone in on live issues and matters which remain contested and would be the focus of your questions and inquiries. So hopefully there's some value to those statements, and they'll each read those.
We'll certainly judge that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So those will be read with your leave,
yes.
Those summary statements, and then go for questions after that. All right, thank you, sir. That's the only preliminary matters that I wanted to raise. So with your leave, we'll go to the legal submissions. These are the submissions that are dated the 30th of August. There have, of course, already been legal submissions presented on behalf of the council. There was the original joint opening legal submissions dated the 8th of February 2023, and then those were supplemented by opening legal submissions specific to Hamilton City Council on the 10th of February 2023. And so the City, of course, relies on those earlier legal submissions. In addition, there is the opening legal submissions for this hearing, which are dated the 30th of August. And so what I intend to do is go straight to the 30 August submissions and work through those. I think we can probably skip past the introduction, which is really just some scene setting around the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act, and the preliminary strategic hearing from February 2023. At paragraph 5, we address the legal framework, and again, this will be well traversed in terms of the requirements for the IPI to amend the district plan to incorporate the MDRS and give effect to policy 3 and 4 of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. At paragraph 7, we talk about the mandatory requirements to address those matters, but there are some caveats. PC 12 can enable a greater level of development than provided for in the MDRS, and it can include less enabling provisions, but only if a qualifying matter applies, and then only to the extent necessary to accommodate that matter. And of course, in this case, there is reliance on a qualifying matter, which we'll deal with in some detail. I think we can probably move through. There's some submissions on scope, which I think we can probably move through, and then really, I think it's probably appropriate to address the commissioners in terms of the Waikanae decision and the bearing that it will have on PC 12. This decision has it's probably the only real judicial pronouncement on the IPI process and the limitations and scope related to it. It was the subject of a High Court appeal. The Environment Court addressed the matters, which then went on appeal to the High Court, and the High Court issued its decision on the 21st of June of this year. And that's the final judicial pronouncement on the scope-related matters. And so I rely on the High Court pronouncement. At paragraph 12, just about halfway through, just the brief summary is that the issue arose after the Kapiti District Council included a new area of land considered by several parties to be Wahitapu on the schedule of sites and areas of significance to Māori in the notified IPI, and the IPI made the site a new QM, and then the scheduling also had the effect of making some activities that were previously permitted now a restricted, discretionary or non-complying activity, and that the effect of that QM was that MDRS would not apply. The landowner contended that the council had no power to schedule the site through the IPI process. The Environment Court issued its judgment on that matter on 30th of March 2023 and held that scheduling the site was ultra vires. The powers under Section 80E because it was not consequential on the MDRS, and on appeal the High Court upheld the Environment Court's decision. And I've set out really the relevant sequence of paragraphs that I think grip the issue up, which is paragraphs 52 through 57. But if I may, I think I'll go really to paragraph 56, which I think is the essential point, which is where the judge says that in my view it's appropriate in light of the relevant text of 80E1, its purpose and context,
to interpret it to mean that territorial authorities were required to notify intensification instruments which changed district plans by incorporating the density standards and by amending existing provisions or including new provisions that either support the density standards or are consequential on the density standards, using that phrase in the sense that requires such amendments, these are consequential amendments, or inclusions, strictly to be such as to moderate the effect upon the status quo that the density standards would otherwise have, not to limit the level of development previously permitted, and to interpret Section 80E otherwise would undermine its purpose by permitting territorial authorities to take the opportunity of notifying intensification instruments which not only did not incorporate the density standards in certain respects, but which were intended to undermine housing intensification. Now, my sort of pithy summary of that is really to say you can't go backwards in the IPI. If you've got operative district provisions and you have enablement, permitted activity enablement and general enablement in the operative district plan, you can't go backwards from that. You can only go forward in terms of intensification by applying the MDRS and then either modifying the extent to which you go forward based on a QM, or modifying the MDRS with such consequential amendments as are necessary to effectively manage the impact of the MDRS. So it's, you know...
Just on that, and I'm trying to think through the implications of that for policies 3 and 4, because the same chapeau basically applies to that.
Mm-hmm.
How do we read that in terms of the effect of consequential on policy 3 or consequential on policy 4? Is it the same? Do we take the same restrictive approach to that, or is that a different one?
It's different. I mean, there's no question that the Kapiti decision is dealing with MDRS and a QM, whereas the extent to which you give effect to policy 3 and 4 is a separate consideration. Whether Kapiti is to be read as saying, well, the same limitation in terms of policy 3 and 4 applies in the sense that you can't go backwards. The case itself, I don't think necessarily squares up to that because it's focusing on MDRS. So if I may, I might just reflect on that and come back in closing. My initial reaction is that the case itself is not concerned with whether or not you can go backwards in terms of policy 3 and 4. I suppose the overall chapeau of the Act would suggest that you can't. But
I mean, that's the issue it raised for me, and I haven't landed on that issue yet, and we haven't had a conversation about it. But you know, I mean, arguably there are parts of the revisions that if you took a strict approach on that one, may in actual fact fall outside that parameter. So it would be good to have your views on that.
Yes, just on that point, the revisions certainly go back from the notified IPI, but they don't go back in terms of the operative district provisions. So I think that's certainly an important point to make. I don't think there's any suggestion, and couldn't be any suggestion, that the revised position is less enabling than operative provisions in terms of those policies 3 and 4 requirements. But I'll certainly pick it up and come back to you on that. That would be my initial response.
That would be helpful, and obviously in terms of where in actual fact things have been removed or added, I think there are some situations where the MDRS has been, or the medium density zone has been placed on areas that were not in the notified, and that's why I'm wondering whether in actual fact that is what you've just indicated is true in those situations or not. So
yep.
Yeah.
All right. I think the point, and I sort of make this at 14, 15, really I think 14 just captures that point I made about, you know, not moving back from the status quo. You can't go backwards. At 15, I say it's necessary to keep the Waikanae test at the forefront of the panel's considerations of proposed changes and those sought by submitters, and it will remain a relevant consideration when you make your final recommendation on the provisions. I make the observation that there's some relief sought by submitters that will engage the Waikanae test. For example, we say that the relief sought by Kiwi Rail relating to setbacks fails the test laid out in Waikanae, in that the controls have the effect of limiting the level of development previously permitted within the proposed setbacks. There's other relief by Kiwi Rail that I think possibly suffers from the same potential flaw. And so really all I would say here is that the test in Waikanae really needs to just remain, I think, a live issue for you when you get into the granular examination of each individual amendment that's being promoted, whether it's from HCC or from submitters. I mean, you know, as an example, if you look at the transportation-related topic, that's all intended to be consequential amendments, and it sort of permeates right through a number of chapters in the plan, and being satisfied that each of those is meeting the test and not going backwards is going to be important. So it's quite difficult to sit here in opening and say in absolute terms that there's not going to be a particular provision that, you know, when we finally come to it, we cause to pause and think carefully about Waikanae. So I just want to make that acknowledgement that, you know, the close granular look may reveal
Which of course we were hoping to avoid.
yes. Well, as I say, we've done the work, but it's nuanced. Paragraph 16, we deal with the background, which I think we can move through pretty quickly. 349 submissions made in the initial submission period and 258 further submissions. There have been a number of later submissions, which I think some of, or many of which have I think been accepted under directions from the panel. I understand there was one final late submission which sought to be accepted. The city has reviewed the proposed submission and indicated that the matters raised in that proposed submission are dealing with elements and provisions of PC 12 as originally notified, and so they don't drop out of any of the more recent amendments that came through the evidence exchange. And so the city's position is that that's awfully late to come to the proceeding on matters that were the subject of public notification some 2 years ago. So on that basis, the city says that that late submission should be rejected, and we oppose it on that basis, recognising that ultimately it's for determination by the panel. I think at 17, we've just set out what we see as being some of the key themes that emerged from the original 42A report. Being, you know, firstly one of fundamental opposition or support for intensification, the application of the Policy 3 requirements, the identification of QMs and modifications of Policy 3 in response, the transport car parking and consequential amendments, and then certain matters that were considered to be engaging in scope-related questions. And then themes that emerged were relating to the strategic framework, the financial contributions, the central city zone, and on-site 3 water requirements. So there was then the original hearing where we had strategic planning evidence from Dr. Davey. We had specific cultural evidence presented in relation to Te Ture Whaimana by Julian Williams, and also evidence relating to the city's 3 water systems and networks and constraints from Ms. Collier. And There was then, in paragraph 21, I note that there was conferencing on Three Waters and there was a joint witness statement produced in relation to Three Waters. That's the only conferencing and only joint witness statement that we have in the proceeding. There was then a sort of an interlocutory process of resolving some scope-related issues. There were concerns that some submissions were outside of the scope of the plan change, including some submitters seeking inclusionary zoning provisions, and those matters were then subject of directions on 10 and 11, which determined scope matters. There was then an extension sought to PC12, in part to reflect the upcoming flood hazard modelling work that was underway, and I'll address you further on that matter shortly. And then in August 2023, the Minister granted the request and extended the deadline for the decision on PC12 to the 20th of December 2024, and so here we now are in terms of the hearing. Next, I've dealt with briefly the city's approach to its IPI obligations, and as I signalled earlier, there is an important central proposition, which is that there is a qualifying matter engaged in relation to Hamilton City that needs to be addressed, and that is the matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, which is expressly provided for in the legislation at section 71I, subparagraph C. And so Hamilton City at 27 relies on section 77C and identifies a matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana as the relationship between residential development enabled in the ODP and the Three Waters infrastructure needed to service those developments so that adverse effects are managed in a way that gives effect to Te Ture Whaimana. So the matter concerns the balance or the equilibrium in the relationship between the nature, location and rate of development and the provision of infrastructure capacity to service the development. For the relationship to be balanced, development must be enabled in a manner that reflects the available and planned capacity in the network, and where capacity constraints exist, the development is not consented unless and until network capacity improvements are made. And achieving this integration between plan-enabled land use and infrastructure capacity is the matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana, and it's as a central consideration across the city's proposed PC12 provisions.
So I'm clear with your paragraph 27, you've referred to the ODP, so you're saying anything above and beyond the ODP is is the focus of that particular QM.
It is.
Yeah, got it.
Which really I think probably harks back to the Waikanae point that I made, which is we have a jurisdictional constraint in the sense that even if you spotted something in the operative provisions that you considered to be concerning in terms of how it gives effect to Te Ture Whaimana, I think you would be constrained in terms of going backwards and addressing it in this plan change. Maybe something that you feel warrants noting in a set of recommendations, but in terms of your jurisdictional power to make the amendment, I would say you are constrained. So at 30 we deal with the infrastructure capacity constraints, and the central point here is that Hamilton does not have sufficient Three Waters network capacity to support the residential densities sought to be enabled by the HASH or the Act. The effects of permitting these densities unfettered when there is insufficient existing or planned Three Waters network infrastructure are unacceptable, and as Dr. Davey concludes, enabling land use where there is no public infrastructure to service it is inefficient and leads to poor and non-strategic infrastructure planning outcomes. Conversely, allowing more development to proceed
in the absence of sufficient Three Waters infrastructure capacity, will have an adverse effect on the Waikato River and mean that Hamilton City Council would be in breach of its obligations under Te Ture Whai Mana. So the body of evidence presented by the city to support PC12 clearly outlines that the city would breach its obligations under Te Ture Whai Mana unless the MDRS and Policy 3 requirements are modified. It would enable residential intensification across all residential zones and would significantly challenge Hamilton City Council's ability to plan, invest and deliver infrastructure in time to service the development in a coordinated and cost-efficient manner. Ms Collier's rebuttal evidence dated 14 August 2024 confirms that the position remains as constrained, if not more so, than that described in the evidence presented in February 2023, and the Hamilton City long-term plan this year has confirmed that there will be limited capital investment in Three Waters infrastructure to support growth outside of the proposed Stage 1 area. So in response to these constraints and in order to address its statutory obligations to give effect to Te Ture Whai Mana, the city proposes that through the notified version, it introduce a land use regime which is integrated with its infrastructure strategy and introduces plan amendments which give effect to Policy 3 and the MDRS requirements while recognising the need to accommodate Te Ture Whai Mana as a QM. It applies an infrastructure capacity overlay in the brownfield parts of the city, including centres, introducing density standards, green policies, and a need to undertake infrastructure capacity assessments for development to assess if there is adequate network capacity. It introduces financial contributions which specifically seek to mitigate some of the adverse effects on the Waikato River and are invested in initiatives which achieve betterment. And it enables development within the Stage 1 area, which includes the central city, the walkable catchments and the CBD North. It retains the green policies and limits the infrastructure capacity assessments to local network only, on the basis that over time the city will lead the investment into strategic infrastructure assets to service growth. And it adopts a connections approval process that includes an assessment of network capacity to determine whether an approval will be granted, and that is underpinned by existing bylaws under the Local Government Act. So the submitter response has covered the full spectrum, from those that consider the city's not done enough to implement the intent of the Act, and those that seek to further constrain the implementation of Policy 3 and the MDRS directives. The city has sought to balance these competing views and reflect, where appropriate, a compromise by way of proposed amendments to the notified provisions of PC12. Those amendments are identified in the primary, supplementary and rebuttal evidence lodged by Hamilton City. So in broad terms, some of the more substantial proposed amendments relate to the proposed consolidation of housing density into certain locations within the city, as opposed to a more decentralised nodal approach. The change in spatial allocation is informed by the following factors, along with submissions. Firstly, updated flood hazard information around Dinsdale Centre and Norton Centre, the size and scale of Norton and Glenview relative to their commercial activity and community services, and in turn the spatial concentration of medium and high density zoning makes the planning and provision for enabling Three Water infrastructure easier and more cost effective. This alignment between enabled land use and infrastructure is also reflected in the LTP resolved earlier this year, where Three Water investment is focused on the Stage 1 central city area in terms of stormwater management, water supply and wastewater to the tune of approximately $250 million, supported by the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund of $150 million. Outside of Stage 1, there is minimal growth-related capital investment planned in the area of Three Waters in existing brownfield environments, with investment primarily targeted at remedying existing network performance or meeting consent requirements. The investment which is proposed is targeted on specific interventions such as stormwater management, around $150 million over 10 years, wastewater resilience projects such as holding tanks, scaled at $130 million over 10 years, and none of which are at a scale which would allow for existing ODP densities, let alone those envisaged by HASHA. So that investment really outside of stage one is really just around maintaining as best we can capacity to serve existing densities. Turning to residential zones, the plan change as notified introduced a range of residential zoning changes, including zone extents, and while those proposals continue to be pursued, in response to submissions, the City has made a number of changes to the notified provisions which are explained below. So firstly, in response to Policy 3 of the MPSUD, the notified version of PC12 introduced a new high-density residential zone within the walkable catchment of the central city and the frequent public transport routes along Ulster and Te Rapa Road to the north of the central city. And as notified, PC12 also proposed a medium-density residential zone around the suburban commercial centres of Norton and Thomas Road, Glenview, Chartwell, Five Crossroads, Hamilton East, Dinsdale, Clyde Street and Hamilton East. And then it also proposed to replace the existing residential intensification zone in the ODP with MDRZ. There were a number of submissions that raised concerns regarding the city's infrastructure and its capacity to handle the level and spatial extent of MDRZ proposed. And then, of course, in contrast, submissions, for example, from Kāinga Ora sought the expansion of the MDRZ along key transport corridors and around Lake Rotorua. And based on these submissions and further analysis, the City proposes to pursue amendments to the notified version of PC12 based on the following rationale. Firstly, rationalising the number of suburban centres where MDRZ is introduced within a walkable catchment, the intensification will instead focus on the city centre and its walkable catchment, resulting in the concentration of the HDRZ within stage one. It proposes to amend the level of density that's permitted in the central city walkable catchment by retaining the 800-metre walkable catchment measured from the central city zone edges outwards. Within this area, the HDRZ is to be retained. However, the extent of the zone has been reduced to concentrate higher density development in appropriate areas that remain suitable and align with market feasibility. Centres that are intensified will meet a set of criteria, including having good access to local amenities such as open space, schools, grocery stores, and existing or planned frequent public transport routes. And centres around which intensification occurs are identified as Chartwell, the existing residential intensification zone, and in addition to these areas to support future frequent public transport networks, and the residential areas between the central city, Five Crossroads and Chartwell will be rezoned as MDRZ. I'll just pause there to say, Mr Chair, your comments earlier about some kind of mapped explanation of the changes. Mr Roberts, who will give evidence fairly early in the piece, has a visual presentation which he intends to make, which I think will probably hit the mark in terms of what you're looking for, and if not, as we move through the process, we'll make sure we get those resources to you so that you can make the comparisons that you're looking to make. So the aim of the changes is to focus residential intensification around key centres of higher strategic importance and suitability for increased residential densities, namely Chartwell, Five Crossroads, Hamilton East and the central city walkable catchment. A more compact urban form in these areas will achieve a more sustainable and compact city form. The advantages of a compact urban form, such as reduced distances to facilities which become walkable, for example, services, jobs, recreation and open space, reduces dependence on private vehicles, is a more efficient use of land resources, reducing sprawl, and a more efficient provision of infrastructure, and reduces costs that all start to manifest. In practical terms, this means that retaining the new high-density residential zone within the walkable catchment of the central city and along Te Rapa Road, but amending the extent of the area zoned HDRZ to the areas around the central city within stage one. And so there's a new and more intense focus along Te Rapa Road corridor which is going to enhance its function as a strategic public transport corridor. That linkage between the central city and the public transport corridors is critical to the delivery of a viable rapid transport network in the Hamilton and Waikato context. And as Dr. Davey explains, the Metro Spatial Plan assumes that the CBD is the central civic and cultural core of the region. Therefore, all rapid transport routes must go through the CBD in order to support its viability. And the network provides for two-way demand between a range of nodes, Te Rapa being one of them. Sufficient population densities then need to be attained within walkable catchments of these key nodes along a proposed route in order to have sufficient patronage to make a rapid transport network scheme viable along a given corridor. And so the proposed intensification along the Te Rapa corridor will assist to achieve this strategic outcome. This focused approach on intensification also means limiting the number of centres around which the MDRZ is located to the sub-regional centre zone at Chartwell and the suburban centre zone at Five Crossroads. Along with the retention of the MDRZ adjacent to these two centres, it is proposed to zone as MDRZ the residential areas along both Boundary Road between Five Crossroads and the central city, as well as along the Peach Grove Road and Hokonui Road corridor between Chartwell and Five Crossroads. The intent of zoning these areas to MDRZ is to support the future frequent public transport corridors proposed along the Boundary Road and Peach Grove Hokonui Road corridors. Difficult in words really to visualise what I'm talking about, but we will see through the maps that you start to see these linkages and connections through the city of these high density nodes. So it's high density nodes, transport corridors which are connecting them with medium density, basically sleeving and lining the corridors so that you have this sort of integrated and connected sense of density. And again, Mr. Roberts in the maps will probably help to visualise that. At 46, I also make the point that the MDRZ intensification along the Hokonui corridor aligns closely to Crown land holdings in Enderley and Fairfield, where the Crown owns approximately 20% of housing stock. The city has worked with Kāinga Ora regarding integrated master planning for this locality, and the master planned approach allows the flood hazard and stormwater issues in this area to be addressed, and in turn enabling higher densities to be realised. The concentration of properties in single ownership by the Crown heightens the likelihood of redevelopment occurring in a well-planned and integrated manner. And Kāinga Ora stated in their submissions to the LTP, the area offers a strong opportunity to reimagine brownfield and infill development at scale, given its average age, contiguous land holdings and large sections. Furthermore, in the same submission, Kāinga Ora note that it is in this locality in particular, feasibility will be greater than elsewhere. This raises the likelihood of the housing intensification densities being realised. It is on this basis that there's strong merit in allowing a bespoke response to Policy 3D, including infrastructure triggers, which will ensure integrated urban redevelopment can occur. And the intensification along the Boundary Road and Hokonui corridors also aligns more closely with the aims of that Metropolitan Spatial Plan in terms of the transport and rapid transport network. The MDRZ located at Clyde Street, Hamilton East, Frankton and Dinsdale is now proposed to be reduced to reflect the extent of the residential intensification zone set out in the ODP, so again not going backwards. The notified MDRZ located at Thomas Road, Norton and Glenview is proposed to be returned to the general residential zone. The MDRZ adjoining the Waikato Hospital is proposed to be retained as notified, while HCC's primary evidence sought to include additional residential areas as MDRZ along Lake Crescent and Pembroke Street to support the hospital as a key employment area within the city. And responding to submitter evidence relating to effects on Lake Rotorua, the city has elected not to pursue that additional extent of the MDRZ along Lake Crescent and Pembroke Street, which will now retain its current general residential status. So turning to the residential chapters, there's probably not much to say about the objectives and policies which have been brought down from Schedule 3A and reflect the MDRS requirements. The activity status in the residential zones is obviously very relevant. The notified version of PC12 categorised the development of 1 to 3 residential units on a site in both the general res and medium density res zones as a permitted activity, while 4 or more residential units was classed as a restricted discretionary activity. HCC proposes to amend the notified permitted activity status for 1 to 3 residential units within the general residential zone by reducing the number of residential units that would be permitted to 1 to 2. And the city has now seeks to control the development of apartments within the general res by making their development a discretionary activity. Within the MDRZ, the city seeks to retain the notified permitted activity status for 1 to 3 residential units and the restricted discretionary status for 4 or more. Within the HDRZ, the city continues to seek the notified provisions. The development of a single residential unit on a site is a non-complying activity, while 2 residential units is a discretionary activity. The activity status for 3 or more residential units on a site within the HDRZ is proposed to remain restricted discretionary. It is also proposed to amend the activity status to control housing typologies rather than just the number of residential units. In terms of the MDRS or the standards themselves, PC12 notified amendments to a number of standards relating to the built form, particularly in relation to building height, height in relation to boundary and setbacks. And in response to submitter evidence, the city proposed various amendments, and as discussed in the Memorandum of Council for the city dated the 27th of May, the updated provisions relate to relief sought by submitters and to the implementation of Policy 3 or addressing a QM. There are several changes identified in the city's evidence that don't relate to Policy 3 or a QM, which don't implement the Act. And these changes were signalled to be in reliance on legislative changes to the Act, which had been signalled via various central government policy announcement on RMA reform during 2024. And those provisions that rely on the legislative amendment are set out in Table 1, which is taken from Mr Roberts' evidence. You can see there building height in relation to boundary, building setbacks on arterial corridors, public interface, outdoor living, waste management service areas, residential unit size and accessory buildings, vehicle access and vehicle parking. They're all in that column that we're relying on legislative amendment. Now, clearly the amendments have not arrived, despite very positive political signals at the beginning of the year. They have not made it into the first tranche of RMA reforms. My understanding is that there may be some changes in the second tranche, but they're more likely to be in the third. So we're still some way off the kind of changes that the Minister said were coming. And then there's really been, I think, since the evidence, there's been other ministerial pronouncements suggesting get on with it in terms of the existing legislation. So that's exactly what Hamilton City Council has done. It is not seeking, obviously, to pursue any of those amendments that would have relied on those legislative changes, and you'll hear evidence confirming that position. So we are, in all respects, suggesting amendments to the plan provisions which are within the ambit of the existing legislation.
So just to clarify, this copy of the plan provisions that we've got that's marked up, that has removed any of those changes that HEC is no longer pursuing?
I'm not entirely sure of the version that you have, so I will... Was that from rebuttal?
Well, in the rebuttal evidence, the mock-up shows that.
But that version, is that reflecting
sure.
rebuttal? I'll just check.
Yeah, I mean, my question too, so it'd be helpful to know the question, because the rebuttal amendments don't include all the amendments that the notified version made.
That's right. So I
Yeah.
mean, I've put together for myself in the last few days
what I consider to be the final version of the proposed amendments. And you're right, it's an amalgam of certain chapters and provisions which were presented as part of the evidence in chief in, I think, June of this year. And then there are certain chapters which have been the subject of amendment reflected in the rebuttal evidence. And the rebuttal evidence and the amendments reflects this point that I've just made. And not every chapter is effective. So I've got a version which is an amalgam of provisions that were presented in the evidence in chief and those that were then caught by amendments and rebuttal. I'm not sure of the version you have. I suspect that you may be one step behind me in terms of that hard copy version. We will address that during the course of the next few days for you so that we're all working off the up-to-date version. So at paragraph 60, I've addressed the infrastructure capacity overlay. The three water provisions of PC12 include changes to objectives and policies in Chapter 25.13 that emphasise the need for adequate three waters infrastructure capacity to be provided in order for development and redevelopment in brownfield residential areas to proceed. And there are new objectives 25.13.2.4 and 2.5 and related policies to that effect. PC12 also introduces the infrastructure capacity overlay on the planning maps, which delineates areas where there are known infrastructure capacity constraints covering much of the city's residential zones apart from greenfield areas and the central city. It's probably worth noting, when you do look at the extent of the infrastructure capacity overlay, it is extensive. It's, as the submission suggests, it's largely most of the brownfield areas in the city. And I'm very conscious that the Act requires, when dealing with QMs, to deal with restrictions which are commensurate with the matter, the QM matter. And I think what I would say to that is that the extensive nature of the infrastructure capacity overlay is commensurate with the QM in terms of giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana, because of the simple reality that right across the brownfields residential zones in the city there are recognised capacity constraints. I'm really just front-footing that point that you might say, have you overreached in terms of what is a commensurate response to the QM, and the three waters evidence and the capacity evidence that you receive would indicate there has been no overreach. I think probably at 62, we can go to 62, which talks about the ICO and how it really sort of starts to bite in planning terms. So the development of the ICO, development within the ICO will be subject to a more stringent assessment of whether the network has capacity to manage the effects of the development. There's a three waters infrastructure capacity assessment which is required to be submitted with any such consent application, which replaces the existing water impact assessment requirements. And as set out in the information requirements at Appendix 1.2, that report is to contain a focus on the local service network where development is located outside of the ICO, an additional focus on the trunk and interceptor networks where development is located within the ICO, confirmation of the availability of three water infrastructure capacity to appropriately service the development, and where there is insufficient capacity, details of proposed mitigation measures, including funding of upgrades, staging or reduction in development or scale and demand. And such consent applications are to be assessed against a revised set of assessment criteria set out in the notified version of Appendix 1.3, and a satisfactory outcome of this assessment would then also meet the requirements for any further connection approval process as described in HCC's connections policy.
Question. The first, on your paragraph 62A, it refers to the local service network developments located outside the ICO. Does that mean that an assessment's required outside of the ICO as well, but it's limited to certain developments above and beyond the MDRS? Is that?
That's the effect of it.
Yep.
Yep.
Just want to flag some, I guess, a practical issue in terms of how that would be implemented for conversation perhaps a bit later on. I mean, I can see how this will work if applications for development are well spaced so that each one can be treated and completed, but that's not the way that development actually happens, and it's going to be lumpy. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work, you know, whether in actual fact one's operating a sort of a break point at, say, 85% of capacity or something like that, or whether treating each one seriatim is going to be quite difficult, I think, in practice. So maybe somebody can talk to us about how that's going to work.
I mean, I think that may be something that Ms. Collier can help with in terms of being a network engineer. I mean, I've always envisaged that through the assessments, they become, it's really kind of like an open source of information. And so as you start to build up these assessments and they become available to the public, I would have thought that you start to create some efficiencies in terms of the kind of network analysis and evaluations that need to occur. So it wouldn't make any sense for me to have assessments that are triggered here not in the public domain. I mean, there has to be some kind of collective source of information which developers can, you know, in sequence go to and rely on, particularly when you...
I guess I'm thinking that you want to avoid a situation of effectively land banking the
yeah.
ICO. Yeah.
Yes, you do, and that was actually the point I was just going to go to, which is I think one of the issues that we have here is that idea of capacity banking, where if the consents are granted but not yet implemented, there has to be some recognition of consents granted when the next developer comes along. I'm not sure that there's any way to avoid that, quite frankly. I mean, I think that the reality is that when a consent is granted, it has to come with an assumption that within the lifetime of that consent or its expiry period, the capacity will be absorbed. And of course, capacity is not necessarily always absorbed on day one of a development as well. That can also evolve over time, particularly when you're dealing with you know, intensification and subdivision, where you could be looking at some kind of stay. You know, you'll grant the consent, allocate the capacity, it's gone, but the reality is that it's not going to get absorbed until the development proceeds.
No, and just as background, I mean, I've done Mangawai plan changes where this issue in microcosm has come forward quite abruptly, and so as I say, I'm just interested in how you see that actually working in practice.
Is there a option to include lapse dates, earlier lapse dates, to sort of incentivise the giving effect to of the consent?
I think the city would love the idea of bringing tighter lapse periods to sort of almost introduce a use it or lose it type regime for a scarce resource to be allocated. It would certainly improve network planning, strategic planning and understanding of capacity. Whether that is something that could be, I mean, that's really a consenting question. It's not a plan making.
I was just thinking if that was something that the council was interested in pursuing, is there any implications for the plan in terms of policy support or provisions that would be required in the plan to provide that direction, was really where my question had been coming from.
Yes. Well, it's a good one. I haven't thought about that.
I mean, just whilst you're thinking there, I mean, it just occurs to me that an allocation policy of that sort might be something that comes out of recommendation, but wouldn't be something which we could actually entrench because it's not been exposed, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, the probably, I think, that as Commissioner Morrison-Shaw's identified, probably the best that could be achieved would be some kind of policy signal in the plan that lays a foundation for a sort of a use it or lose it type consenting approach, which then, you know, when the plan users then come to considering consents and considering lapse dates, there's an objective and policy framework which, you know, they can potentially bring into consideration. But I don't know that there's anything current. I don't think there's anything currently in the draft provisions which would square up to that issue. I'll have a think about whether there's anything. We'll do a scan and see if there's anything that's useful.
I mean, as you know, the now defunct legislation that was coming into place was going to actually remove some of the first in, first served options for scarce resource allocation. Might be a mirror there.
Yep.
Just further, Mr Muldowney, I noticed that in the evidence of Ms Buckingham, she refers to a network capacity assessment tool, which I understand is what we're talking about, so it might be quite good if she's prepared to perhaps elaborate on that in the way that we've been talking in her evidence.
Yes, I will raise that with the witness and also with Ms Collier, who may be even closer to that the development of that tool than Ms Buckingham. So I'll pick that point up. Thank you. So at 64, we say that the ICO will enable the effects of development, particularly in relation to wastewater, to be identified and addressed at a consenting stage, ensuring the integration between infrastructure investment, consenting and network connection approvals. The ICO serves as a transparent communication from Hamilton City to the development community on where infrastructure capacity constraints exist. It ensures that a specific and detailed network capacity assessment relating to the effects of each proposed development is undertaken at the consenting stage. And by ensuring this assessment is dealt with, it avoids an inefficient outcome where consent is granted but the subsequent network connection is denied due to capacity constraints. In addition, it will help to direct development into areas without capacity constraints or to areas where constraints exist, but the city's infrastructure strategy has focused its investment, such as stage one. Probably just on that point, I would say that's one of the issues that I think Kāinga Ora asks you to engage with, in the sense that they would prefer to see the infrastructure capacity assessment removed, and the planning evidence suggests that there are other tools that can manage this, including the connections policy and bylaws and things of that nature. I think the principal submission that I would make in response to that is to say that is what I would say an inefficient outcome, and the city does not want to find itself in a position where on the one hand it's granting land use consents, and then those consent holders potentially relying on them, investing and developing, and then coming for network connections, and then finding those network connections are denied. And the recent press in Auckland is a good example of that, where there are developments that are just not adequately serviced, and it's simply inefficient and poor planning. And the theory, I suppose, is a little less. Or the problem with the theory is a little less acute if developers are simply sitting on the consents without making any further investment, and then go and test the connections policy or bylaw and find out that they can't get it. There's an inefficiency in that, even that, in the sense that they've put all of that time and effort into a consent, had it granted, and then had the connection denied. So there's an inefficiency with that, but at least there's not quite the investment of having a built land use activity. But the idea of creating land use rights, consented land use rights, and then having them relied on, having investment developers invest in residential built form only to find that they don't have a connection. That is not something that the city supports, and we would push back very, very strongly on the notion that that somehow represents an efficient way to manage the issue. So that's really, and as I say, there's evidence from Kāinga Ora to suggest that the ICO is not necessary and that these other mechanisms are appropriate. We strongly submit against that proposition. So moving to flood hazards in PC 14. So the hearing of PC 12 had been deferred in part to enable Hamilton City to notify proposed plan change 14, which relates to flood hazards. The city had intended to notify PC 14 by mid-2024, however that has been delayed, and nevertheless, as explained below, much of the flood-related information relating to PC 14 has been reflected in the city's final set of proposed PC 12 provisions. Before I just go on to these submissions, I probably just need to deal with the obvious elephant in the room, which is why has this plan change been delayed? It was intended, I think, that it would be notified by earlier this year. You'd have the benefit of being able to get your eyeballs on a notified plan change, and that would help to inform your decision making on PC 12, and we're not there. The short answer really is that well, there's two points to it. The first is that there are plan-making assessments being undertaken in terms of Section 32, which need to be completed, which relate principally to a subtopic of depression areas, which are areas in the city which have been identified through modelling as being potentially prone to inundation. But that's typically in situations where there is heavy weather events combined with some kind of network failure or blockage, culvert blockage and things like that. There is work being done at the moment to determine whether it's appropriate to have that particular hazard managed through district plan provisions, or whether there are other mechanisms that are appropriate to manage it. That Section 32 work is being undertaken at the moment, and it's being carefully worked through. And that really leads to the second point that I would make, which is that this PC 14 is a plan change which needs to be got right in terms of at the moment of notification. It's not one of those plan changes that the city would consider we can, get something out into the public domain, have the first schedule process, iron out any wrinkles, and we'll get to the right point at the end. The reality with a flood hazard plan change of this nature is that obviously there's the immediate legal effect point, but there is also the very significant impact that it has potentially on stakeholders and landowners within the city. It's a hot button issue. You may have even seen recently there was some press in relation to, I think, Nelson or somewhere in the South Island. I think it was Nelson, where insurers were already reacting to notified provisions, and that was causing blowback. So there are a lot of sensitivities around getting the notified version of the plan change right, and that is why Council is taking a cautious approach to stepping through the preparation of the plan change. And I know it is, of course, a source of frustration that we're not where we wanted to be, but that's the very frank response and reason for it.
Just a question, is it likely to be notified before the 20th of December?
That's a possibility. The program at the moment has not quite been confirmed, but the expectation is that it's going to be moving through final staff and expert evaluation, and then reported up to elected members in the final quarter of 2024. and ultimately it will be for elected members to determine whether to publicly notify it. So under the current program, I think there is the potential for it to be in front of elected members and have a notification decision in the final quarter. Whether that would then allow for notification before the end of the year, I'm not quite sure, but it is a possibility. So we're getting closer.
But the elements that have been brought into the amendments here in terms of the flood hazard, presumably those are not the minutiae of depression areas. These are broader scale.
No, it's more broadly scaled, and as I will explain in the submissions that I'll come back to, the important thing, I think, for your assurance is that, I mean, if we step back, what's the fundamental issue here? The fundamental issue is you do not want to find yourself in a position where you are enabling intensification of residential land use in areas which you then later find should never have been intensified because of flooding related information that should have been at your fingertips at the time you made the land use decision. That's the critical issue. And what I would say to you is that you're not at risk of that, and the reason for that is because although the plan change hasn't been notified, the data is available. And so the flood modelling and the data is available and has been used to inform the approach, the final approach that's being taken on PC 12. For example, I touched on the reduction in the MDRS in Glenview and Norton. That's driven largely because of flood modelling, which talks about some flood-prone areas there. So, and Dr. Rajan Quera will give you evidence on that flood data and how it has reflected in the provisions. So, although you don't have the plan change, you've got the data.
I mean, that's good because that is a red-hot issue in Auckland at this very moment in terms of the IHP that's sitting on the inner city areas.
Yes.
And some of the council who we'll have with us next week are leading that particular issue, which challenges the notion that in actual fact you can't have intensification in flood-prone areas. So,
Yes.
but
Yes, and so
we'll hear that.
yes, as I say, the data that you should be most concerned with is available, and it informs the evidence that you're about to hear, and it also informs some of the provisions that we're seeking to now introduce into PC12 in terms of a policy and some additional specific assessment criteria which is focused on this issue. So whether or not you consider that's gone far enough and that there needs to be more, that will become a matter for your determination.
That data that you refer to, is that also been, or is it available to submitters?
Yes, it's publicly available. So that's the Flood Viewer data, and that information model can be interrogated and explored by anyone. It's up on the council website, and I think has been for at least a few months, and has also been the subject of community consultation. So there's been consultation in terms of that data, but we're still not at that point where the council is ready to notify the plan change. And as I say, there are witnesses who can address you squarely on that issue as we go. So really at 67, we've talked about the shortcomings in the ODP provisions, where the provisions really only reflect about 14% of Hamilton's total area. And so at 68, we mentioned that the city has now detailed flood data for each urban catchment within the city. It's now been published on Flood Viewer, a GIS platform accessible to the public, and that's the website there. And that provides extensive background information to supplement the flood mapping. So the key changes and matters that have been considered as part of PC14 include removing the flood mapping from the district plan and relying on the definition-based approach to define flood-affected areas. And the flood viewer information can then be used to determine whether the district plan provisions are relevant to a proposal.
And that's the approach being used in the Auckland Unitary Plan and Tauranga District Plan.
Just on that, I know the Tauranga approach was challenged and there was an appeal. Do you know whether there was a decision popped out on that from the Environment Court? 'Cause that was one of the issues that
I
was...
don't know the outcome of the appeal. What I can say is that there is a sharp distinction between the Tauranga approach and the Hamilton City approach. And one of the problems, as I understand it, with the Tauranga approach, and was the subject of appeals, was that the appeals and the concern was that it was the release of the flood modelling information contemporaneous and tied up with the plan change itself. So there was no ability to actually engage with Tauranga City around the flood modelling and the veracity of the modelling itself, other than through a submission in the plan change and then onto appeal. And so that, I think, caused some concern from stakeholders because they had to use the plan change process as the opportunity to provide feedback on the modelling and test it. Hamilton City has done something different, which is to lead out with the modelling. There has been community consultation and stakeholder feedback on the modelling, so that's been through its own process, and now it's going to be the subject of a plan change. So I don't know where the Tauranga appeals are at, but I do know that I think some of those appeals at least related to the data and testing the data. And as I say, Hamilton City Council has been through that process in terms of its community consultation.
Just by way of interest only at this point, I guess. So submissions that have been made on it were obviously not by the sounds of it, not the formal submission process, but they've been taken on board and things have changed, or?
They have.
I mean, that was the issue in Tauranga, as you rightly say.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have. I mean, I think there is, again, Dr. Rajan Junquera will be able to deal with this issue. She's closer to it. But my understanding is that the stakeholder and the community feedback, there were those that, said the modelling was rubbish, but don't necessarily have an alternative model to prove the point. But the more useful and pragmatic submissions were the ones that said, "Oh, you've missed a particular characteristic or feature of my site, which is that there's now a retaining wall where you say that there's an overland flow path, or you've missed the fact that there's now a culvert or something that's been developed, and so your model fails to take into account this particular feature of my site." At which point the council has said, "Thanks very much, that's good information, do a site inspection or whatever," and then have made adjustments to reflect that. So I think that's kind of been the nature of the engagement. I don't know that any party has seriously come up and challenged the model itself with an alternative. But again, the witness can help with that. So there's just a bit of a description in 69 in terms of PC 14 and as I say, in 70 I cover the ground about the Section 32 work that's being done and some of the reasons for the delay. 71 and 72, I feel like we've covered the ground. I think in 72 I make that point that the flood data is informing the PC12 provisions, for example, with those proposed amended densities around Dinsdale, Glenview and Norton, and some area-specific responses in Enderley Fairfield. 73, I talk about the further proposed policy, which is 4.125D, development informed by a flood assessment, and also the assessment criteria F in terms of hazards and safety, which are being introduced. So at 73, we say that those provisions will integrate PC12 with the updated flood hazard data and equip processing officers with additional tools to evaluate flood-related matters when discretion is involved in an activity. In addition, PC12 contains some very effective non-structural measures which enhance stormwater management. There's a set of provisions called green policies, which you'll hear about. These provisions address development controls relating to matters such as on-site stormwater management, permeable surfaces, landscaping and tree planting. The pathway to adjust the MDRS and Policy 3D provisions in response to natural hazards is provided for as a QM under Section 77 IA. This section allows for less enabling provisions where there is necessary to accommodate the Section 6H requirement to recognise and provide for the management of significant risks from natural hazards. And Section 80E of the RMA also enables an IPI to amend or include related provisions that support or are consequential on the MDRS or Policy 3 requirements. So that's flood hazards. Dealing next with the relationship between PC12 and PC9, which is the plan change that three of the panel are familiar with. So PC9 was notified on the 22nd of July, and hearings were held throughout 2023 and were completed on the 22nd of August this year. It incorporated 5 elements: notable trees, significant natural areas, archaeological and cultural sites, built heritage items and historic heritage areas. The decisions on significant natural areas, archaeological and cultural sites and notable trees have been released. 3 appeals have been received, all in relation to the SNA topic. Out of the 5 PC9 topics, the HHA topic has the most relevance to PC12 as it seeks to identify and map various areas within residential zones and some other zones as areas containing historic heritage values that, pursuant to Section 6F, require protection from inappropriate subdivision use and development. These mapped HHAs are recorded in a schedule to the ODP and are subject to specific development controls that preserve and protect identified historic heritage values unique to the particular HHA, and in general terms these controls are less enabling than MDRS and Policy 3 requirements. The protection afforded to the HHAs identified in the notified version of PC9 has immediate legal effect pursuant to Section 86B of the RMA, and relevantly Section 77IA identifies Section 6 matters of national importance as a QM. In practical terms, this means that the HHAs identified in the notified version of PC9 are all subject to Section 77IA, and the provisions proposed under PC12 relating to them can be less enabling. And accordingly, the outcome of PC9 is directly relevant to PC12. As a result of various steps taken within the PC9 process, only the following HHAs remain live and may potentially be confirmed in any decision, and I've set those out at subsections A and B. Under PC9 decision number 2, dated the 2nd of February, the PC9 panel confirmed the removal of 9 HHAs proposed under the notified version of PC9 that HCC no longer pursues. Inadvertently, there are a further, and this is no fault of the panel, it's HCC had failed to catch it in the final direction. Inadvertently, a further 4 proposed HHAs no longer pursued by HCC were omitted, being Oxford Street West, Anglesey Street, Marama Street and Jamieson Street. And the zoning map presented as part of the package of ODP provisions dated 27 May contained these HHAs as well. The final version of the map will remove them so that only the remaining HHAs are those identified at paragraph 80 above, and Mr Roberts will confirm that once removed, the underlying zoning will be as shown in the map, except for Oxford Street West, which will revert to MDRZ rather than general residential zone.
Just moving sideways for a second, is there any value in that panel issuing a decision on those 4 ahead of the decision it will make generally, given the fact that obviously provisions still apply to those 4 properties?
It would. I mean, that's one of the snags, if you like, of them remaining live. even though there's been a signal that they're not being pursued, is that
Let me leave that with you if you want to make a proposition
separate
to
request.
to us on that one, and
yes,
we'll hear
it could be hopefully dealt with in fairly short order
Yeah, yeah,
because it's really
yeah.
just catching an
Yeah.
administrative issue,
Yep.
and that would take care of that and can be then reflected in the way you approach 12. Ms Galt will present planning evidence addressing the differences between the HHA controls and the proposed plan provisions under PC 12 and illustrate how the HHA provisions are less enabling. And ultimately, whether each of these HHAs are retained will be determined by the panel on PC 9, but for present purposes, due to their immediate legal effect, the panel on PC 12 should recognise the proposed HHAs as deemed QMs when determining the zone extents under PC 12. And I think, as you say, if we could clean up those 4, it would certainly tidy up the matter. It would still leave you with 20, which are proposed and need to be reflected in the PC 12 decision making, but at least it would be. I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry. However, yes. So anyway, I think that covers the ground in terms of HHAs. The next subtopic is financial contributions.
Would you like a break now? It's a convenient
yes,
time to
that's
take a
good.
break.
Thank you,
so
sir.
why don't we take a break till, 10 to? Yep, 10 to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's resume on financial contributions.
Thanks, sir. Paragraph 85. So the operative district plan contains a chapter 25 which deals with financial contributions and enables Hamilton City Council to impose resource consent conditions requiring an FC to be paid by the consent holder in specified situations and at specified rates. These regulatory powers are rarely relied on, with Hamilton City preferring to address the same or similar issues via alternative funding and financing tools such as development contributions. Section 77T of the RMA enables the city to review its FC provisions as part of the IPI, and it has elected to revise current Chapter 25 to enable FCs to be imposed in relation to projects which are not included within its development contributions policy schedule of assets. By keeping the projects discrete, HCC avoids the risk of double dipping, which is prohibited under Section 200 of the Local Government Act. So the projects for which FCs are to be recovered are three waters and transport connections and associated effects not otherwise funded by DCs, public space and streetscape amenity enhancements in residential areas affected by increased housing densities, and restoration and protection of the Waikato River in order to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana. In response to submissions, the formula for calculating FCs has evolved. The formula now includes a maximum charge for Te Ture Whaimana purposes, being $2,000 per projected unit of demand, and for the residential amenity purpose, $3,400 per projected unit of demand. And HCC is satisfied that the final set of FC provisions represent a fair and equitable approach to the allocation of costs associated with these projects and meet the statutory requirements of Section 77E in terms of setting a defined purpose, establishing a formula for how the FCs are calculated, and identifying when the FCs will be required. I'll say a little bit more about FCs when I deal with some of the submissions.
So you'll address the ADAIR legals at that
Yes.
point?
Yep.
Just one further question, Mr. Muldowney. I just noted your comment about really relied upon, and that, I mean, obviously that seems to be the sort of the practice to date. And it might be a question to the witness, but I'll give people a heads up. I mean, if we've got a budget that drives the two inflation-adjusted dollar values that you've got in the later paragraph, and that budget is quite significant spend.
Yep.
And the FCs are rarely relied upon, then I don't quite sort of marry those two things up, if you get my meaning, is that it must be a provision that's needed to be budgeted like that. But then if you don't ever need it, that suggests to me that maybe it's already covered somewhere else.
I see. I think it may be the language that I've used in the submissions. When I make the comment that the FC provisions are rarely relied upon, I'm talking in historic terms. I'm not talking about these proposed FC provisions.
Right.
These will be relied on. I'm talking about the fact that there is an existing FC regime in the operative district plan. It has been for many years, and it is really relied upon by Hamilton City Council in terms of deploying it for the purposes of a resource consent condition. So when I talk about, the point really relied upon, I'm talking in historic terms based on the operative provisions.
Thank you.
And just a question as to whether there's any constraint on Section 77T. Is it constrained by the MPSUD or the policies or whatever it is? I mean, it seems to be fairly open-ended in terms of an invitation to include.
Well, it doesn't. Certainly there's no statutory language within the section that directs the council as to what an FC can and cannot recover against in terms of projects. So that's the first point. I don't think the section itself is prescriptive, but notwithstanding that sort of statutory breadth that's given, the city's approach has been to direct the FCs towards matters that are related to residential intensification and density. So there's no question that,
if you think about what's being recovered, the projects that are being recovered for, there's the connections to the network, so that we're talking about network improvement issues where there are connections required, which aren't otherwise dealt with by DCs. We're talking about recognising that with urban and residential intensification comes a greater need to ensure that public spaces are delivering amenity, and so there is an FC which is directed towards improving those public realm elements of the residential zones, and then there is the FC which is directed towards giving effect to Te Whaimana and the concept of betterment. So the point there is that the purposes which have been identified by Hamilton City Council in its proposed FC policy regime are all purposes which are directed towards the statutory intent of the Amendment Act. So even if there is some latitude in terms of the drafting, my submission would be that we haven't taken advantage of it to start collecting for things that are entirely unrelated to residential intensification.
If we found, for example, that some of the proposed amendments in the amenity space, for example, were not legitimate, that doesn't mean that we should then necessarily cross them out from the point of view of consideration of the FCs.
No, agreed.
Yeah. And we'll be interested in the detail, obviously, once we get to the witness on this one.
Yes. Yeah, and there is a point. I'll come to it. Yeah. Then we move to these consequential changes, which are enabled through Section 80E of the Act, which requires that an IPI is confined inter alia to incorporating the MDRS, giving effect to policies 3 and 4 of the MPSUD, and making any amended or additional related provisions that support or are consequential on those matters. And those related provisions are widely defined in Section 80E and include, without limitation, provisions addressing such things as district-wide matters, infrastructure, stormwater management and subdivision.
Can I just ask, I mean, I hadn't sort of focused on that in previous hearings on this one, but the phrase "without limitations", is that without limitations to the spectrum, or is it without limitations in terms of what's within these particular things mentioned? And I'm thinking here of the transport, well, the infrastructure one in particular. So is it without limitations to what's considered to be infrastructure, or how far you go with that, or is it the list that is without limitations?
Yeah. I would submit it's the list that is without limitation, but the limitation has got to be the qualifier, which is the Waikanae qualifier. So, in other words, you can touch on any area of the plan if there are consequential, what's the phrase, related provisions. If there are related provisions that are the subject of consequential amendment, those related provisions can touch on any element of the plan, including provisions addressing district-wide matters, infrastructure, whatever. So that's the without limitation, but you can touch any part of the plan. But the ability to touch any part of the plan is then confined by what you can then do with it. You have to then do with it something that sits within the confines of Waikanae. So you can go anywhere, you just can't do anything.
And it's very broad at this stage, but I'm thinking some of the transportation amendments, for example, are incredibly detailed. Do they fall within the infrastructure bracket in this one, or do they fall within some other part of what you're enabled to do?
Well,
and I don't want to put you on the spot.
No. But I think the point I would make to that is you don't need to fit them within the shopping list that's provided in Section 80E2. Mm-hmm. So you don't need to find a place in that list. The submission I made to you about without limitation means you can go anywhere in the plan, but you can't do anything. You have to do what you do has to meet Waikanae. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So there's two constraints, isn't there, in terms of going anywhere in the plan. One is it has to be consequential. So you can't just use the IPI to just make some other change that is convenient to make. It's got to be consequential on MDRS. And so if yes, and then so you can make the change anywhere in the plan. It needs to be consequential on MDRS, and it needs to be a change which sits within the confines of Waikanae. And look, I mean, I think the broad submission on the transport topic is that you are quite right in your observation. It's very granular, and I think that there is a legitimate question to be addressed with the witnesses as to where each of these individual changes that are being made sits within. How is it consequential on MDRS, and is it meeting the Waikanae test of not going backwards from an operative position? And I think there is that kind of filter that needs to be run through those very granular changes. And really that sort of picks up on the theme that I've identified in probably paragraph 92 and 93, where I've sort of identified, I think, the matter that was exercising the mind of the panel, which is that, in particular, the transportation amendments, which are fairly wide-ranging. And in 93, I give a description of what those consequential changes are, which I probably needn't go to any more detail on. Which really then takes me to what I see as being some of the key issues raised by submitters. In no particular order, firstly there's the Adair Company, which has filed evidence seeking that the FC provisions don't apply to greenfield development, and seek amendments to roading and access standards for consistency with PC5 and the redrafting of some assessment criteria to avoid duplication and inconsistency. And I think the city's position is that it maintains that FCs should be applicable in greenfield environments and for greenfield development, but it has introduced a discount factor into the calculation of FCs to reflect the development-specific attributes that would offset the need for an FC. And then, subject to minor changes, the city supports Adair's proposed amendments to roading and access standards and assessment criteria. So I think the main point about the Adair submission is there's a couple. I mean, one is the idea of the in terms of the ultra vires point, that there's a double dipping, and of course that's sort of low-hanging fruit for anyone who doesn't like an FC is to point to Section 200 of the Local Government Act and say, oh, it's a double dip, can't do it, it's an absolute bar. But the reality is that the city's approach to the drafting of the FC provisions has had that double dipping bar absolutely in its focus from day one. And that's why it has been very careful in terms of the way it's described the purpose of FCs in the way that it has, because these are not purposes which are otherwise being recovered against in terms of the schedule of assets in the development contributions policy. So take the example of the contribution that relates to the Three Waters network. It's all about costs associated with the connections, the immediate network connections and the costs relating to that. The development contributions policy does not recover against those fine-grained connection-related matters. It deals with trunk infrastructure, network, headworks, and those sort of core parts of the network. It doesn't then recover DCs for connections. So there's a very sharp distinction between what's being recovered against in the first purpose of the FC policy versus the development contributions policy. The next is the streetscape, the residential streetscape amenity point. And again, there is nothing in the development contribution policy which is a project-related matter which relates to improving amenity in residential streets in existing residential areas, or greenfield for that for that matter. So again, that's a purpose that is not covered under the development contribution policy. Also make the point that in the ADARE submissions, it suggests that there is that particular purpose relates to some kind of degradation that is being caused to the residential streets because of density, and it makes that observation. And my submission and response is that's actually not what this purpose is. It's not about degradation and addressing degradation arising from density. It's actually addressing the fact that when you start to drive increased residential densities, you need to pay specific attention to the public realm and the improved public realm, because that's where people need amenity. And so that particular purpose is not reacting to addressing an adverse effect of some reduced amenity being caused, but it's the fact that what you need to be doing is enhancing amenity when you're driving densities.
Presumably goes without saying it's not intended that that financial contribution be spent in the locality from which it's taken. It's citywide.
It is. I mean, I think...
So the fact that you're actually improving the amenity of your streetscape as part and parcel of your development is neither here nor there.
No, I mean, I think there is an issue with that, in the sense that, don't forget that recovering an FC is a condition of a resource consent. So you need to be a little bit careful about that remoteness between addressing effects of the development and where you spend the money. That feels like a matter that should be addressed at the consenting stage when you're actually dealing with the FC itself. So I think that there does need to be, I think for anyone writing consent conditions for FCs, they're going to need to be a little bit careful about that remoteness point, because there are still rules and case law around the purposes for which you can impose conditions, and they need to relate to the consent that's being authorised. I mean, the Waitakere decision loosens it, but it still exists as a factor, and I think it's a consenting factor, not necessarily a plan-making factor. So that's and just to finish on that theme of double dipping, and then of course the third element is the Te Ture Whaimana purpose and the idea of a series of initiatives that are related to betterment and creating a fund which the council can then apply to it giving effect to the vision and strategy. And again, ADARE would say, well, those matters they're dealt with. They've already been covered in terms of PC5. PC5 has got a whole lot of provisions that manage effects on the Three Waters network in a way that gives effect to Te Ture Whaimana. But that's like saying that's all you need to do. I mean, there's not a sort of a finite end to this, and so the matters that are addressed in PC5 that bear upon Te Ture Whaimana are distinct from the projects and the purposes which are identified in the FC regime. They are directed at the same ultimate outcome, but they are different projects, and so the double dip is not engaged.
What do you say to their point about that PC12 is not enabling any greater density within the PC5 area, and that at the time the PC5 decision was made, there was confirmation that it would meet all of those relevant tests, and now that through this PC12 process, it's opening things back up again.
Yes, so I'll just turn my phone off. Phone a friend. Apologies, I'm sorry about that. I think the answer to that is in the evidence in rebuttal, where the council has said, all right, well, we're prepared to introduce and recognise a discount factor which responds to this tension, because what Adair is really saying is that, look, you know, these issues they're dealt with in the plan provisions in this greenfield environment, and we're going to, you know, you've dealt with them, you will deal with them in the plan provisions in PC5 and in the way of consent responds to those provisions. You don't need to then come back and levy an FC. The point about that is that the council's response has been, all right, well, we'll recognise this idea of a potential overlap in the discount factor, and we will, on a case-by-case basis, look at what you're delivering and make sure that what we're then asking for in terms of an FC is not creating an overlap and is recognising what's happening on the ground. Now, that's one approach. There are other approaches. One is that discount factor. They have some resistance to that because they say it lacks certainty, and when they're thinking about project planning and looking at development costs, they can't calculate what that exposure actually looks like. I get that. The other option would be to apply just a coarse discount factor, which is just a ratio of the total calculated FC, where you say it's 0.5 in a greenfield environment, or 0.3 or 0.6, I think, are other numbers that are being bandied around. That's another approach, which recognises the distinction between greenfield environments and brownfield environments. It's coarse. There'll be winners and losers in that regime as well. Council's approach has been a preference to look at it individually, so that it better responds to individual situations as opposed to the unders and overs. But I have to recognise that development's cost certainty is important as well, and maybe a ratio discount is a better way to reflect it.
Struggling to get my head around, if PC12's not actually enabling anything more, why is there a FC then being imposed in that area? I'm just, like the Vires argument I'm particularly interested in for that one.
Yeah, well, I think that comes back to the point that the Chair made, which is that the section which enables the FC regime to be introduced doesn't prescribe limits to it. It doesn't say that it needs to be an FC which is consequential upon MDRS being imposed. But the other comment I would make about that is that, it's in some ways it's a little bit artificial to say that PC12 doesn't impact Peacocks and PC5, because the reality is that it cast a very long shadow over PC5, to the extent that when Hamilton City Council was drafting the PC5 provisions, it made a special case for ensuring that the PC5 provisions reflected the MDRS that it knew was coming its way via PC12. So it's a little bit cute to say, because PC12 doesn't touch PC5, FCs shouldn't, when PC5 was drafted very much with steering down the headlights of PC12. It reflects PC12.
Can you remind me, were FCs considered in PC5?
I don't consider, you mean in terms of the formulation of the plan change? I don't know. I'd have to go back and check the materials as to whether it was or wasn't. The timing, some of that timing, yeah. Could I come back on that one? So that covers, I think, the ground in terms of the Adair submission. The Fonterra submission, I've addressed in paragraphs 96 and 97. They're really sort of pushing their, you have to say, fairly oft pressed point about reverse sensitivity, which appears to be strategically important to Fonterra across a range of plan changes.
So what they're doing on PC 12 seems consistent with the approach that they're taking, and are looking for enhanced recognition of the significance of the potential for reverse sensitivity effects which arise from increased densities. This has been considered by Hamilton City Council, and Mr Hatton will give evidence to say that he recognises there's the potential for a new assessment criteria, C2E, which could be introduced, which also supports policy 4.1.2.2D.
Just a question on that. Has there been any discussion between the planners for Fonterra and for council on that assessment criterion? Just wondering whether you're aware of whether Fonterra accepts it or not?
I'm not sure of that. Again, Mr Hatton can advise you on that. I think the assessment criteria that Mr Hatton recommends was shopped with the planner for Fonterra. It may have even been their wording. I think Mr Hatton's evidence is that it was a better place for it to sit, and he's recommended where it should sit. So I think the wording itself is broadly acceptable. Having said that, you'll hear from Te Awa Lakes Limited, which is probably the party that's most interested in the Fonterra relief. Fonterra Lakes, Te Awa Lakes unincorporated JV, I address it paragraph 100. They're the party that's most affected by the reverse sensitivity constraints that Fonterra is seeking, being the residential area that's adjacent. And they obviously, I think you'll see from their submission and legal submissions, oppose the introduction of any further reverse sensitivity provisions on the basis that they say that reverse sensitivity was squarely addressed in Plan Change 2. There are already reverse sensitivity provisions and controls that exist within the ODP, and we don't need any more, I think will be the submission that they make. So there's a bit of a contest that sits between Fonterra and Te Awa Lakes on that point.
Just picking up that point, in your view, is there any jurisdictional bar? There's no issue in us introducing more or additional reverse sensitivity provisions, given that it was only recently considered in PC2?
No, I think again, other than the Waikanae issue in terms of whether this is a consequential change which still meets the Waikanae tests, my submission is that it will meet that test, because certainly the only thing that Mr Hatting is recommending is an additional assessment criteria dealing with the reverse sensitivity issue. And when I look at the other provisions and policies that PC2 introduced, it's really just consistent with that and not asking for anything more, or certainly not making development harder, in my view, than already is controlled and constrained by PC2. Which begs the question as to, well, is it even needed? But that's a matter for you. Foodstuffs have filed evidence, mostly focused on this question of the building height requirements in terms of Business Zone 5 land at Glenview, which relates to the New World at Glenview, and Business 6 zoned land at Heaphy Terrace, which is the Foursquare at Heaphy Terrace, and they're seeking deletion of or increase to the floor area ratio standard 6.4.4. The city agrees that an increased building height could offer greater development flexibility, and has recommended a height of 26 metres in the Business Zone 5, and that leads to some consequential changes in terms of flexibility in the floor ratio standards. So a relatively granular point that I think is fairly easily dealt with. We've talked about Te Awa Lakes. KiwiRail probably is the submitter that, in my submission, most directly engages in the Waikanae constraints. They're suggesting that rail be identified as a QM, and they're suggesting a 5 metre setback from the rail designation boundaries for all residential zones and any other zones affected by PC12 which adjoin the rail corridor. and looking for some new objectives and policies protecting those or enabling those setbacks. And also an amendment to the noise standard so that they apply to noise-sensitive activities within 100 metres of the rail corridor rather than 40 metres. The city does not support the setbacks sought by Kiwi Rail. Where these relate to residential zones, they impose land use restrictions greater than the current ODP provisions, and applying Waikanae cannot be pursued as a submission point. Similarly, additional controls in relation to noise and vibration are opposed for the same reason, and the other setbacks sought in relation to non-residential zones are outside the scope of PC12. And so Mr. Roberts will address you on this. He does, however, support a vibration alert overlay, which is to apply within 100 metres of the railway designation for information purposes only. So I think that issue of the vibration alert overlay, I think, is probably the key area where the city and Kiwi Rail are aligned. But the setback issues really are a problem, which we say engages with the Waikanae constraints. I mean, if I just explain the position, and it's probably best to hear the evidence before I'll probably close on this point, but just to sort of frame up the issue as I see it. There's two things that Kiwi Rail are looking for, which I think engage Waikanae. The first is they're looking for a setback, a building setback from the designation boundary of 5 metres. Now, the ODP provisions don't deal specifically with rail, but it's caught in other setbacks, and it's a 1.5 metre setback. So what
Property boundary, the 1.5. Yeah.
So what's happening here, as I see it, is that the relief that's being sought means that a property, for example, where there was a building setback of 3 metres, would have, under the operative provisions, would meet the setback requirement, would be a permitted activity. It's meeting the standard. It's not in any other way. Well, putting aside any other standards, it stays permitted. Under the Kiwi Rail proposition, that same development now fails a standard and defaults to restricted discretionary. So that's a change in its activity status. So that same development now has a restricted discretionary activity status, and so there's a Waikanae issue, I think, that starts to get engaged there. Similarly, there's an existing setback, it's an existing control in relation to noise-sensitive activities, which is currently 40 metres, where inside 40 metres you need to meet certain development standards which relate to acoustic treatment within habitable rooms and matters of that nature. And so you need to have certain design criteria and design standards if you're going to exist within 40 metres. Outside of 40 metres, you don't need to meet the standard. Kiwi Rail is suggesting that the 40 metres become 100 metres. So it's the same point. If you're sitting at 60 metres, you wouldn't need to meet that standard. That same development at 60 metres is permitted, but under the Kiwi Rail proposition, if you don't meet that standard, you would default to restricted discretionary. So there's this effect on activity status.
Just in relation to the first situation, in relation to the setback, I imagine the Kiwi Rail argument will be that, the rail is a qualifying matter and it's a infrastructure of regional national significance, and that the increased density that's being enabled through this plan change puts more people in the area. And I think I've seen evidence in other plan changes where they've said because of the increased density and the higher building limits, that means you would need a greater area if you were maintaining your buildings in terms of scaffolding, and I think they've produced plans where they say, well, you know, we need like 5 metres and that's the reason for the setback, so that people don't cross into the designation boundary in order to maintain their own properties. And so they're saying that nexus is there between the increased density and the setback. I'm just interested in your particular views on that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the argument. I mean, I've seen the submissions that Kiwi Rail's made, but they haven't squared up to that point. But again, I think that's the same. It seems like that's the same situation that Waikanai was grappling with, where a new QM is identified, and then the control that's associated with the QM walks back from the permitted activity standard, and whether or not you have that ability to actually rely on the QM to go backwards. You can rely on the QM to modify the MDRS, but can you modify the operative provisions of the plan based on the QM? And my reading of Waikanai is saying you can't. So it may be that the response might be some other sort of changes to the modification of the standards, the Schedule 3A standards that solves the issue, but whether you can actually modify the 3A, not only the 3A standards, but the operative provision seems to be the issue, and Waikanai is suggesting no. Well Networks have raised an issue in relation to a New Zealand Electrical Code of Practice Safe Distances Standard NZE CP 34, and are looking for a recognition of compliance, or the requirement for compliance, and Hamilton City is prepared to accommodate that with a policy which is addressing the requirement to comply with the standard. I think there is some resistance to this as to whether in fact it's necessary or redundant. I mean, the standard is the standard, you've got to comply with it, whether or not there's a policy to say so. I think the argument would be that, well, this is integrated planning, in the sense that there's no point in enabling resource consents which then fall foul of these kind of standards when it comes to building consent or matters of that nature. So again, feels like less of a legal issue and more of just a planning judgment for the panel. Then there's Kāinga Ora, which has filed corporate planning, economic and Three Waters evidence. The original submission was, of course, very wide-ranging. The evidence that's now been submitted suggests a narrower focus, which is welcomed by Hamilton City Council. The issues that seem to remain on the table are really the way that PC12 is less enabling than MDRS. In particular, there's the challenge to the infrastructure capacity overlay as a tool. They would favour managing those capacity effects through assessment criteria where permitted dwellings are exceeded. And then they are also challenging some of really the sort of on-site green policies, the requirement for all new residential dwellings to install rainwater reuse tanks for managing stormwater effects, limits to terraced blocks, and some of those green policies relating to urban tree canopy requirements and deep soil areas. For clarity, Mr Roberts confirms that the City is not pursuing changes to MDRS which rely solely on those legislative changes, so those are out. But we do not agree to the removal of the infrastructure capacity overlay or adjustments to the density provisions. We see those as being critical components of PC12 and essential. Just on that, there is, I think, there's a couple of vires arguments that need to be engaged with in terms of the Kāinga Ora submission. There's a challenge they make in terms of the legality of the provisions relating to universal access. and they say that it's unlawful to include the provisions that the city promotes in terms of universal access, which is that for developments of 10 or more units, you have 10% which have got universal access enablement. They rely on the Christchurch Airport and Christchurch City Council and Petone cases, which dealt with this interaction between the RMA and plan provisions on the one hand, and the Building Act and the Building Code on the other, and the general statement being that you can't have provisions of the RMA which are more controlling or less enabling than what's enabled by the Building Code and the Building Act. And they point to the fact that the Building Code addresses universal access, and they say that it's dealt with over here, therefore you shouldn't deal with it here. And they also call into aid the Auckland Unitary Plan hearings, which were faced with a similar issue and agreed not to touch it. And there's a couple of points that I would raise in response to this submission, and again I'll close on this once I've heard the legal argument in full, but the first is that the Building Code provisions relating to universal access don't actually apply to residential buildings. They apply to public buildings. So it isn't actually the double up that they suggest it is at all, because the Building Code doesn't deal with what's going on in residential, the residential situation. And similarly, the quotes that have been referred to in terms of the Auckland Unitary Plan, IHP, and how they dealt with it, again, my reading is that they were dealing with the business zones and the public spaces and public buildings relating to the business zones, which is why they dismissed it. So that's the principal submission I would make in relation to that point. The other point, which I'll also make and can come back to, is that if there is the double up that they suggest there is, and again I say there's not, but if there is the double up, I say it doesn't offend the Christchurch and Petone cases in the sense that the purpose of these provisions is different to the Building Act purpose, and so there is actually a specific RMA purpose, which is really seeking to ensure that when you get into a residential environment where you're dealing with 10 or more units, it should be a residential environment which is enabling both those that are fully able and those that are less able to live and socialise and form part of a community together. So that's a separate RMA purpose. Now, the thing that the caveat I want to make to that submission is that when you go to the objective that this forms a policy, this universal access, when you go to the objective that the policy is serving, it doesn't actually talk about what I've just said. It's a very vanilla objective about residential environments. So it may be that if you are interested and remain interested in pursuing these universal access standards, you may want to have a look at the objectives and policies that they relate to and test whether they could benefit from a slightly more directed and focused approach. I'll leave that for you to have a look at.
Which policy are we talking about? 4122?
Yeah, if you see, well, it actually comes through all of the residential zones. I think, looking, for example, through, I think it might have been general res, I can't remember, but objective 4321 and policy 4321B and rule 43416. That's the objective policy and rule set in, I want to say general res, but medium res, yeah. And it'll be, I'm sure it'll be reflected in the other zones.
I just had a query or two, just so that I'm clear. So HCC accepts that the Building Act those building code provisions apply to the business zones. So have we got any situations where there's sort of mixed use and residential in the business zone, and do the standards apply there?
Another good question. Well, to the extent that they are applying to residential buildings, my submission would be it doesn't matter if the zone is business. The building code does not deal, the provisions in the building code related to universal access relate to public spaces. I think it's section 118 of the Building Act is the relevant provision. If you look at the code and you look at the provision in the code that's relevant, it's D 1.3.2. And if you look at, and it's D 1.1.c, and it talks about those universal access provisions only applying to buildings caught by section 47A. And when you go to the Building Act, and you won't find 47A because it's a reference to the old Building Act. So you need to go to section 118 of the new Building Act.
Yeah.
And it talks about public buildings, public spaces. Yeah. It's a bit of a maze, but, and I will properly close on this point once I've heard the Kaingaora case. But that's probably enough now to get you tuned into the issues as I see them on that one.
That's helpful, thank you. The other question I did have was just, so and this is possibly not a question for you, but where the 10% comes from, is there a standard in the Building Act relating to the 10%? I mean, or is it a general rule of thumb? Where's it come from?
Yes, I don't know the answer to that. I think I don't think the Building Act deals with that because, again, it's 10% of the residential dwellings in the building. So I'll find out. It may have come from a planner who was, decided it felt like a nice round number. Felt fair.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's that. The KO also raise similar issues to Adair in terms of the vires of the financial contribution regime and the double dip. Again, I've addressed you on that. They also raise the issue that well network relief, they say, is effectively redundant. You don't need it, so why have it? Again, not necessarily a legal issue, more just a planning judgment for you to make. And then they also raise a vires issue in relation to the urban tree canopy, which are those green policy provisions that have been introduced. As I understand the argument from Kaingaora on this point, they say that the provisions are basically asking for more in terms of tree canopy than what the MDRS standards ask for in terms of, I think it's standard 18 in Schedule 3A, which is the landscape area. And they, it's MDRS Standard 18 in Schedule 3A, landscaped area, subparagraph 1, a residential unit at ground floor level must have a landscaped area of a minimum of 20% of a developed site with grass or plants and can include the canopy of trees regardless of the ground treatment below them. And I think their submission is that the city's proposal is really asking for more than that in terms of its tree canopy, and therefore the consequence of asking for more is that you become less enabling, and then you start to run up against problems. Council's evidence is that, in fact, if you look at the provisions that relate to the tree canopy, they're not asking for more than the standard. And so again, that seems like a matter for evidence when you get to the relevant witness to just explore that point. And again, it feels like a matter that probably once there's some evidence heard and submissions from Kāinga Ora, I can come back to it. So that, I think, covered the ground in terms of the Kāinga Ora position. There is East Street Property Trustee, which owns a large residential property on the southeastern corner of Peachgrove Road and East Street. And there is a land use consent granted for an integrated residential development. There's been a subdivision consent, has also been granted, and 2 applications under 125 to extend lapse dates, and they seek the site be rezoned from GRZ to medium density residential in the event that consents are not exercised. And Mr. Roberts supports rezoning the property to medium density residential zone, but rather than enabling a spot zoning, he recommends that the wider area adjoining the site, adjacent to 5 Crossroads to the north and the education facilities in the south, be rezoned also MDRZ. And it confirms that there's scope to rezone that additional area under the Kāinga Ora submission. And there are other submitters supporting similar outcomes. Pragma Holdings has filed planning evidence in support of its submission, seeking tailored assessment criteria for the high-density residential zone reflective of the intent, challenging generally the infrastructure capacity overlay and contending that the information requirements lack specificity, and seeking clarity in relation to EV charging rules. Mr. Hatting gives evidence disagreeing that the assessment criteria lack specificity. Regarding Three Waters, Ms. Buckingham rejects Pragma's concerns about the ICO, pointing to the comprehensive reports in the 32 analysis to support it. And in response to Pragma's concerns regarding the information requirements for the capacity assessment, which require consultation with the city prior to lodgement of a resource consent application, contrary to Pragma's evidence, the requirement is not in effect approval, allowing for the identification of capacity constraints at pre-lodgement avoids inefficiency of applications being lodged for which there is no infrastructure capacity to support the proposal, and Ms. Buckingham gives evidence on that point, and Mr. Ryan gives evidence recommending amendments to the definition of EV charging points to address the concerns raised by Pragma. There's also a sort of a slightly anomalous submission from Pragma seeking to rezone 51A Rifle Range Road from Sports and Recreation Open Space Zone to General Res. That submission point was struck out, and so we say it can't be taken any further. There is a submission from Living Streets Kirikiriroa. They've provided a lay statement which is critical of PC12 in terms of residential activity on ground floors along key corridors. They say is inappropriate, giving rise to privacy issues and poor urban design outcomes, and provision of ground floor apartments, reducing the amount of available commercial space. Generally speaking, the HCC disagrees with Living Street's assertions and doesn't recommend any changes. There's a submission from the Finlays, who own a property in central Hamilton with an area of approximately 4,000 square metres, wishing to establish residential units or apartments or mixed-use development. They seek a range of amendments to PC12, which I've set out at paragraph 119, all relating largely to standards, and those are not supported by Hamilton City. Noel Baker has filed evidence in support of the submission, which is critical of not including special character as a QM, and the potential for significant erosion of urban amenity and good placemaking outcomes through the imposition of a level of density not previously envisaged, and the removal of controls for HHAs, meaning that they won't be protected, all of which is covered off in the evidence of Hamilton City Council. There's the Claudelands West Protection Group, who are a group of residents advocating for the protection of Claudelands. They've filed lay evidence in support of the submission, generally supportive of the provisions in PC12, because they retained or strengthened existing policies and objectives and rules and standards for the Claudelands West HHA. Claudelands West seeks to retain or strengthen the PC12 provisions to protect the integrity of the HHA, and in particular oppose the removal of the density standards that Ms Galt recommends be deleted from Chapter 19, and the removal of the allotment size and shape provisions that Ms Thompson recommends be deleted from the subdivision chapter. So there are some live issues in terms of the HCC evidence and the proposals from that group. There's the Waikato Heritage Group, which has filed expert heritage evidence supporting its submission on 12, seeking the inclusion of character as a QM, and in addition it opposes the removal of controls for HHAs and seeks a range of amendments to better protect historic heritage. Ms Thompson responds to these matters and maintains her view that the allotment shape and size provisions for HHAs in the subdivision chapter should be deleted. She considers that her recommendation to exclude sites within an HHA from Rule 23.7.2a will address concerns and does not support the proposals to make activity status for subdivision and HHAs more restrictive, and recommends the discretionary status be retained. In response to those submissions that suggest that special character is a QM, Ms Galt states that those relevant areas have not been the subject of special character assessments, and accordingly she doesn't consider that a new QM for special character could be introduced, and it would be necessary to rely on those additional steps in section 77I and O, which have not been undertaken, and doesn't support a range of other related changes that have been identified at paragraph 126. Mr Colin Jones is another party who has filed a statement in support of his submission, outlining his concerns on economic feasibility of some of the densities that are enabled, and has requested that Dr Davies' supplementary evidence be disregarded. He doesn't seek any other specific relief, and the city rejects those criticisms of the evidential basis for PC12 and continues to rely on Dr Davies' evidence. There is the late submission from Sir William and Lady Judy Gallagher. They filed a late submission which was accepted by the panel and was not opposed by Hamilton City. And in support of its submission, they've filed planning evidence from Mr Crisp seeking retention of the general residential zone around Lake Rotorua, west of Pembroke Street and north of Lake Crescent. And Mr Crisp maintains that the proposed zoning would permit adverse effects to occur on the lake and the city's infrastructure, with consequences on the ability to meet obligations under Te Ture Whaimana. And for HCC, Mr Roberts has recommended reverting zoning around that part of the lake from MDRZ to general res, while retaining medium density residential on the land south of the Lake Crescent and west of Ohopo Road. And he considers policy 3 is appropriately served by the remaining MDRZ land.
Question on that one. Is Te Ture Whaimana relevant to Rotorua?
Yes.
Is it linked?
It is. That's a question that I looked at when reviewing the planning evidence. So, and you know, there are witnesses who you can talk to about this. My understanding is that the evidence is that it is, there is a link, although it is a peat lake, so the hydrological connections, the natural hydrological connections between the lake itself and the river are not, there's not a natural link. There is, however, stormwater overflow discharge points, or at least one stormwater discharge overflow point, which flows into the municipal network and then reaches the river. So there is a link in hydrological sense that way. And the other point, and again this is possibly a cultural issue that may need to be explored, is that the definition of the Waikato River in terms of the Settlement Act is very broad. It includes not just the main stem, but it's all its tributaries and everything that exists within the catchments. These are the veins of Papatūānuku, so to speak. So there is a cultural connection there. And if you look at, I can bring up some evidence from the Waikato River Authority that I looked at on this point in the last few days, where there's where the catchments are defined. There's a map showing the catchments, and there are three. There's an upper, I think a middle and a lower catchment of the Waikato River for the purposes of Te Ture Whaimana, and clearly the lake sits within the catchment.
So in terms of from a legal perspective, the Te Ture Whaimana applies not just to the main stem and not just to the tributaries, but also to the areas of water that are within the catchment.
I think I need to, I'm going to need to come back to you. This is an important point that may need some legal definition. I mean, there have been, I'm just wondering whether or not the Principal Judge Kirkpatrick may have captured some definitions in the Watercare Board of Inquiry into water allocation, I think in 2022, where some of these issues were front and centre. There's also Puki Coal. So before I take a stab at trying to create a definition, I think I'd rather go back and check to see whether or not Judge Kirkpatrick or Judge Smith and Puki Coal created a definition.
That would be helpful. I certainly sort of understand the tributary point, but the catchment and any water body within that, I'm just really want to be clear on the link.
Understand the distinction, and I'll come back on that point.
Tēnā koe.
The oil companies have tabled a written statement confirming support for PC12 and don't seek further changes. Regional Council similarly tabled a letter supporting updated amendments to PC12. There was one submission point that they wanted clarification on. They sought an inclusion of a reference to the Regional Land Transport Plan and Criteria G3 in Appendix 1.3, and not the deletion of references to specific strategies and plans. The City does not support the inclusion of the names of strategies and plans in Table 15 or in Assessment Criteria G3, as these can change. It can support an amendment to Assessment Criteria G3B3 to provide in part the relief which I've set out there. Those are that's really the scan of the submitters that have lodged evidence, expert evidence or legal submissions as per the directions. There are, of course, and that is a small subset of 349 submitters and 258 further submitters and other late submitters who've lodged who've lodged submissions. I'm not sure whether or not there are any other submitters that have signalled at relatively late stage an intention to appear at the hearing. But if there are, obviously they're welcome, and I would simply reserve leave to be able to respond to any matters that they raise in those presentations. So that covers the ground in terms of the submitters. And at paragraph 137, I've listed the witnesses for Hamilton City Council, and as I said, that's the order in which I intend to call the witnesses, subject to that one adjustment to Ms Collier, who's unavailable until next Wednesday. So those are the opening submissions. You take any further questions or get into some evidence?
Or head into lunch, one or the other.
Well, that's probably a convenient time for an
Just
early.
see if Nigel? Any other? Right, well,
Early lunch.
yeah, I'd rather have lunch than Dr. Davey, I think.
Fair enough.
So, yes, shall we say 1:45 back?
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Right, sorry about that. We're just downloading the presentations that we're going to see, I gather, this afternoon. So we're back with you.
Thank you, sir.
And it looks like a different Mark. Yes. Oh, there you are. Right.
Ta-da!
Yes, Tom and Jerry, so to speak.
Dr. Mark Davies has already produced a statement of evidence and presented it at the primary hearing on the which he produced on the 12th of December. So he's produced some supplementary evidence dated the 26th of June 2024. That's the evidence that he'll be presenting today. It is, as I understand it, taken as read. He will, I think, make a few comments in relation to his executive summary and then supplement that with some oral statements. He doesn't have a written supplementary statement. He's one of the only witnesses that doesn't. So I'll call on Dr. Davey to present his evidence, please.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair and
Thank you.
Commissioners. It's good to be at this point in the process. It feels like a long time ago when I was last in front of you presenting the strategic evidence at the opening hearing 18 months
Been
ago.
too busy on fast track stuff amongst others.
Well, that's right. Yeah. If only this had been so fast. So, look, I'm quite conscious of trying to add some value here. I think Mr. Muldowney covered a lot of very important ground earlier this morning. So I do intend to just skip over my sort of executive summary and then just touch on some of those probably matters outstanding from questions raised this morning. So look, and I was reflecting on it in terms of where we're at in the process and what I have said, or perhaps haven't said in terms of my supplementary brief evidence. I think what it actually demonstrates is a high degree of alignment with where the city has reached relative to submitters, and that is why I don't think there is a huge amount more to say at a strategic level. And so there's a couple of points just on that, and what I would say is that in terms of the joint witness statement and the conferencing that occurred in terms of Te Ture Whaimana as a qualifying matter and the Three Waters constraints that the city faces, my interpretation of that is that there is no disagreement that Te Ture Whaimana is not a qualifying matter, or that it is not highly relevant in this decision-making forum, or that there aren't infrastructure issues and challenges faced by the city. I think the nub of the issue is what is the most effective method or planning response to address those potentially adverse effects arising from MDRs and Policy 3 responses. And I think that becomes the focus of, I guess, your decision making on this and the evidence that you'll hear from my colleagues later on this afternoon and tomorrow. There is that clear linkage between enabled densities and infrastructure capacity. And picking up on some of your questions this morning in terms of, and obviously Kāinga Ora's submission with respect to the connections policy, I think it is absolutely critical that planning, land use, resource management matters are addressed collectively in an integrated manner, and that calls on the need for planning rules within Plan Change 12 to address the capacity constraints. I don't think it is an efficient or effective pathway to suggest that, to acknowledge the issue but say that, oh look, there's some other mechanism or some other tool over here by way of local government act policy or bylaw to address it. And that is why you'll see the Three Waters assessment criteria that Ms Buckingham will speak to later attempts to bind the two together very strongly, and that is, if you are considering in terms of it as a consenting authority granting consent for further intensification, that at the same time as you're doing that, you are considering whether or not there is sufficient network capacity. And I come back to the fact that I think that is the most efficient, effective means of addressing this issue that is relatively unique in a Hamilton context as a result of Te Ture Whaimana. Mr Muldowney's outlined this morning, look, where we started with Plan Change 12 in terms of the broader architecture of the plan and the planning response. Mr Roberts will go into more detail in terms of some of the specificity, particularly in terms of the residential zoning controls and the like. But it is as said by Mr Muldowney this morning, so my paragraph 9 and subpoints A, B, C, D in terms of obviously this infrastructure capacity overlay as a method to address Te Ture Whaimana as a qualifying matter and the effects that greater enabled densities would give rise to. B, introduction of financial contributions to actually address some specific adverse effects that could not otherwise be addressed through other rules and planning provisions. The notion of some sort of planning direction given to the market to focus growth and development within a geographically bound area is absolutely critical in terms of being able to then meet that growth demand with the requisite planning or infrastructure investment and planning response. So the two must go hand in hand, and that's what gives rise to stage 1, and that's why we remain focused on that planning approach. And again, I'd say that there hasn't been a huge groundswell of aversion to that from other submitters. And then lastly, is point D under paragraph 9 in my supplementary is in terms of the connections approval process. And as I've said, I think the two must go hand in hand, and the planning provisions must speak to that as a tool. So just moving on, there has been some changes in terms of the in response to submissions, and they largely relate to the spatial allocation, if you like, of policy 3D response. And again, as Mr Muldowney's outlined, that mostly affects Glenview, Dinsdale, Norton, and the substitution, if you like, of density from around those centres to spatial localities within the city, which we think better meet policy 3D and better respond to some qualifying matters, including, obviously, the likes of flooding. There are changes to the MDRS provisions and standards. I won't get into specifics on that. I'll leave that to Mr Roberts and others, including some response in terms of design standards, and that's in part response to submitters and what they've been seeking. Look, at paragraph 11, I outline the difficult position that all Tier 1 local authorities have found themselves in, I think, in terms of implementing their IPIs. Hamilton is not unique in that regard, although where we're at with our process relative to those government announcements has made it probably a little bit more acute, in that we have had a number of, or have received a number of political announcements with no legislative change to follow. So I just want to, highlight that and echo that comment that was made earlier this morning. And I think Mr Roberts' table is very helpful in terms of identifying where we believe there is scope and where there isn't to obviously make the changes required under MDRS standards. So just finally at my paragraph 14, there is obviously a significant amount of additional zone-enabled capacity being provided for under our updated Plan Change 12 proposal, released May 27 this year. There has been some criticism in terms of the feasibility of that, and to that I would say that feasibility under section 77H3B is not something that we were needing to specifically address. 77H3B asks us to assess the impacts of the qualifying matter on zone enablement, and that we've done that. And we have found that despite the imposition of those qualifying matters and the rules that come along with them, there is still significant zone enablement being provided for. And I think that reflects back to my primary evidence from over 18 months ago, which talked about the history of intensification in Hamilton and the fact that we're not coming off a zero base, if you like, in terms of intensification, that there is already a significant volume of zone enablement sitting within our operative district plan, and that we've had our what's called duplex policy since in force and in effect since circa 2014, which has provided significant enablement and has a number of similarities in terms of the rules and standards that go along with it to the MDRS standards themselves. So through my assessment, I would say we've actually been pretty close to what the MDRS was driving for already in the operative plan. So I'll just pause there. I thought it might be helpful just to touch on half a dozen points that came up earlier this morning.
Just before you do that, because I was going to ask you on the and you've given the response with respect to your paragraph 14 in terms of, I was going to ask you about where the assessment had been done on the reasonably expected to be realised capacity issue, since as we all know, plan enabled is only one very crude figure in terms of that. So your response to that is that that's not required.
Well, I think 2 points on it, sir. I think the first point is that I don't believe it's specifically asked for or required. The second,
but in terms of actually calculating what needs to be done over the next 30 years, you don't think that's required?
Through the work that was done by market economics and some of the evidence that's already been presented to you, some of those assessments were already undertaken in terms of market feasibility.
Yeah, they did market feasibility, but not reasonably expected to be realised, which is, I guess, the number I'm particularly interested in, if that's germane. Since I mean, the calc that you've given us here, which is a slight modification of the previous one, but is 49,000 being the 30-year demand, presumably
correct.
That's the 30-year demand. And I guess one thing that we need to be confident about is that in actual fact that's realisable. So how do we bridge that gap?
Well, I can come back to you.
Because I mean, I'm also interested in that, and this is a general comment for others to pick up. I'm interested in how that calculation of demand has been dispersed or realised or anticipated across the new nodal picture that we're being given.
I think we'd probably want to come back to you on that, sir, if that's something you want to go deeper on.
No, I mean, I'm interested in how your calc or how you've assessed what the demand for the high density zone is as opposed to the medium density, for example, and how that's split in terms of how you're looking at the picture.
So that has been provided, but it hasn't been provided against the May 27 updated position.
Yeah.
And I think what it shows is that there is significant plan-enabled and market feasible capacity available under both the operative plan and the notified plan change 12. But I think if you'd like to delve deeper, I suggest we come back to you on that.
I think we need to be satisfied that in actual fact it is realisable. I think that's the key issue, and that the if you like, the spatial distribution that you're now relying upon, in actual fact, has a better than even chance of meeting that demand.
Agree. Yeah. What I'd say to that though, and that's fine, and we can do that, but is that the tests required in terms of fulfilling an HBA are different. So it's the HBA tests that ask you to look at zone enabled, market feasible, infrastructure ready, and then reasonably expected to be realised in that cascade. The last kind of point there in terms of reasonably expected to be realised is somewhat of a subjective assessment. We have an econometric model that tries to predict the market, which helps us answer that. But I'd say it's an imperfect science.
It's always going to be imperfect, obviously, it's a future cast. But I mean, I'm assuming have you updated the HBA from 22 or 21, whenever it
Yes,
was?
there's an updated 2020.
So I'd assume
yep.
that you'd done that, just we
Yep.
don't have those figures. And
Correct.
That, so it would be useful
Yeah.
to actually have that.
Yeah. But that didn't factor in the 27 May change to Plan Change 12, so it was working off. I'm fairly certain the notified Plan Change 12 position. So, yeah.
Well, whatever the best
Yep,
information
sure.
is, that'd
Yep,
be useful
we'll
to have.
come forward with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just a few points from this morning. So, and sorry, no, in no particular order, just the way in which I've got them listed down in front of me. So, I think Commissioner Morrison-Shaw posed some questions with respect to how you would know if there is sufficient capacity and this notion of potentially over-allocating capacity. So the city is investing in a what's called the NCAP model, so Network Connection Approval Tool, and that is looking at all the component parts of our wastewater and water supply network, and being able to, in real time, load in land use scenarios. So, for example, number 3 East Street has a duplex going in or has a 6-unit apartment building going in. You'll be able to plug in the demand that is attributable to that land development, and the model is then going to generate and identify where there may be pinch points in the network. And so that model is, beta version is due end of this year, and that's going to be released concurrently with the updated connections policy. So, if you like, you'll have 3 instruments that are assisting in this space. Firstly, Plan Change 12 and the assessment criteria that sits in the Three Waters chapter, linked to an updated connections policy, which is then linked to this NCAT Network Connections Approval Tool, and that will be the most up-to-date and readily available information to determine if there's network capacity in an area.
So that that material, will that be something that people will need to come to council and council runs it, or is it something that's going to be put on the website so that people can see where there's capacity in the system?
It will be an open source tool. The first beta version that's going to be live, or being end of this year, will be initially just for internal purposes, as we work through any bugs in the system, so to speak, in terms of making it work. But the intention is that it will be a self-service thing, so people will be able to make land use investment decisions with some degree of certainty as to, is it likely that they'll get a connection for such and such property with a certain level of development on it or not. And so just the other aspect of that is ensuring that we're not providing, and I think Mr. Chair, you made this comment at the strategic hearing. We are reducing the risk of Clayton's consents being granted. That you have, on one hand, you've made an investment decision, you have a consent, but you cannot connect, and you may have no possibility to connect in the near future because of the quantum of the investment decisions required to actually provide network capacity.
Can I follow that up? I mean, that sounds like a really good idea, but if that's the case, why do you need an assessment methodology attached to an application? Surely that gives you the answer that you need, doesn't it?
I think you'll find in the assessment criteria that actually effectively it is speaking to or looking at, do you have this connections approval? Because effectively they're both doing one and the same.
Yeah, but isn't I mean, if you've got this tool which actually gives you the best available information, that presumably is the same information that a processing plan is going to look at. So,
Correct, yep.
So I'm assuming that in due course this will be an application and consenting tool, basically.
Correct,
so,
correct.
which might remove some of the objections that some parties have to the extent of the assessment required currently in the drafts.
Well, both what's required and also the notion that there might be a cost issue here. We're not, we're not suggesting that multiple network assessment, sort of capacity assessments, need to be undertaken. And our aim is to actually short circuit that one step further by providing this tool that will be able to, in the majority of cases, provide a clear answer as to is there capacity or not, and if not, then what's the severity of the problem in terms of could it be conditioned through consent or not?
Right. And I'm just thinking ahead that it might be a better idea to frame the provision up that that unless you pass that test, then you have to do the fuller assessment or something. I'm just trying to think how we might work that through.
Well, that might be something to tease out with Miss Buckingham when you get to her, sir. Yeah. So I'll just keep working down through my list. The second point I had was policy 3 and its spatial application, along with this notion of walking back from ODP densities. And Mr. Maldoni obviously talked about that in terms of the Waikanae case. So I think just to try and provide some clarity, the general residential zone densities are increasing under Plan Change 12 and in our May 27 version as a result of MDRS. We're then proposing, in accordance with Policy 3, to apply medium density residential zones in certain areas, and for example the Hukanui Road corridor. So in my mind there's no question of going back from the ODP. It is a question of how much increase in density are we providing for and where, because under every scenario we are increasing. It's a question of are we increasing to the MDRS standards, or are we increasing to some form of medium density, or in actual fact high density zoning in some cases. The third point I had was just with respect to Flood Viewer, and you were just asking some questions, sir, around the availability of that information, and I do provide a brief synopsis of that in my primary evidence, paragraphs 106 and 107. So in effect, since about 2019, Council has had a work program underway of updating the flood modelling. That's been being undertaken on a sub-catchment basis, and as each catchment is modelled and that data is validated, the information pertaining to the flood hazards in that particular catchment of the city is then released, and there has been a public notification exercise with notifications being put into rates notices, and coupled with a triage system, so that if you receive a notice and you go onto the Flood Viewer and you see that your house is 3 metres underwater, sir, and you think that, well, you're on the top of a hill, so that probably doesn't quite correspond, then there's an ability for you to go back through and work with staff for us to then refine that model. So that's been available, and it's been a staged rollout of that, not only because obviously the practicalities of doing the modelling, but also in terms of that notification process of allowing ourselves to refine the model and take on board feedback. So part of the reason for the delay in Plan Change 14 notification was because the modeller who we're working with, we were expecting the final catchment, which was circa 25% of the city, I think, to be completed by mid-2023. There was further refinement to that catchment that was required that meant that data wasn't released till, I think, February of this year.
With that Flood Viewer, is it linked to the sort of the resource consents and the various reporting that's done in terms of implementing the consents, or is it, so does it automatically get updated, or is that something that, as these things go through, the developers have to say, hey, look, we've now finished stage 1, this is in, can you please update?
So I'm probably not the right person to ask in terms of how that data is being used currently in the current consenting environment. But what I can say, and Dr. Juliana is probably best to speak to this and build on this, but is that the proposal is that that data will become central to resource consent decision making, and that we're actively encouraging consenting and building control teams to start to utilise that data more. But we've got this challenging, I think, aspect that what's in the plan is out of date, right? And so the sooner we're able to bring through Plan Change 14, I think the better.
Just sorry, in your evidence, you did also, and I've raised this with Council this morning, you did say PC14 was going to be notified, or expect to be notified September this month. Just checking your answer is similar to Council's in terms of when it's going to happen?
Yeah, so that date has slipped slightly. So we're looking at a 7th of November Strategic Growth Committee meeting, and indicatively a 12th of December, I think, full council meeting to sign off on the notification of that plan change. And just confirming Mr. Muldowney's comments this morning that we have wanted to bundle in, or at least consider how and to what extent depression area information is being addressed through that RMA mechanism. Now it may be that where council lands is that's not addressed through an RMA instrument, and it's a combination of non-RMA methods, but we did not want to go ahead and kind of notify part of a plan change that addresses part of an issue without considering it holistically.
It's not really my place to say, but it sounds dangerously as though you're going to be notifying over the Christmas period.
Oh, we might wait until early in the new year, but yeah, there could be some advantages, of course, to notifying over Christmas. The fourth point, look, I think I've covered this, but it was just in terms of the joint witness statement and what came out of that, and I think I've covered that. I've picked up the point in terms of market supply, and we'll come to you on that. So look, I think that really rounds out just those points that I wanted to pick up on from this morning. So open to any further questions.
All right, well, it's a helpful overview, Dave. Thank you very much. And as I say, look, I will look forward to those, whatever, either report or summary or whatever it happens to be with respect to, yeah, as I say, just getting us home on the fact that we can have confidence that the nature of the demand is going to be met by the numbers that you've got. Yep. Cool.
Mark Roberts. Oh, wow. Mr. Roberts has produced comprehensive evidence dated the 26th of June, which will be taken as read. He's also produced one of the summary statements, and I'll ask him to read the summary statement, and I understand he's also got the presentation on the screens as well, which will supplement the presentation. Over to you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, Commissioners.
And, I mean, I know you'll be touching on provisions and certain, so just make sure that we've got time to sort of pull them up.
So
You'll be
we've got
shorthanding. Yeah.
Somebody
Okay.
to
Thank you.
help us with that.
Yep.
So in terms of my summary of evidence, can I take points 1 and 2 as read? So as Mr. Muldowney said, I do have a presentation that I think best to speak to. So I have reviewed the planning evidence specific to the residential chapter and zoning components of Plan Change 12, and have responded in my rebuttal evidence as follows. Let's see if this works. Yep. So in terms of Kiwi Rail Holdings Limited, I propose the introduction of a vibration alert overlay. along the railway corridor, but do not support the introduction of 5 metre setback from the railway corridor. And so the map on the slide above shows that vibration alert layer within the city.
Do we know how many properties would be affected by the 5 metre setback? I know you've got the rail drawn there, but like in terms of the ones that are affected by PC12, do we know this?
Not offhand in terms of the number that are affected by the vibration alert overlay. In saying that the vibration alert overlay is just the information purpose, there's no rules attached to it. But the number of properties that are directly adjacent to the railway corridor designation, I think it's less than 120.
Okay.
And a number of those, as I said in my evidence, are either within an area where there is actually a pedestrian walking, cycling way between the railway line and actually those properties. So it actually reduces the number that are directly affected by the corridor.
Thank you.
I mean, we're obviously familiar with the vibration, with this particular overlay, because we've actually accepted it in a couple of other places. But just curious, how do you expect people to use it? I mean, there's no requirement to provide you with any information or anything.
No,
Just remind me.
Yeah, so I think it's really more of a onus on the developers to understand that there is vibration issues, and when they come to develop their properties, they need to just have a consideration of that. There are provisions in the plan, as Mr. Muldowney did indicate, that affect the properties within the first 40 metres, and then 60 metres for vibrations and 40 metres for noise. So those are covered in terms of that, and for us to be able to go outside of that, I think it's very hard for us to do that.
So you're not assuming or presuming that those who sit in that 60 to 100 or 40 to 100 metres element of the overlay do anything in particular in terms of an application?
No, I don't think we can.
Yeah. Or even it's not even a matter that people need to turn their minds to in terms of making an application.
It's just an awareness that there might be a train coming past.
So I guess my next question to you is, well, why bother?
I mean, I think we've
Do
already...
you have any similar overlays?
Yep, so there is actually an overlay that is currently in this chapter relating to the specific point, but it's not specific. There is no linkage back to the planning provisions or spatially, and so by doing this, we then provide a spatial link to the maps that actually allows people to come directly to those provisions, or what we call an advice note at the moment. So in my rebuttal evidence, I'm indicating that I see that we should be amending the existing advice note within the chapter, or
And the overlay will or will not appear on the planning maps?
that will appear on the planning maps.
Okay. And the reason for that?
I think again it's that giving people awareness of that, and then again linking it back to that advice note that's currently in the district plan. So if we move on to Kianga Ora, so propose, in terms of that submission, propose the following amendments: the built form standards and terrace houses in the general residential zone. And so that's really around requiring the limit of the number of terrace houses to be limited to 6. So we're proposing to remove that requirement and then relying more on assessment criteria in terms of development within the general residential zone.
No. So the threshold of 6 units has gone.
Yes.
So the control now on sort of bulk and location is.
So there will still be controls around bulk and location, but it's more the impact that 6 or a large number of terrace houses will have on the sort of the character of the general residential zone. And so we're trying to make sure that there is no development that is a bulky development that doesn't fit in with the general residential zone. changes to the objectives and policies relating to the number of stories within the general residential zone, changes to the heights in relation to boundary in the medium density residential zone for 3 or more attached residential units to make it more enabling.
And you've added in what happens to height in relation to boundary beyond the 20-metre line.
That's correct,
as well.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
And then that also then, in terms of the submission that Kiangara put in, it was also then amending the high-density residential zone provisions to reflect that as well. With regard to the Well Network Limited, amend the setback provisions to refer to the need to consider the NZ Electrical Code of Practice for electrical safe distances and the introduction of a supporting policy on that matter.
Just on that, so you consider a policy as preferable to an advice note in that instance?
So we've got a policy, but we've also, in terms of the setback provisions, we talk about complying with a setback provided that you meet the provisions or the requirements for that code. So there is a requirement that you've got to consider the code when you consider the setbacks on the property fronting the transport corridor.
I'm clear, it's not a standard though,
It is, well, it is part of the standard setback standards, yep.
so that there's a requirement to comply with
Yep.
that?
Yep.
Okay. And that doesn't raise any enforcement issues for the council? In terms of enforcing a regulation?
Well, I think the code is quite specific that if you are not complying with that code or that setback, you need to go talk to Well Network. And so basically, I suppose from a resource consenting process, we're making sure that you go and have those conversations with Well in terms of they are comfortable with either the setback that you're proposing or that you're complying with the code.
Is there any issue when they come along and actually change the lines? I mean, would that then require some remediation on the part of the property owner rather than the Well networks?
I'm not too sure on that in terms of the changing of the lines.
I mean, if you're making it a requirement to conform with it.
Yeah. Most
I'm
cases,
just wondering.
Yeah, I would think the most cases nowadays is they don't prefer to put everything above ground. It all goes underground. So with new subdivisions, it all goes underground. Yep.
Oh, I don't think the ECP deals with underground lines, does it?
No, it's only
So separation distances are not covered.
not required. And we're also proposing to, and we've worked with Well to introduce for information the network on our planning maps so that people will be aware of where it applies and where it doesn't. Moving on to East Street Property Trust Limited, and as Mr. Maldoni indicated, we're proposing to change the zoning of the submitted site and also recommended the larger zoning along the Peach Grove Road corridor, and that the map above there indicates that corridor.
Which just takes me to a point we're having conversation on over the break with respect to site visits. And this is the sort of thing that we'd obviously be looking to have site visit on. Can I just ask, whilst we're on that, Mary, are we dealing with one vehicle, hopefully not two vehicles? Can we actually do it in one vehicle? Because two vehicles is really hard work for the panel. So can we? Can you get a 7-seater helicopter? That would be great.
Yep.
Split between two vehicles is not a good idea. It means we've got to stop everywhere, which is not what we necessarily want to do. Okay. Sorry, Mr Roberts, back to you.
No, that's all good. And then in relation to Sir William and Lady Julia Gallagher and Trevor McNickey, the change into the zoning around Lake Rotorua in terms of changing it back from medium density back to general residential.
Confirm for me, just with the John Gallagher submission,
Yep.
his property, is that set back from the lake a bit rather than being,
Yeah, so
it's in a different area?
Mr. John Gallagher's site is actually further north from this area. It's sitting within the high density residential zone within stage 1 in the walkable catchment of the central city. So it's a little bit different in terms of how we approach the two. So, yeah.
Just to be clear, he doesn't front the lake.
No, he's set back from the lake.
And the only area that does front the lake directly was the area that you are now
So-
reverting?
There is area to the north again that fronts the lake, but that technically, well, it has a road in front of it, so it doesn't directly, properties don't directly front the lake, yeah.
Thank you.
And then just again, as Mr. Muldowney indicated, the submission by Pragma Holdings around the rezoning of Rifle Range Road, just believe it's out of scope. And then turning to changes to the Hasher Act, I proposed a number of amendments and deletions to provisions that were recommended based on anticipated changes to the housing or the Hasher Act. The updated provisions aim to address Policy 3 of the National Policy Statement on urban development and the medium density residential standards, which are set out in my Appendix A to my rebuttal evidence. Again, as Mr. Muldowney has indicated, a number of these changes relate to relief sought by submitters and relate to the implementation of the Policy 3 or direct address a qualifying matter. However, there are several changes that do not relate to Policy 3 or the qualifying matter, and which is inconsistent with the Hasher Act, which are being amended or removed. So some of these here relate to those provisions. I think just in the correction around the balcony upper floor level, we're not wanting to remove it completely. We're wanting to still retain it to relate to 3 or more in the general residential zone and 4 more in the medium density residential zone and high density residential zone. And so that is really just indicating that for those, you're already needing a resource consent, so we're not changing the activity status for those activities. In relation to the outdoor living space, in the updated provisions provided prior to rebuttal, we indicated that outdoor living space should be increasing on the basis of the number of bedrooms that you would have. So, and that is aligned with the ODP at the moment. But again, as the provisions and the Hasher haven't been realised, we would revert back to the 20 square metres as per the MDRS. And then just in terms of the minimum size of residential units, we're anticipating that that is something that is not going to be encouraged, when I say, in terms of the new policy direction, and therefore we just circumventing that and removing it at this point in time.
Just a question on that.
Yep.
I understand what you just said about residential unit size.
Yep.
In your evidence, you make the point that in relation to density, that if density is the only reason for non-compliance, then the application would be non-notified.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
So in other words, the reason for notification would only pertain to non-compliance with one or more other types of bulk and location controls for which there are notification rules.
Oh, when I talk about, and that's in the notification rules, you're right?
Yes.
Correct? Yep.
Yes.
So I think we're talking specifically about the density standard around minimum lot size standard.
Right.
Not the density as we talk about in the MDRS. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it's, and that's really because we know that that is specific. It's not to do with amenity or anything else. It's to do with infrastructure. And then that's something that would be dealt with from council's point of view, not from a neighbour or things like that.
Right, I understand. Yeah, that's fine. And my question was going to go on to the fact that if you're not looking at density and you're not looking at minimum lot size, then you're potentially looking at people could get smaller and smaller and smaller,
Yep.
which could be an issue. But
Oh, look, I
you've answered
think that is a concern for the provisions in the MDRS if you don't have any minimum density standards, because you could actually then be getting very small developments. Yep.
Right, thank you.
Just before you leave that slide, just one more, Ms. Roberts. Just explain to me why, in terms of the balcony at upper floor levels, why you've started applying those to 3 or more in the GRZ. Why 3?
So that is when you're triggering, so the new provisions for permitted activity within general residential zone, we changed it from 3 as permitted down to 2. So once you trigger 3, it becomes a restricted discretion activity.
So there is no balcony requirement for 2?
Before that, no.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I'm just conscious of this is a slide-heavy presentation. Can I just check? Yeah, I want. You've got more than enough screen,
Yes.
so everyone's got eyeballs on the slides.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for inquiring. Yes, right.
So I think if we move on to
You thought that we're just pretending, didn't you?
no. So if we move on to the zoning framework. Yep, so, sorry, if we just carry on with the amendments to the Hasher Act. There were a number of other ones around public interface, waste management areas, accessory buildings, vehicle access and vehicle parking, and built form. And those are really just around, as we discussed previously, that would only relate to 3 or more. We did have that as notified, and in the amended, we applied that to all developments, but now we're just moving it back to 3 or more or 4 more. So in terms of the summary of Plan Change 12 itself, the primary purpose of Plan Change 12 is to implement the changes required by the MPSUD and Hasher. These changes are intended to rapidly accelerate the supply of housing by enabling greater housing intensification in the district plan. The proposed changes to the residential chapter focus on the introduction of a new zoning framework and the provisions that support intensification. So just in terms of the zoning framework, the PC12 residential framework, zoning framework seeks to retain the general residential zone. And your question to how things have changed since we notified it, the map showing the city on the left-hand side is what was notified, and the map on the right-hand side shows what is proposed through the amendments to the zoning scheme and through rebuttal evidence. So you can see there's, as Mr. Maldoni indicated, removing essentially medium density from the outer ring of the city, so around Norton, Dinsdale, Glenview and Rototuna, or what we call Thomas Road shops. See if it works. No, sorry.
Not down to every last lot, but just the the key points that you're talking to in terms of the removal and changes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think those are the for this map, I think those are the key ones. This is not actually a pointer, sorry.
That's fine.
We have got a more drilled in map showing the central city, the Te Rapa corridor, and then the 5 Crossroads areas as well. But just going in terms of those out areas, those are the areas that removing medium density from those areas and then focusing it on areas that, in my view, support the central city, the key centres and the public transport network within the city.
Just on that point, looking at the map, the right-hand map, there was a point I made an opening around the concentration of MDRS on the transport
Yep.
corridors and make some linkages there.
Yep.
And you can see that there's a, obviously there's the intensification north of the city centre, which is really the Te Rapa corridor, and then there's the Boundary Road corridor, which is running east-west, and then that hits Five Crossroads as a centre, and then that goes north and connects up with Chartwell, doesn't it?
Yes. Yep.
So that was that point I made in opening around the enhanced densities around those critical transport
Yep.
corridors.
And as I said, I have got another slide with those in terms of showing the difference in those areas as well, more detailed.
Just make a note. It'd be very useful to have maybe these as A3s for the
Yep.
site visit. Just gives us a really good idea and overview. Thank you.
So in addition to the general residential zone, PC12 proposes to introduce a new medium-density residential zone that applies to the existing residential intensification area. So through the ODP, there are a number of areas that are zoned for what we call residential intensification, but in a sense it's a medium-density zone. So for instance, around Dinsdale, we have removed the medium density, but there is a little slither of medium density residential that's retained, and that's the residential intensification. Again, that's the can't go worse or back further than what's in the ODP at the moment. So as Mr. Muldowney has indicated, when notified Plan Change 12 proposed medium density around the following suburban commercial centres: Norton, Thomas Road, Glenview, Chartwell, Five Crossroads, Dinsdale, Clyde Street and Hamilton East. Based on a number of submissions and further analysis, it is now proposed to amend Plan Change 12 to as follows: retain the intensification around centres based on the desire to concentrate intensification within Stage 1 around the central city and its walkable catchment and along Ulster Street and Te Rapa Road. Just see if I can get a slide to change. Oh, yeah. There we go. So we're talking about the high-density residential zone around the central city, or the walkable catchment of the central city. This, in terms of the amended provisions or zoning map, we've concentrated, as I said, high density within the Stage 1 boundary area. So that is the blue line surrounding the central city. The areas outside of that were high density, we have now proposed that to become medium density residential. And then moving on from that, we have the Te Rapa Road corridor, again retaining the high density within the Stage 1 boundary, but reducing the high density to be more focused along the Te Rapa corridor, and those areas that have changed from high density have been made medium density residential.
So we had no submissions from that particular down zoning, if you like, from anybody?
No, I mean, the most, I suppose, one that had the biggest interest would have been Kangora, and they were asking for an increase in the high density zone within this area, or not just this area, but within the city as a whole. They haven't indicated that they aren't happy with this in terms of their submission. They don't actually touch on this subject, so I would presume that they are happy with it. Yep.
But no sort of general individual smaller property owners?
Not in terms of down zoning the high density to medium density. I think there's a general, and that's just reflected in the number of submissions we got that do not like the increasing density throughout the city in terms of what MDRS is proposing, the Hash Act is proposing. So I suppose moving on to 9.B on page 4, rationalising the number of suburban centres where density is introduced within a walkable catchment. So that reducing the number of centres around which MDRS occurs to the following, and if we could just get that slide. So this is really Chartwell and the existing residential intensification zones of 5 Crossroads, Dinsdale, the University, Clyde Street, Hamilton East, and the hospital, and then rezoning residential areas between the central city, 5 Crossroads, and Chartwell to medium density residential zone, and again remove the medium density from around the following centres and replacing with general residential zone, Norton, Thomas Road, and Glenview. So the map up on the screen is indicating, as Mr. Muldowney indicated, the sort of increased density along the proposed frequent bus routes joining Chartwell, 5 Crossroads, and then Central City. The key aim of these changes is to focus residential intensification around key centres of high strategic importance and suitability for increased residential densities. A number of residential precincts have also been established within the residential zone where existing objectives, policies and rules within the operative district plan will also apply.
A bit hard to pick up from these diagrams here, but is it primarily, is it 1 or 2 sections deep along the main spines?
So yes, in terms of the north-south spine between Chartwell and 5 Crossroads, it is not very wide. So it is just between 2 streets wide.
Yeah.
Again, I think that is really around, at the moment, in terms of some of the evidence that Dr. Davies presented, we have quite a lot of zone capacity. And so if we're wanting to concentrate intensification, we need to be more focused on that.
Right. Okay.
Moving on to objectives and policies. The policy framework for the residential zone seeks to ensure that development within the residential areas of the city give effect to Te Tuiwhai Mana by ensuring development is appropriately managed to minimise the impact on the infrastructure network. The policy framework also directs development to maximise the use of land by enabling the provisions of a wide range of housing typologies consistent with the anticipated urban character of each residential zone, while still positively contributing to achieving a well-functioning urban environment that enables all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and their health and safety. The policy framework includes specific objectives and policies relating to the identified precincts which I mentioned previously. These objectives and policies are currently within the operative district plan, and it is the intention that these objectives and policies take preference where there are conflicting objectives and policies within the wider residential zone. Activity status in the residential zone. PC12 has notified, introduced the new activity status for 1 to 3 residential units. However, it is now recommended to amend these requirements. Within the general residential zone, the development of 1 to 2 residential units on a site is a permitted activity, while within the medium density residential zone, 1 to 3 residential units on a site are permitted. The recommendation changes to the activity status also aim to direct and encourage higher levels of density into both the medium density residential zone and high density residential zone, as well as the central city, where infrastructure investment can be more effectively targeted. The introduction of a discretionary status within the general residential zone for apartments seeks to encourage apartment development to occur primarily in the high-density residential zone, with some opportunities for low-rise apartment development to occur within the medium-density residential zone. I would just like to say there that the current discretionary activity status for apartments in the ODP is consistent with this in terms of being a discretionary activity. Within the high-density residential zone, the activity status provisions, as notified, are more onerous than those required by the HASHA. The non-complying activity status for single dwellings is opposed by submitters who seek a more enabling activity status within the zone. If we're moving on to the medium-density residential, sorry.
Just 1 second, I'm just thinking, in terms of single residential units in the HDRZ, just trying to think of the situation where perhaps somebody's residence burns down and they want to replace it. We're basically on the same sort of footprint.
Yep.
Is that going to be a problem?
Well, they would have existing use rights and they would be able to read.
Okay.
I did have a conversation with our planning guidance team in terms of consenting process, and it would be that you'd be able to.
You'd rely upon existing use rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you also, just to be noted, that in the provisions we do have the standard relating to alterations and additions and maintenance of existing buildings as a permitted activity. So if somebody's wanting to alter their existing single dwelling, it's a permitted activity.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Just on the same sort of count, looking at the next one, two attached residential units, discretionary, and obviously being discretionary, it's pretty wide open as to what you can think about and assess. Would a good reason being that I assume there's some quite small sites within the high density residential zone, and that might well be a reason for someone saying, look, it's just, I haven't got the money to go up as far as I could.
And I think it comes back down to, ideally, you wouldn't want a standalone residential unit or duplexes within because it's not the density that you're looking for in your high density zone. The notified provisions just talked about a single unit, 2 units or 3 units. And so if you had, up to 3 units were permitted, so you could actually put 3 single dwellings on a site as a permitted activity, and that still defeated the object. But coming to your point around, yes, there might be some cases where it's just not viable to actually do terrace or apartments, and a duplex might be the way to go.
If that was the case, there might well be aggregation with the site next door, etc. Anyway, so that would solve the issue. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, so the single detached residential unit, if you had a piece of land and you put on 3 single detached dwellings, would that be caught by that rule? Because the other rules are talking about attached.
Yep.
So if there's 3 single detached, are they non-complying?
Yes, that's correct. And I think it's really coming back to the way the rules were written when we notified it. It talked just about 1 to 3 would be one would be non-complying. But if you had 3, it would be a permitted activity. So somebody would then just come put 3 single standalone houses as permitted, which is not what we were wanting in that zone. Yeah.
Thank you.
So if we move on to, as I said, medium density residential standards, PC12 has amended a number of standards relating to the built form, in particular building height in relation to boundary, and setbacks to align with the MDRS. Based on the analysis and relief sought by submitters, the following amendments have been proposed to the provisions as notified. So first what we talk about is density. Within both the general residential zone and medium density residential zone, that are located within the infrastructure capacity overlay, density standards are reintroduced to align with the density set out in the Three Water chapter. This will encourage residential intensification into areas well serviced by public infrastructure, which ensures the efficient utilisation of that infrastructure capacity. Within both the medium density residential zone and the high density residential zone, it is also recommended to introduce a maximum density requirement to ensure that these areas achieve the intended density targets, noting that the maximum density limits for both zones apply to all sites, irrespective of whether they are in or outside of the ICO. This introduction of a maximum density within the high density residential zone is opposed by some submitters.
I think we've had this somewhere before, but I can't recall what it is. What's the average lot size for the GRZ, or what will be the GRZ? We're talking sort of 500-600 square. Do we know?
Depends where you're going. Some of the
Yes.
older areas,
Yes.
it's quite large. I mean, you're going
yeah.
800 square meters.
Yeah.
But like if you're moving to the new northern areas, you're going down to 400 square meters. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right.
Site coverage. The MDRS specifies a site coverage of 50% or greater, while the notified plan change file provisions introduces this MDRS provision. It is now recommended to reduce the 50% site coverage to 45% within the general residential zone. Within the medium density residential zone, it is proposed to retain the notified MDRS site coverage of 50%. However, within the high density residential zone, a more permissive site coverage of 60% is proposed to recognise the expected built form anticipated within the zone. I note that submitters seek an increase in the site coverage within the high density residential zone, which I do not agree with.
Just go a little bit further on that one, because we're obviously going to hear more about that. Your disagreement with respect to a higher, 70, 75% for the HDRZ, what's the reasoning for that?
Well, I think when you start thinking about when you're getting into that site coverage, and I think it starts to have impact on your ability to address stormwater, provide some of the other requirements under the MDRS. And so I just don't see how you can fit everything onto the site if the site coverage gets too high. You'd have to then compromise on other provisions.
But non-compliance takes you into what activity status?
Well, it will just stay as RD activity, and you'll just assess that. Yeah, yeah. Moving on to building heights. PC12 has introduced the MDRS standards for building heights to the general residential zone. The building heights in the general residential zone is now recommended to be amended to 10 metres instead of 11. It is also proposed to increase the building height within the MDRS, the medium density residential zone and the high density residential zone to again recognise the intended built form and density within these zones as set out in the relative policy framework and the NPS UD. I would also like to mention a correction that we'd want to make within the provisions. Figures 4254A and 4344A. 4254A, and so that's in the medium density residential, the general residential zone, and the 4344A in the medium density residential zone. The provisions dated the 24th of May 2024 incorrectly included the 50% of the building that may exceed the building height by 1 metre into the total building height. So under the MDRS standards, you can go 1 metre above. In the diagram, we've included that 1 metre in the building height of 10 metres, should actually be on top of that 10 metre building height.
General residential zone, what's the current height limit in the ODP? Is there any uplift through this plan change, or is that the same?
So there is a little bit of uplift. Again, it comes back to, so the building height in the general residential zone in the ODP is 10, but with the ability to go 1 metre above, so there is a little bit of uplift in that. And then, yeah.
And the question as to why you've now introduced, or why you've introduced the stories for the MDRZ but not for the high density, what's the reasoning behind that? Why have you introduced stories in one but not the other?
I think within the medium density, there's expectation that we're only wanting it to go to 5. So we don't want people to try and actually fit in additional floors where
And the reason for that? I mean, the height doesn't change.
I think it just, you get bad outcomes in terms of the building design, so you then
Depends how tall you are.
Yeah. So it all comes down to the design, and again, you're really wanting your high density to be sitting in your high density zone, and that's where you'd have your higher or multi-story building or apartments within there. Moving on to height relation to boundary. The notified provisions introduce a height relation to boundary the height relation to boundary provisions as set out in the MDRS. It is now recommended to amend the height relation to boundary to 4 and 45 degrees in the general residential zone. Within the medium density residential zone, it is proposed to retain the MDRS height in relation to boundary provisions of 4 and 60 degrees, as well as a more enabling height in relation to the boundary provisions for 3 or more attached residential units, these being terraced or apartment buildings. Where the MDRS adjoins a different residential zone, it is proposed to introduce MDRB provisions that manage this interface. These provisions seek to require the development to use the more restrictive height relation to boundary provision. Within the high density residential zone, the notified height in relation to boundary provisions, which are more enabling than the MDRS, are proposed to be, and these are proposed to be retained. However, like the MDR in the medium density residential zone, it is recommended to introduce controls where the high density residential zone adjoins another zone, including general residential and medium density residential zone.
And again, the GRZ change is obviously that's not daylighting, that's simply a design factor.
In terms of densities within the zone, yeah, and just noting that is still more enabling than the ODP provisions. Moving on to building setbacks, as notified, the notified provisions in Plan Change 12 adopt the MDRS setback provisions, along with a more enabling transport corridor building setback of 1 metre in the high density residential zone. As a result of relief sought by submitters, more restrictive side and rear boundary setback provisions have been proposed within the general residential zone. The current ODP 5 metre setback for buildings along the arterial transport corridor is proposed to be reintroduced into the residential chapter of PC12. A number of submitters in their evidence support the setback provisions as notified and oppose the change I set out in my evidence, particularly with regard to the upper level balconies and building separation for buildings on the same site within the general residential zone and the medium density residential zone.
So the setbacks from the transport corridor, where's that measured from? Is that measured from the edge of the road reserve, or is that
It's from the
internal?
boundary.
Internal?
Internal boundary, yeah.
I can just see some questions with respect to what Kiwi Rail is seeking and how that's different.
I think the fact comes back to the 5 metre setback is currently in the operative district plan around the arterial network. It is not along the railway corridor, which would in effect just be your standard rear setback provisions within the plan. Moving on to so public interface. The MDRS requires the inclusion of windows to street standards that are more permissive than the public interface standards within the ODP. These provisions are proposed for all 3 residential zones. The notified provisions also include development containing 4 more residential units to introduce additional public interface standards which require pedestrian access from the transport corridor to a front door of each residential unit where these units face the transport corridor. I think we've also, just in terms of this, we've provided some clarity around what is the area that you measure the 20% for the windows. Moving on to outlook space. PC12 seeks to amend the current provisions to reflect the MDRS outlook, so outdoor living area requirements within both the general residential zone and the medium density residential zone. Within the high density residential zone, more lenient outlook space requirements have been introduced to support the anticipated density and built form within the zone. Moving on to outdoor living areas, PC12 sought to amend the current provisions for all 3 residential zones to reflect the requirements of the MDRS provision. So that's basically a straightforward provision from the MDRS.
Can I just ask, in terms of these diagrams, are the trees shown here, do they comply with the green requirements? Or is this just
for show?
Just dropped in?
Yeah,
just for show?
just for show.
You haven't got one with those additional requirements in? Someone's nodding at the back.
I think there will be.
Okay, be good to see those.
Moving on to what we call non-medium density residential standards. Schedule 3A of the RMA does not require the provision of the following non-MDRS standards. However, Plan Change 12 has introduced these standards to complement the MDRS standards and supports specific site design outcomes. These additional standards include the following. So, site storage for the development of apartments. So, Plan Change 12 requires the provision of storage areas, having storage areas, storage area requirements in particular is particularly important for multi-unit residential buildings such as apartment blocks where individual units may not have sufficient internal space to accommodate residential positions.
As an apartment dweller, I can tell you if I could have this minimum amount of storage, I'd be very happy. My partner is diabolical when it comes to that. Yes.
Well, that's good. Moving on to access buildings, vehicle access and vehicle parking. Plan Change 12 sets out a framework for the management of access buildings and vehicle parking and access for residential units. The intent of these provisions is to limit the impact of accessory buildings, e.g. garages and vehicle parking and access will have on the streetscape and the use of the transport corridor, particularly for cyclists and pedestrians. No, I was just waiting for them.
Just on that vehicle access, so those garages could be right to the front boundary?
Well, they'd still have to meet the setback rules.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, yeah, thanks.
Sorry, let me rephrase it. You either got to be up to the setback rule of 1.5 metres to the transport corridor, or you have to be further than 5 metres away. And the reason for that is so that you could actually get a car parked in front of the garage that is not overlapping with the pedestrian or the sidewalk within the street. Yeah. Moving on to built form. So for any terraced housing apartment development containing a certain number of units, Plan Change 12 introduces standards that require built form to be managed through any building wall longer than 15 metres to be either stepped in or out. Along with above, a multi-storey apartment or development within both the medium-density residential zone and high-density residential zone will also require any floor above 11 metres to be set back a minimum of 4 metres from the side or rear boundary. Moving on to universal access. Plan Change 12 introduces provisions requiring any development containing 10 residential units or more to have at least 10% of these units designed so that all occupants or visitors to the home are able to access it easily, safely and independently. Universal access is particularly relevant in the context of intensification because as density increases, as units get smaller, there is a great need for accessibility and inclusionary design to be considered. I just note that the requirement for accessible residential units is not supported by Kāinga, who seek that these provisions be removed.
Just to pick up on my question earlier, what is the 10% based on?
So I think, first of all, it's sort of international best practice in terms of 10% of developments being
That's the refuge of a scoundrel, isn't it?
I think one of the other things is having it as 10% allows it's easier to be assessed in terms of if you have it as 15 or 5, it gets a little bit difficult. It's quite an easy number to sort of, especially when you're designing, to do that. And I just note that Kāinga have a 15% requirement for accessible or universal access within their development, so 15% of all their units need to be universally accessible.
Are you aware of any other district plans that include a universal access requirement of a similar level?
Not off the top of my head. I think there are, but I mean we can find out for you if you want. I mean, when we talk about universal access, I mean we're really asking for 3 things out of a whole suite of universal access provisions, and it's for everybody. So it's not just for people that have disabilities. It's for old people. It's for people with push chairs and prams, and so I think in terms of just good design, it's something good to have. And then I think one of the other things that we touched on was the policy framework for universal access. I think if you look at the policy requirements through the Hasher Act, the policy talks about, and I didn't talk about it. So I talked about sorry, I had it somewhere. I can get it. So clause 6 around objectives and policies, and there's the policy 1, a well-functioning urban environment that enables all people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety now and into the future.
I haven't dug into the provisions in any detail yet, but just checking, and on your slide you talk about provide convenient wheelchair access. that's not linking to the wording and the provisions, is it? Because you've just spoke about mobility devices, you've spoken about pushchairs and things.
Well, I think if you're providing for wheelchair access, you then provide for all of those other components. Yeah. So I think that the provisions do talk about wheelchair access,
So that's kind of
the baseline. Yeah.
Mr. Roberts, just on that, I seem to recall that Kāinga Ora were worried about it being too prescriptive and they would like more flexibility. My understanding was that they were saying, well, some of their buildings, if they're targeted to a particular type of person, older people, they will have more than that.
Yep.
Do you recall that? Can you respond
Yes.
to that particular question?
I mean, I think if we don't have provisions in the plan, it's highly unlikely, or a standard in the plan, it's highly unlikely that we're going to get it. Kāinga Ora is not the only developer within Hamilton. I mean, I know they're doing some good work in that space, but there are other developers that I think need to consider this as well. In terms of the impact of the site situation, I think again it comes back to it is an RD activity, and I think they could argue their case in a resource consent process in terms of why they shouldn't provide it. I don't think it to make it that we have to, as a council, have to require them or persuade people to put in universal access through assessment criteria. It gets difficult for us to actually get the result that we're wanting.
I mean, given the ageing population which we hear about, maybe 10% is too low. I mean, have you looked at the sort of cost implications? I mean, they may not be great.
Yeah.
Would there be a concern about bumping it up from a cost point of view, do you think, from council's point of view, pushback?
Well, I mean, I don't know the exact figures of what the costs are, but I wouldn't think that the costs are too great in terms of making sure the door widths are of a certain width and things like that. There might be cases where, because of the topography and other issues like Kāinga Ora talks about flooding, it might be a little bit more costly. Just noting that there are a number of other submitters that supported the inclusion of universal access and sought more, and they were. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I don't have a problem with the idea of this thing. What worries me more with any of these sorts of provisions is the risk of perverse incentives where everybody starts building nine unit developments, and in order to get around this sort of thing,
Well,
which we know happens.
I think you could take that for any of the provisions that we talk about. So when we start talking about for 4 or more, you have to do this. I think that would kick in first before you kick in the 9 units. So people would start be doing, and I think that's one of the issues we had to grapple with, was by putting on all these provisions to get good urban design outcome for 4 more, you're actually going to stymie that sort of higher development.
Have you got an assessment criterion for less than 10, whereby that can be considered?
No, we don't, not at the moment.
Okay.
So just in conclusion, the proposed changes to the residential provisions, thank you, and zoning, in my view, achieve the requirements of the HESHA Act and the MPSUD, and to ensure that the ODP contains provisions that provide for a well-functioning urban environment, in particular the effects for increased density on Te Tui Whaimana infrastructure and a residential amenity. The proposed amendments to the plan change trial provisions and the changes to the zoning pattern still enable a significant amount of housing supply to ensure the city achieves its requirement to provide 30 years of zone-enabled capacity. I propose a number of amendments and deletions to the plan change trial provisions that were recommended in anticipation of changes signalled by the central government to the HESHA provisions and of the RMA. As these legislative changes have not yet been introduced, I propose changes to the MDRS which do not link to qualifying matter response and rely solely on the anticipated legal change. However, I maintain my recommendations to amend a number of the MDRS standards, specifically the building height, setback, and height in relation to boundary within the general residential zone, for the reasons that I have set out outlined in my evidence.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we get a new set of provisions and working with them for the public into the future, it does seem to me, I'm thinking of my Auckland experience here, is that after about 5 years, the council realises that they need a set of exemplars and, for example, plans to roll out and give people ideas how they respond to the rules in relation to frontage and aspect and shape factor and all that sort of thing. Have you, has the City Council got anything like that you can show people on day one?
Other than the slides that I've just showed you.
Well, sorry, I should have said to start with that. It's a very good start because, you know, it's one thing to read, you know, district plans, what have you, but a set of diagrams is very good.
Yep. And I think that's what the intention is that we would develop a set of design guide and provide that to the community. But it's not for this process in terms of this plan change hearing. Yeah.
Right. I'll save any questions on parking for the transport witnesses. I did have a question on just how the different rules for landscaping area, deep soil and tree canopy work together. And those words are the same for each of the three zones, aren't they, as I checked. So the landscape area is 20%. And firstly, that 20%, is that 20% of the site area of the particular unit being developed? Say you've got, I don't know, six terrace houses running back from the road. So that each of the units has a net site area. So is that 20% of the net site area? It seemed to me it would have to be, because it couldn't be 20% of the
whole area.
And it's not aggregated. It talks about 20% of the site area.
Yep. I think I would refer to Dr. Hoi Jonkana on that.
Right.
She's, in terms of the green policy, would have more detail on all of that. So, yeah.
Okay. And then half of that has to be deep soil.
Yep.
So 10% of the site's deep soil. And then when it comes to the tree canopy, the tree canopy can overlap that area. Well, some of it has to be in the deep soil to start with, so it's going to be there. And the rest of the canopy could extend out over impermeable surfaces. So not all your tree canopy has to be over the area. So effectively, you could end up with, you know, some areas in shade that are impermeable, and then you've got your 20%, and that's how that works.
Yeah, I think there will be more detail coming from in the next witness.
Yes. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Just in your June statement at para 180, you're talking about boundary fences and walls, and you say they're not part of the MDRS, and PC12 introduces them to reduce the complexity of existing standards within the ODP. And I guess it might just be the way that that's worded. I just wondered whether it's a change required and is within the scope of an IPI. What's the nexus to the increased density, or are we trying to fix an existing issue here?
I mean, I think it does come down to the increase in density, especially if you're looking at your outlook space areas. So the rules talk about outlook space being able to go over your transport corridor or your open space zones. So if you start having fences that aren't enable you to have that connection between those spaces, I see that you can't comply with that outlook space. So by having this, it allows you to get that connection between your development and the street, thus allowing you to use that space for your outlook space. So it's just giving it a little bit more clarity around what the expectation is for your fences.
So if the densities had not been enabled by PC12, you wouldn't need these changes? So they're sort of related?
Yeah, they are related in terms of, because you've got these new other provisions that you'd want to make sure that you can still comply with. But it also just comes back to some of the objectives and policies within the Hesher Act that talks about safe streets and making sure that you get those septet connections back to the street as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Roberts, on getting back to Lake Rotorua and the zoning around it, on the northern side, there's some high-density residential. But my understanding was when we talked about that before, that that's not within the catchment of the lake. Can you recall if that's the case?
It would be still within the catchment of the lake.
Right.
I think the difference between the two areas really comes back down to the requirement in terms of the NPSUD around the walkable catchment from the central city, and that area is then within stage 1, therefore is not within the infrastructure capacity overlay area. So we looked at it a little bit differently between the two sites, two areas.
Thank you.
I was just trying to capture that thought. So the thought there was that because it's in stage 1, the effects that you're trying to mitigate by not upzoning the other don't take place. They're not issues.
Well, I think the issue is within stage 1, council has sort of committed to looking at the infrastructure and upgrading the infrastructure within infrastructure capacity overlay, which is the southern area. We're not looking at infrastructure improvements in that area. So there is difference between the two.
But there's nothing. There are no effects being generated within that stage 1 area that remain over and above the infrastructure improvements that are going to be made.
No, there shouldn't be.
Well, for the moment, Mr. Roberts, thank you very
Thank
much.
you very
And
much.
yes, let me just echo my friend's comments here. The pictorials are fantastic. I mean, they really are really helpful, and it's just a pity that we can't notify more plans with those rather than all the words that go with them.
I can't take credit for that. There's a whole big team.
No, there are people behind you smiling and laughing and being very happy from that compliment. So I figured they were involved.
Yep.
One minor correction that I wanted to pick up, and it was at paragraph 50 of the statement that you've just read. 50, the last paragraph. It reads, as these legislative changes have not yet been introduced, it says, I propose changes to the MDRS which do not link to a QM response and rely solely on the anticipated legislative changes. And I think it's missing the words, I do not propose.
Yep.
So that first line, it's the fourth line of paragraph 50, as these legislative changes have not yet been introduced, comma, I insert the words do not propose. Is that the way it's supposed to read?
Yep.
Just make sure that correction is on the record. I don't want Mr. Roberts proposing unlawful changes.
Well,
I think just the one other point is, I think Mr. Muldowney raised in his evidence was the issue around Plan Change 12 and the relation to Plan Change 9.
you're quite right, Mr. Muldowney often gives evidence.
Sorry. If we could go back to the presentation, Kerry. I have just 2 slides relating to that.
Are these the slides later on?
Yeah. And it's to do with, firstly, the Oxford Street HHA and the removal of that. But the other one is relating to a recommendation that was put forward by the council or the city with regards to Frankton West and the amendment to the boundary of that HHA. And so it's really more to do with if the decision on that is favourable, we need to then reconsider the zoning of that amended area. Yep, so this is the proposed, again, the zoning on the left is the notified version of the zoning. You can see there were 2 HHA areas. One has been removed, the other one is, as was indicated earlier, is not supported by council, and therefore the proposal is to rezone that area as medium density residential, which is not reflected on the maps that were circulated with my evidence. The second one is just relating to the Frankton East HHA, and so there are some submissions that talk about the amendment to that boundary, and I think this was put forward by experts in the hearing. So it's really just considering how we treat the zoning underneath that, if that is favourable.
How do we deal with that? I mean, it's unlikely. Well, decisions on 9 and 12 are probably going to be fairly close together, basically, not such that neither can take any notice of the other.
I mean, in a perfect world, you'd get a decision out on 9.
You engaged us.
But that's really the short. I know it's a pithy answer, but I mean, if you were able to issue a decision on 9, you could then reflect that in 12. But even that's imperfect, because 9 will be the subject of potential appeal rights. So whichever way you go, even if you could achieve that sequence, it's not perfect. So I think, I mean, I need to. I think that's all you can do.
Recognise it's very useful and would be timely, but I'm not sure that we can do anything about it.
Well, I think the only thing possibly is a decision on 12, which recognises that if the HHA doesn't land, this is the zone provision that we would.
Yeah, because of course we're not making a decision on 12, just a recommendation, aren't we? Yeah, that'll be the way to deal with it. It'll be the recommendation that we take with it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and we'll just take a 20-minute break, I think, back at 10:02. All right, thank you. Right.
I was scored 6 out of 10 for my pronunciation, and I'm looking to improve on that. So I now call Dr. Hoi Jun Keira.
Well done, Michael.
Can you give us a number?
Now, 9 out of 10. But in my defense, I gave him the phonemes, so it's in English now.
The phonics right here.
Come.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. So, can we take points 1 and 2 as read? I have a presentation, so I'm gonna go through my summary of evidence, and I have some diagrams to help us understand some of the points. So my evidence encompasses a discussion on the existing strategies for managing flood risks, as well as an assessment of the proposed amendments to the planning framework. It also delves into the interplay between Plan Change 14, flood hazards, and Plan Change 12, and the suggested revisions aimed to enhancing flood hazard mitigation. This is particularly pertinent considering the land use intensification permitted under Plan Change 12, which precedes the additional land use controls that Plan Change 14 aims to implement. My evidence also discusses the implementation of green policies, particularly to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana and for stormwater management in the residential zones. The green policies include tree planting, deep soil area, landscaped areas, permeable surfaces, and on-site stormwater management. These solutions have been identified as effective alternatives to traditional infrastructure and have several benefits beyond stormwater management, such as reducing urban heat islands, improving air and water quality, and enhancing biodiversity. In terms of flood hazards, the Operative District Plan only addresses flood hazards for approximately 14% of Hamilton's total area. So I put in a map what we currently have in the Operative District Plan in regard to flood hazards. So all these dark blue areas are the areas that are covered by a flood hazard modeling. So Hamilton City Council has initiated a comprehensive program aimed at generating detailed flood data for each urban catchment within the city. So if we see the second slide shows what we have now.
We only seem to have one map up, not on this one. Is this one not functioning for those who want to look that way? Thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah.
And I just want to add, in terms of this map, that last week Council released another catchment. So now we have over 95% of Hamilton's area covered by this detailed flood hazard mapping. We have 100% of Hamilton's area mapped in terms of overland flow path and depression areas. So due to time constraints on Plan Change 12, a flood hazard Plan Change 14, is yet to be notified. So the effective interplay between Plan Change 14 and Plan Change 12 is vital for urban development and flood hazard management in Hamilton. So to further enhance the relationship between urban development and flood hazard management in Hamilton, some amendments are proposed in Plan Change 12. For example, a review in the proposed zoning, as Mr. Roberts showed, additional of a policy, an item of discretion, and assessment criteria have been proposed. So in lack of Plan Change 14 being notified, what happened now is that we have a permitted activity, flood-related matters are only going to be assessed as part of the building consent application. If we have a restricted discretionary activity, we've added an assessment criteria. I just want to point that there are some issues still, because if we go to the Operative District Plan, it still link you back to the maps while we use the wording to link to best available information, okay? And if there is a discretionary activity or non-compliant activity, all flood-related matters can be assessed as part of the application. I don't know if we have any questions in terms of flood hazards?
Yes, I've got a question. Regarding the permitted activity, you may not be able to answer this, but through the building consent process, does that going to avoid houses and overland flow paths? Because you said all the overland flow paths are mapped, so what happens if a building consent application is made for a house within an overland flow path? Can they say, well, you can't put the house there? Do you know what would happen?
From the discussions that I had with the building unit, what I understand is they need to avoid this overland flow path because it's considered a natural hazard.
Yeah, so it's picked up there. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. So in terms of green policies, we start with permeable surfaces. So Plan Change 12 requires a maximum of 70% of impermeable areas in general and medium density residential zones and 80% in the high density residential zone. So this requirement adds in giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana while enhancing stormwater management by promoting ground infiltration of rainwater and reducing runoff. Notably, the policy does not mandate a separation between permeable surface and landscaped areas, offering developers the flexibility to integrate both elements. Despite the stormwater management focus, these permeable surfaces can also help mitigate the urban heat island effect by providing areas of natural cooling, which can improve overall urban livability. So if we see the slides considering how we can separate the surface treatment on a site, we have the 70 or 80% maximum impermeable area, and then the other 20 or 30 need to be in something permeable. And within the permeable area, you can overlap your permeable area plus your landscaped area plus your deep soil plus your tree canopy coverage. In terms of landscaped areas not only help stormwater management and enhance water quality, but also add to streetscape amenity. A landscaped area of a minimum of 20% of a development site with grass or plants and can include the canopy of a tree regardless of the ground treatment below them is required by Plan Change 12 for general medium density residential zones. In the high density residential zones, residential units at ground floor must have a landscape area of a minimum of 10% of a development site with grass or plants and can include the canopy of tree regardless of the ground treatment below them. I'm going to cover this later, but there was an error in the provisions that were published. They are talking about 20% of landscaped area in high density, and I support 10% for high density. In order for these areas to offer additional benefits, a requirement that 50% of the required landscaped area is in deep soil was introduced. So we are requiring 400 millimeters for shrubs and plants and 1 meter for trees. Deep soils are relevant to ensure that trees and other vegetation can survive and reach proper maturity, among other benefits that goes beyond that. The required deep soil can be computed as landscaped area and permeable surface concomitantly. That is, the proposed requirements and to bring consistency and clarity on what should be expected for uncompacted soil. We receive an opposition from Kayanga Ora, but I maintain my position about the significance of a minimum 50% of the landscaped area should be in deep soil.
I just want to follow up the question I asked Mr. Roberts. Just going back to basics on the landscape area, because I'm reading the high density zone and I see 20% for landscape area, not 10%.
Yeah, that's there to be corrected.
Right. So it's the same all the way across?
Yeah, so the proposal is to have 20% for general and medium, okay, and 10% for high density zone.
And you agree with that? Because that's, okay, so, but that's not what I read in the rules.
No, sorry, I think that was the point that the witness made, was that there was an error that she wanted to correct, which is that reference.
So
Yes.
Mr. Roberts is correct.
There is components of the residential chapters was the green policy components around the tree canopy was being I suppose led by Dr.
Yeah.
But I would agree with her recommendation around in the high density residential zone that it should be 10% and not 20%.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So in a high density zone, landscape area is 10%, and I'm just trying to relate to what the rest of the words say now. So the deep soil area, I know you're coming to, we come to look at that. The deep soil area is 50% of the landscape
The
area.
landscape area, exactly.
That's 5%.
5%.
Right. And obviously our tree canopy has to be within that deep soil area because that's what the tree roots need. And the eventual size of that canopy also has to be 20%.
10%.
10%. Sorry,
10%.
yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. And obviously that 10%, the way that the canopy would fall, as I explained previously, wouldn't need to necessarily be sitting right over the 10% landscape
No.
area. It can, spread around. So
Exactly.
you could, if looking down from on above, you could effectively get a bigger area than the 10% covered in greenery. Mm-hmm. Okay. Fine. I've got another question, but I'll leave you to talk about tree canopy coverage
okay.
as well. Thank you.
So regarding tree canopy coverage, I concur with Kaingaora that a trees per unit metric could establish a clear standard for tree planting within permitted activities. However, a site percentage requirement allows for greater flexibility, encourage the incorporation of tree planting from the initial design stage and providing better consistency with site's size. So here we have some examples of how we can consider the tree canopy coverage. I understand that there was a misunderstanding from Kaingaora part that they thought that we need to have a contiguous tree canopy area, and it's not the intent of the plan. We also can consider if the tree canopy is projecting outside the boundary, we can consider this part as part of your tree canopy coverage because the benefits are being provided anyway. We also are giving people the opportunity to maintain existing trees or planting new. This can be beneficial, particularly if you want to maintain some mature trees. So if someone's going to redevelop a site, rather than planting several small trees, sometimes they can maintain one large tree, and this may cover all the tree canopy coverage that they need to provide. The tree canopy can also, as the Commissioner was mentioning, overhang, for example, driveways or outdoor living areas. It does not necessarily need to be contained within the landscaped area. It needs to be planted there, but the canopy can, extend beyond these areas.
Just so that I'm clear, so you've said the tree canopies outside the site boundary are also calculated. I'm assuming the converse is not true, so that if you have a big tree on the site beside you and it overhangs quite a bit, you can't count that as part of your...
Unfortunately not, because you have no control on what the property owner is going to do with the tree.
It's on the diagram there, and sorry, go back a slide, please.
Yeah. One more?
Just go back, yes, that one there, where the deep soil area is shown. Now, that's not 10% of the site. Is that, I mean, and it might just be representational, but I thought into an earlier question you accepted that deep soil could be under the trees and that would be part of the calculation of
It
deep
can.
soil area. So is that just the residual after you've done all those trees around there, or is that just indicative? I mean,
That's just indicative, because if you're going to consider
Okay.
all the trees, you know, you're going to end up probably, in this case, having all your deep soil just around the trees.
yeah. That's what I assumed. I
Yeah.
assumed there wouldn't be any left given the number of trees
No.
there, basically, so that's fine. All right.
And so,
I have a question on the retention of an existing tree.
oops.
An existing tree, you know, say a big old tree, like I could probably pick one out on your diagram and say, well, wouldn't it be a good idea to keep that one? But in reality, existing trees, because they're not, the rules don't say you have to keep them. It'll be an assessment matter on the consent, but you don't have to keep them.
No.
And I would think, based on, you know, what I've read about, I think it was the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment's report last year, which featured Auckland and Hamilton as exemplars. The trend is very likely to continue going that way in terms of a reduction. Do you feel that these rules are going to, well, no, are these rules and other policies and rules like the financial contributions, which we've come to, are they aimed at actually stemming the flow of reduction in tree canopy coverage and turning that around? I mean, what are the metrics on that? I mean, surely this policy and these rules have to be driven by some overall goal that we're seeking to obtain for the city.
So we did some modeling to see what could happen in terms of tree canopy coverage if we go ahead only with what we have in the ODP that have no tree canopy coverage provisions, or if we go ahead with what was notified on Plan Change 12. And what we realized is that we may not be able to increase the tree canopy coverage that we have in Hamilton right now, but we may be able at least to maintain what we have at this stage. Just bring it to your attention that this morning I was talking to someone in here at Council that is rerunning our tree canopy coverage GIS map. And unfortunately, there is a huge reduction on vegetation coverage in general from 2019 to now. So we are talking about almost 1/5 of the tree canopy being, or vegetation in general, being reduced.
I mean, an existing tree, the larger trees you're talking about would have how many years to reach fruition in terms of their full canopy, generally?
I'll leave this question to Mr. Graham.
All right, that's fine. I could ask him that. But I mean, you'd accept the proposition that it's going to take quite a number of years.
Yes.
I mean, comparing keeping one or two existing trees and building around them versus completely
Starting
razing the
over.
site and starting from scratch. That's quite a different proposition.
It is.
So an existing tree has definite benefits in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Have you given any consideration to not just providing a one-for-one credit for an existing canopy, but actually a 2-for-1 or 1.5-for-1? In other words, through the rules encouraging the retention of a tree.
We had some discussions about keeping the trees, but we didn't go farther than the 1-for-1. It may be something to be considered.
Okay. Yes, I've got some other questions about the general
Yep.
policy and the streets and parks and things, but thank you.
I guess my issue is considering the practicalities of this. I mean, the requirement is obviously on a development in the first instance to actually provide these things. But down the track, how do you ensure that in actual fact those are maintained, that in actual fact they're not removed, or when they die, as some of them will, obviously they won't all strike, that they're replaced? I mean, examples from my own area in Auckland where private trees have been planted in the public domain around the viaduct, which have been progressively taken out by bars and so on around things. I mean, that happens, and certainly happens, and will almost certainly happen in some of the developments. What's the sort of thinking around that?
What I see that needs to be done is a continuous program of monitoring. So the same way that we are checking now that we have a further reduction in terms of tree canopy coverage, we need to run this program every couple of years or no. So you can have a better idea of if these trees are being maintained or if they died or people just cut them down.
Yep. Okay. Carry on.
I also added an example here of smaller sites. So in this scenario here, we have a 400 square meter site area. It's a detached single dwelling. And in this case, we have a mix of 3 sizes. There is another example that I think is really interesting, and it helps explaining this one here, particularly what Kayangaora was discussing, that by requiring a percentage rather than a 3 per unit, we are going beyond what the landscape requirements. So in this case here, in this scenario, we have 8 terrace houses. So if we were applying Plan Change 12 as it was notified, we will be requiring at least 8 trees. In this case here, we are able to allocate 5 trees, and these trees can be in communal areas, so there are ways around so we can provide this flexibility to developers and even body corporates later. So going back to my statement, so this approach enables developers to either preserve mature trees or plant trees at various sites to meet the requirement percentage. And then is when I wish to clarify the discrepancy between my recommendations on tree canopy coverage and what was published in terms of provisions for high-density residential areas. So I endorse a 10% of location for both landscaped area and tree canopy coverage in high-density residential zones, contrary to the 20% stipulated in the provisions. In terms of on-site stormwater management, after reviewing the provided evidence, I maintain my position regarding the significance of rainwater tanks. So the importance of rainwater tanks transcends simple water allocation. They embody a tangible commitment to water conservation, reduction on greenhouse gas emissions, and environmental stewardship. So my evidence explains the current flood hazard scenario and the forthcoming Plan Change 14, detailing its interplay with Plan Change 12. It also delves into the rationale behind the green policy's requirements under Plan Change 12, which includes requirements for a minimum tree canopy coverage, maximum impermeable area, a landscaped area with a percentage of it in deep soil, and on-site stormwater management measures. The solutions collectively add in giving effect to Te Ture Whaimana while providing further benefits, such as enhanced stormwater management and in being a climate-resilient approach that can, for example, minimize urban heat island effects. I have conducted a thorough review of the submissions and evidence pertaining to flood hazard and green policies. My recommendations include the acceptance of certain points and the rejection of others. Specifically, my recommendations diverge from the presented evidence in the following matters. Regarding urban trees, Plan Change 12 proposed a minimum tree canopy coverage. This contrasts with Kayangaora's suggestion of a quantified number of trees per residential unit, as initially notified in Plan Change 12. I recommend a percentage-based requirement for tree canopy coverage to ensure flexibility and scalability across various urban landscapes. Additionally, it is important to note that it is not required for the tree canopy to be continuous. In the matter of deep soils, Karangaora has recommended removing the deep soil requirement, despite recognizing its significance. Contrary to this, my professional opinion supports retaining the original mandate that 50% of the landscaped area should consist of deep soils. Concerning rainwater tanks, I reaffirm the importance of incorporating rainwater reuse systems in new residential developments. Such systems are relevant for water conservation and mitigating the impact of urban runoff. I also highlight that my recommendation is a 10% of location for both landscaped area and tree canopy coverage in high-density residential zones, contrary to the 20% stipulated in the provisions.
Just in relation to the relationship between permeable surface and landscaped area, is it necessary to have trees to achieve that permeability requirement, or is just grass and low shrubs and things acceptable?
For the permeable surface, you can have just grass and other uncompacted soil.
Because that was a point that Karangaora made,
Yeah.
wasn't it? It was like, do you need to have trees?
The
And obviously there's
difference-
other reasons for trees, but for,
I was going to say that the difference is that trees are able to detain water. So there are some studies that show that every square meter of tree canopy can detain 66 liters of water runoff. So rather than everything going straight to the stormwater network, the trees can detain it and release it later. So I think that's one of the big difference between both, without talking about water quality, etc., but just in terms of quantity.
that sounds like another reason for giving existing trees more
Yeah.
credit in the model. Perhaps, if that's feasible. In terms of, I was just looking at the diagrams, and again, the diagrams are wonderful in terms of explaining things. I was just looking at that slide. The first one on green policies that's got, it's got green policies varying density. Is the slide number on there or not? I couldn't.
Yeah, on the...
Oh, sorry, in the bottom right-hand corner, slide number 8. Yes, that one there. I mean, if you look at that, it's pretty evident that it seems that as you go up in intensity, the green gets progressively diminished. Would it be the case that that's compensated for in the financial contributions regime? So that obviously, while on site, the high density doesn't have much to offer, but because of the number of units, they're contributing much more to tree canopy elsewhere. Is that the way that this is structured?
I'm not 100% sure in terms of the financial contributions. I think that Mrs. Douglas can talk a little bit more about the financial contributions later.
Okay.
Not really a question. I likewise found the diagrams really helpful and just wondered whether the intention is that there will be guidance material produced for people
Yes.
incorporating these types of things so they can see what's actually planned.
Yeah, we are actually developing a tree planting guideline so we can have, because we understand that there are a lot of permitted activities, so we don't want to create another barrier. We want to make people's life a little bit easier. So we are currently working on a tree planting guideline and also on an online tool, which is still in the early stage. But the idea is to have everything available for people. So have these diagrams, have some tree species by size.
Yes, can you explain why the use of water tanks reduces greenhouse gas emissions?
Yes. If you are going to reuse the water, you don't need to produce greenhouse emissions in water treatment. So there is a reduction in the greenhouse emissions in the water treatment and pumping it to your house.
Okay, thank you. For Kainga Ora, Mr. Jaggard, in his evidence for their submission, was concerned about unintended consequences of the deep soil, and he gave an example of blocking pipes. In other words, the deep soil and the tree roots blocking pipes. Can you perhaps respond to that concern of his?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why we want the trees to be part of the development design. If you design where the trees are going to be planted since the beginning, you can avoid that they are going to end up, blocking pipes or damaging driveways, stuff like that. So they need to be, designed and considered since the beginning. Also, not only in terms of allocation, but also in terms of species.
Okay, so you're saying with good design you can avoid those problems?
Yeah.
Thank you. You mentioned benefit of trees in terms of heat island effect, which I think is self-evident, but my question is, did you consider in looking at your green policies the albedo effect from new house roofs? I mean, just driving around Hamilton, it seems like just about all the new houses have black roofs, which is going to absorb heat and not be good for the heat island effect. Is that not something that could be lumped in or included in green policies?
It could have. We didn't consider, sorry.
Well,
but yes,
is it
it's
too
something
late?
that, yeah.
Because I mean, from my reading about it, it's quite a big deal. A white roof versus a black roof. Black roofs heat up and contribute to the heat island effect, which is a concern. So I don't want to give evidence of this, but is it too late to consider it?
But I was going to say that one of the reasons why we have the green policy is to give effect to the Te Turiwhaimana. I just think we need to just do a little bit more work to see if we can also include something else, in terms of heat island effects because of that. Because heat island effects is, managing heat island effects is one of the benefits that go beyond giving effect to Te Turiwhaimana.
Yeah. And it's an effect directly related to more intense development and more roofs. So I think it's a relevant matter. I do have a question on the provisions. I'm not sure whether you can answer it, but I'll ask it anyway. So it's to do with stormwater tanks. And it's when its soakage is not available. So it's provision 25.13.4.2a F2. So it's where infiltration is not achievable due to poor infiltration rates, groundwater levels or site conditions. This component of the required retention volume can be replaced by on-site stormwater quality treatment as follows, and then it's got provide quality treatment for runoff from the 90th percentile 24-hour storm. Now I don't know where that came from, and also it seems to me it's not complete because it says provide quality treatment, but what does that actually mean? So I mean, I don't understand what it would mean in terms of design if you're designing that. And my question, so that's one question. The other question is, where does that come from? in terms of Section 32 reports or whatever. You may not be the right person, but I thought I'd ask you in the first instance anyway.
Mr. Farrant was part of the Section 32. I think he can respond to you more properly than myself.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
513.
Point 4, point 2, A, F, 2, F Roman 2.
Thank you.
Page 11 of the 27th May, officers' recommendations. Thank you.
Only question from me, Doctor, is just trying to understand the relationship between the requirement for, or should we say 10% of tree coverage and the requirement of 5% of deep soils. And just wondering if you've got 10% of tree coverage, does that not effectively consume the 5% of deep soils that you would require? I mean, what's the relationship between those two factors?
Probably I think the main point of having a clear provision around deep soil is making sure that people actually consider this area, that they just don't put a small area of deep soil around the tree and then the tree is not going to reach their maturity in full.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, ideally, you know, when you plant a tree, you're going to be already covering the deep soil requirement.
Well, that's my presumption. I was
Yeah.
just wondering whether they're redundant in actual fact, but no, okay, I understand the connection. All right, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, I just have one final question on, and I think you've provided at least some of the answer for the council, but it's just that consequential, that these provisions are consequential on intensification, and just being able to be very, very clear about that, as opposed to alternative arguments that say that this is, nothing else is coming along, and so therefore it's not consequential.
Thank you.
Yep. You see my very careful circumlocution there? I didn't have to pronounce the name.
This one's easy. Michael Graham. Now, Mr. Graham, you've, I think, produced evidence, but you've also got in front of you a summary statement dated the 4th of September,
Correct, I do.
and you'll read from that.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Graham. Nice to see you. I usually see your partner here. So
Yes, we bounce around a little bit. So.
Yeah, right.
My full name is Michael Richard Graham. I'm a director at Mansa Graham Landscape Architects. I have prepared guidance notes for the tree selection and planting guidance as part of Plan Change 12, supporting information. I have also reviewed and provided recommendations to Hamilton District Council planners with respect to the submissions on PC 12 concerning landscape matters from a landscape architectural perspective. I have produced a statement of evidence dated 26th of June 2024 as primary evidence, and a statement of rebuttal evidence dated 14th of August 2024. In response to submissions, I recommended amendments to the Plan Change 12 plan provisions, which were included in the PC 12 provisions set dated 26th of June. For my summary of evidence, my primary evidence, I developed a guidance note to provide preliminary direction with respect to an approach for planting of landscape areas aligning with PC 12 provisions. In addition, I also provided a summary of matters raised in submissions in relation to landscape architectural matters. With respect to maintaining or increasing the extent of public green space as part of the intensification, I agreed with these submissions and considered that with residential intensification, a greater need for and use of public realm open space will result. I consider that this in turn will require an increase in associated funding to meet the needs of appropriate enhancements and maintenance of those areas to accommodate the increased density. With regard to permeable surfaces and landscaping, I am generally in support of these policies with some proposed additions. I recommended an increase to the ratio offset where an existing tree is retained and proposed a refinement to the landscape area offset based on the canopy area of a retained tree. Additionally, I recommended the inclusion of a deep soil policy. This would form part of the required landscape area and is intended to address issues that result in the reduction of urban trees by providing an area capable of providing more substantive trees and landscape amenity, and increased stormwater infiltration capacity. I also prepared some rebuttal evidence. My rebuttal evidence addressed matters regarding tree canopy cover and deep soils, contained in the evidence of 3 submitters being Mr. Philip Osborne, Mr. Michael Campbell, and Mr. Philip Chicard, all of whom submitted evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora. In Mr. Osborne's evidence, he incorrectly states contiguous space to tree canopy coverage is required, which he considers constrained site layout and results in a lack of flexibility and site efficiency. I consider that Mr. Osborne has misapprehended the proposed tree canopy provisions, which do not require contiguous canopy and are flexible, enabling a range of approaches, both in terms of layout and quantity of trees to achieve given outcomes. Mr. Campbell does not support the tree canopy cover provisions or the deep soil provisions and proposed the retention of the urban tree rules as notified. With respect to tree canopy cover in his evidence, Mr. Campbell also appears to misapprehend the requirement for contiguous canopy cover and focuses on a range of variables that may negatively affect specimen trees, such as available room, solar access, orientation, soil quality, and whether a landowner undertakes ongoing maintenance. While I do not disagree with these factors, they are factors that apply to the implementation of any tree. I consider that the proposed tree canopy coverage and deep soil policies, in association with the planting guidance, address appropriate soil depth and extent and provide a range of tree species that fit within a canopy, height and spread envelopes. Mr. Campbell also states in his paragraph 10.4, in his experience, the provision of specimen planting and landscape areas necessarily requires sufficient soil and ground permeability for such planting and landscaping to establish and thrive. I disagree with Mr. Campbell's opinion and identify deficiencies within implemented landscapes, some of which for a period of time may allow the appearance of established landscapes, but are subject to early senescence. I also outlined some of the challenges associated with shallow soils and the benefits of the deep soil policy for specimen trees, by extension, their canopy cover. Mr. Jaggard's evidence states that the rules for tree canopy and deep soils are not required from a stormwater management perspective. I do not disagree with his statement, but distinguish between the infiltration of stormwater in a natural environment, resulting in soakage into soil, and stormwater management within an urban environment, which manages precipitation which runs off impervious surfaces, such as roads, roofs, driveways, and footpaths, is collected and directed into stormwater pipes or channels. Mr. Jaggard's statement is from a stormwater management perspective and has no bearing on the issue at hand. From the natural environment perspective, however, stormwater infiltration into soil areas is the primary source of soil moisture levels, a critical component for tree growth and survival. In my opinion, the combination of tree canopy and deep soil provisions provide an appropriate mechanism for ensuring that the 20% tree canopy can be re-established in residential areas undergoing redevelopment, and the matters raised in expert evidence pertinent to my area of expertise did not provide any further information or considerations that alter my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Do you want to just freewheel on some of the questions that we were just throwing around?
Sure. Well, just if I address perhaps the difficulty with existing trees. Generally speaking, if you look at most environments, where they come to a point where they're being redeveloped, often the trees themselves have been neglected for some time. They're also planted to optimize the relationship with the existing built environment at that time and not necessarily the built environment later on. So frequently, when you increase the intensification or the site coverage, the trees are in the wrong place. So it makes it quite difficult for those trees to be retained. Secondly, If they are in the right place, there's a question over their long-term viability beyond that. If the maintenance hasn't been undertaken on a regular instance, you may end up with some problems in respect to the trees. I recently visited a site that was going under intensification. It had previously been a caravan park, and the number of trees on there that we refer to as widowmakers, that were highly likely to drop an extensive branch and kill somebody, was pretty high. So there's kind of very strong limitations in terms of what type of tree, the location of the tree, and the health of the tree that need to be considered before you say, let's keep a tree. So there are certainly some that will be viable, and presumably they'll be the ones that have been looked after and perhaps are close to the periphery rather than the central area of a site, although there may be some instances where a tree will warrant being retained regardless of that. But it's more of a situation where you're probably going to have to evaluate that on a one-off basis than simply providing a rule that will say any tree that can be retained should be a good tree. In respect to the deep soil area policy, that's been driven by some analysis regarding the viability of deep soils in and around urban trees. So urban trees are particularly problematic in that you generally find them in a constrained environment. And the guidance that's contained is from a reference from an arboricultural book referred to as Up in the Roots, which looked at the viability area for given sizes of trees in terms of the actual overall requirement that they may need to attain their maximum canopy spread. So that's basically where that guidance comes from. If you put a tree in a smaller area, it's a little bit like putting an animal in a smaller cage. It possibly will survive depending on how big the cage is relative to its initial size, but it won't perform adequately. It will be constrained in terms of its growth habits. It will be constrained in terms of how well it fruits, how well it maintains its leaf, and certainly its longevity will be greatly reduced. So there are some...
So is your preference, as I read your paragraph 6 there, is your preference that the deep soil area be a consolidated area, basically, rather than spread around a site?
There's certainly benefits in terms of having a larger area. So basically your deep soil area provides the nutrients, the water reservoir for the tree or plants. So the larger area that tree can tap into, when you start having climate change issues where it starts to get hotter and less rain, the longer that tree will survive. We have given those areas that are based on minimum sizes that are considered appropriate for a tree of the various sizes. But if you can combine those, there's sort of a crossover effect that is beneficial.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Graham. You refer to the council's open space policy. Do you, and I haven't looked at it, so I don't know where it takes us, but do the district plan requirements link to the open space policy in terms of what they're trying to achieve, taken overall, both on-site and in the streets and in the parks?
So the open space requirement is generally brought in at the structure planning stage, so there's going to be a bit of a time lag between the development of those components. But, and this is just from what I'm understanding at this point in time, the financial contributions are likely to be able to enhance and improve the quality and ability of the existing open space that is already present in those areas of greater density.
Okay.
I would see that as a very valuable thing to retain.
You might not be able to comment on this, but would you see financial contributions being as an alternative to on-site planting in certain cases? I mean, so if you were advising someone and clearly for some reason you weren't going to meet the landscaped area or the tree canopy requirements, but in order to reach that overall goal?
It certainly would be an option. The difficulty is that for a lot of the heat generation effects, planting in the public realm and parks has less an effect than those that are closely planted next to built environments, the hard stands, the buildings themselves. They're the cause of a lot of the heat sink effect, whereas your parks not so much. Your berms, not so much. But if they have an overhang into the roadway, then yes, they're going to have an effect.
Sorry, the roadway, they do have a good effect.
Yeah, so if
Yes.
if they're street trees, then you're going
Yes.
to get a benefit from that.
Right.
But if they're in parks and reserves, which aren't actually overhanging any large built structures or surfaces, then they have a lesser effect.
Right. Have you done any work in that sort of street cross-sectional area where, in terms of what's been proposed, say on a, you know, a frequent transport network type road where, you know, say the future one that's going to be travelling from the central city up to the five-way crossroad and then up to Chartwell, that cross-section of that road, is that going to have sufficient provision for street canopy?
I haven't looked at those specifically, sir.
Okay. I might have another couple, but isn't anybody else got?
Yes, Mr Graham, in paragraph 14 of the statement you've just read out, you said that you disagreed with Mr Campbell's opinion and identified deficiencies within implemented landscapes. So is that based on your experience?
Yes.
And would that be a large number of situations you've seen that?
Yes, unfortunately it is. Over a little bit more than 30 years, we won't go there, but over the years that I've been practicing, unfortunately, there is a little bit of a problem within the landscape industry in terms of implementation and contractors. The qualifications required to be a landscape contractor aren't many. And so you do get quite a high degree of variability in terms of the implementation process. I would be having quite a different job if there was a bit more regimentation involved in terms of what's required from a landscape contractor. So we frequently revisit sites. Some of the issues that get hidden quite quickly, and it's not always the landscape contractor, to be fair, often it's adjacent contractors that may be working on a site. I guess the first thing to look at is when you go on site for a more intensive development, and you have a look around the site as to what's left as far as topsoil goes. It's usually removed. Then you're left with the compaction that results from all the contractors and the various vehicles and loads and materials going across that surface. And then the final person to come in is usually the landscape contractor. By then, the areas that may have been shown in the original plan are no longer available because the cheapest and most direct route for a particular contractor to run services or whatever it may be through those areas is obviously not currently occupied by planting the trees. So one of the big issues with deep soils that may exist at present is they're often cut to pieces by infrastructure that's placed in without being part of the overall planning for the development. So your effective large-scale planting area that may have had some depth and some deep soil, which we were only asking for 400 for the general areas, which is your modest area, modest depth, is usually cut up. Will have services going through it. So then you have to relocate the tree into a less than ideal area if it's required to meet certain council conditions in terms of planning.
Thank you for that. My next question is regarding the soil and how it's described in the provisions, because it seems to me it's important to have a good quality of topsoil, but I didn't see that addressed in the provisions. And when I looked at the definitions in the plan, the general definitions, there was no definition of topsoil or soil that I could see. Could you perhaps give that some consideration? Because just following on from what you said.
Certainly.
I know it's an issue in the stormwater industry with rain gardens about specifying soil to be used in those. I've had experience with that and how important that is. So perhaps is that something you could perhaps get back to us on?
Certainly. There are some fairly standard guidelines in terms of what topsoil should be, and we can perhaps just indicate that that's what
maybe
they should be.
referencing those. Yeah.
Certainly.
My last question relates to Mr. Jaggard's evidence of concern with deep soil areas causing problems with tree roots getting into pipes, that sort of issue.
Yes, so that's an interesting one. Again, it perhaps goes back to the comments I just made regarding where the pipes are laid. One would assume that during the planning process of a reasonably intensive development, that there would be trenches, service trenches provided for the location of these various services to go in a certain direction. If that's shown in the original planning, then the location of deep soil areas and trees is a pretty straightforward operation. If, however, between the time that the plans are drawn up and the implementation by the contractor, there's a little bit of an information gap, or perhaps no follow-up, or there's a change of mind, those things can change quite rapidly. So in terms of placing trees in unoccupied areas of deep soil, that shouldn't be a problem. There won't be services running through them. Most trees will go to a nutrient source or a water source. So if there is a leak in that pipe, then you may get a problem where the tree will seek it out. But generally, it's a living organism. It's not going to expend energy randomly looking for leaks around the place.
If it's got its nice lot of soil around,
If
it's
it's
not,
happy,
not
it's
going to go
happy.
elsewhere.
Correct, yeah.
Presumably there could be root barriers.
Yeah,
Would that come into the guidelines? You say that there was, I think there was evidence that there are guidelines being developed. So perhaps in some cases root barriers might be necessary?
There may be some indication of root barriers. The idea in this situation is actually to avoid them. Most tree roots start penetrating approximately around the 400 mil depth, and they go between the 400 to 800 mil depth. So if you have a root barrier that's a little bit narrow and the tree hasn't been planted very deeply or appropriately, then you're likely to get root swirl, which will then result in the tree dying early.
Thanks very much.
So we need to specify well-behaved trees. do
If we could,
That's,
that would be great. And contractors, please.
There are no such thing as feral trees, is that what you're saying?
No, well, a few wild ones, but that'll be it.
Yeah.
Could I just take you to paragraph 30 of your primary brief, please? And just the opening words of that, while I'm in general support, I recommend that policy 4253E and others be modified to limit the offset. I didn't understand what that was. I didn't understand what the offset was and what happened to your recommendation.
I'll just reread and refresh myself if that's right.
Yes, sure, certainly.
Yeah, so the issue was in regard to the deep soil areas really, and the location of the tree itself and how far it extended over an adjacent boundary. My initial thoughts regarding that matter were that if you have a tree going across a boundary, then it's likely to be affected by the adjacent owner. They may choose to trim it as they wish. But in later discussions, we really came to the conclusion that if we balance it out and say, if you plant a tree that has a percentage canopy cover that will extend over an adjacent property, we'll factor in the entire canopy. And if somebody has a similar situation adjacently, then we'll factor that canopy in for them rather than cutting and swapping a little bit. So it was really about that neighbour issue.
Yes. Oh, that's fine, yes, because my next question was, well, how would that sort of agreement be secured in this case? Okay. And down at 34,
Yes.
just that what's mentioned in that paragraph, are those, do you know whether those matters are actually picked up in information requirements or assessment criteria?
I don't, to be honest.
Right,
I don't.
okay.
They're just one of those issues that comes up more particularly for existing trees, in that you start changing the watershed environment immediately around them. So perhaps at this stage they might have a driveway that goes past them that sheds into them. Then the new development comes along, that driveway disappears, so they lose a amount of water, and you've suddenly got a bit of a change in the environment for them.
Right. Thank you. And I think my other points have been covered, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Farrant on
Mr. Farrant.
stormwater management.
Seems like his topic of interest has just been cured.
Afternoon, Mr. Farrant.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. My full name is Stuart Farrant. I'm a Principal Ecological Engineer and Water Sensitive Design Practice Lead at Morpham Environmental. I've worked extensively for Hamilton City Council on the technical development of the Plan Change 12 rules related to on-lot stormwater management, including computational modelling to underpin these. I did not provide primary evidence as part of the Plan Change 12 process. However, I've provided a statement of rebuttal evidence dated the 14th of August 2024, which responds to evidence filed by Kāinga Ora and Pragma Holdings Limited. I'll just run through the summary of this rebuttal evidence, which I understand that you've taken as read. So the drivers for improved stormwater management are well documented and do not appear to be disputed by submitters. Hamilton City Council has considered the available opportunities to retrofit effective stormwater management into existing urban areas, and also undertaken a program and investigated the efficacy of a range of on-lot measures, including rainwater reuse tanks. Based on these investigations, HCC seeks to promote cost-effective stormwater management options to manage adverse effects, achieve environmental outcomes, and do this with compliance. It's probably worth noting there as well that Tūtiri Whaimana is instrumental in all of this bit of work. The mitigation of site-generated stormwater must consider both the hydrology and the quality of stormwater to protect freshwater receiving environments. This needs to reflect the complex physical, biological and chemical processes which support functioning ecosystems and the vulnerability of stream structure and indigenous biodiversity to urban development impacts. Having reviewed the evidence of Kāinga Ora, it was noted that the importance of management of the volume of stormwater to broadly mimic the natural water balance has been misunderstood. And comparisons between the proposed rainwater reuse tanks and detention tanks do not appropriately reflect the fundamental difference between retention, which is proposed in Plan Change 12, and detention, which is typically used for flood mitigation. In particular, Sections 7.6, 7.7, 7.8 and 7.9 of Mr Jaggard's evidence appear to misrepresent the key objective of the provisions in Plan Change 12, which is to mitigate the increased stormwater volumes to protect and enhance freshwater values. Comments in Sections 7.10 and 7.11 of Mr Jaggard's evidence infers that there are no water quality benefits from providing treatment of roof surfaces. This position is disputed based on recent research and long-standing understanding of the impacts of unmitigated stormwater. I guess it's also important there just to note out that we're not just talking about contaminants which find their way into the MPS freshwater, which is zinc and copper, but also contaminants such as other wind-blown contaminants, and you're quite right with temperature as being quite a significant contaminant there as well. Mr Jaggard questioned the basis for the 10 millimetres retention requirement. Whilst I agreed that due to the complexity with data collection and monitoring for very small frequent rainfall events and the lack of calibrated flow data for these events, there is some residual uncertainty with a definitive value. However, I consider that the 10 millimetres provides a reliable metric that aligns best with existing data on natural hydrological processes. The technical report appended to Mr Jaggard's evidence was reviewed and commented on in my rebuttal. I note that the comparison of retention tanks with detention are not supported due to the fundamental differences between detention and retention. Considerations of costs need to also consider the costs of any business as usual approach, which ultimately imposes costs to Hamilton City Council through remedial streamworks and erosion protection, alongside costs to design and develop centralised end-of-pipe solutions, which are significantly restricted by a lack of available unencumbered space. Other intangible costs of adversely impacted biodiversity values need to also be considered. Mr McNutt, on behalf of Pragma, questions the minimum 3,000 litre tank requirement with a particular focus on high-density residential, where alternatives such as shared communal tanks may be preferable. Hamilton City Council is currently finalising a technical practice note for the use of rainwater reuse tanks to achieve required stormwater retention in high-density multi-unit development. given the potential high number of residents relative to the roof area. This includes analysis and recommendations on optimal configurations to provide the retention targets in an efficient and effective manner. This includes recommendations for shared tanks and partial connections, i.e. only needing to provide harvested rainwater to a smaller number of units based on contributing impervious areas. Therefore, having reviewed the evidence provided for the stormwater retention components of Plan Change 12, I see no justification to amend the Plan Change 12 provisions. Before we move on to questions, I will just also quickly just touch on the comments that was raised regarding the use of water quality devices where soakage wasn't available. And so the reason for that being in there, as it is due to concern that if we don't have soakage, and there are parts of Hamilton where there isn't much soakage, although most parts of the city have it, there's concerns with that water then just being able to discharge straight into the network and into the streams and into the Waikato. And so therefore, we wanted that to, as a minimum, have water quality treatment. And when we say water quality treatment, and I take it that perhaps is a little bit unclear in the provisions, is treatment in accordance with the practice notes and the regional infrastructure standards, which clearly define what a water quality treatment device looks like. So just clarified that. And then the last point that I'd also just clarify before we get on to any questions is that question around pipes and conflict with trees. I'd just note that historically a lot of those conflicts have been where we've got clay wastewater pipes in particular, and it was noted by Mr. Graham that trees seek out nutrients, which is often the problem with wastewater systems, and also unsealed joints in concrete stormwater pipes or clay stormwater pipes. So most modern high density polyethylene pipes or PVC pipes of a suitable grade, properly installed with proper seals and things, are a lot more robust than historical pipes have been. So I think with good design and good engineering standards, that doesn't need to be a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrand. I wasn't sure which way the conflict was, whether it was trees with pipes or pipes with trees. Yeah.
The trees are good. The pipes are a necessity.
Right. Nigel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Farrand. I've got some questions on your rebuttal evidence and then some questions on the technical report as part of the Section 32.
Mm-hmm.
So, starting with paragraph 26 in your rebuttal evidence, you note that the key objective of the tanks is to mitigate increased volumes to protect and enhance freshwater values. But I didn't see any discussion of what those particular reaches that you're endeavouring to protect, and I assume that it's the gully system in Hamilton. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's been spoken about earlier. Te Tiriti Whaumana applies to the whole of the catchment system, and so that includes the gully systems up to their heads.
Yep.
It also includes headwater springs where they still exist.
Yep.
And it does include the main stem of the Waikato. So obviously different parts of that system are vulnerable to different stormwater-related stresses.
Yep.
But really you're aiming to protect the whole system as a whole in line with the vision and strategy.
Looking at the Section 32 report on stormwater, Three Waters Performance Assessment, it seems that there's significant areas of the city that appear to be piped pretty well directly to the river. Would that be? Are you familiar with the stormwater system for the whole city?
Yeah, reasonably familiar. So certainly in the central business district, there are parts that get piped directly into the main stem, and yeah, that's I guess a situation where we still need to honour the vision and strategy of Te Tiriti Whaumana, and so it is a discharge directly into the river. Those impacts are probably less with regards to some of the matters related to scour and things, but I note that the position of outlet structures, the angle of outlet structures, the performance of those at different levels of the river and things all need to be taken into consideration.
It said that from looking at the Section 32 report, there was considerable area in Puketi East and Hamilton East that didn't go to gullies. So I guess my question is, you've got a very general requirement here and quite onerous requirement to require tanks on every residential lot to solve a problem. And and I really wonder whether it needs to be a bit more finely tuned. If you go back to, well, you're familiar with the Auckland scenario with the SMAF,
Yep.
the SMAF approach, which Auckland Council did quite a lot of work on looking at streams that were vulnerable, and then the SMAF applies to those streams. Regarding pipes that go into the river, I would have thought that erosion problems from them could be engineering solutions. I certainly understand that when you're discharging to gullies, that what you're saying is tanks by taking that water out is a good solution. But can you comment on that other point, that is it really appropriate to have a blanket approach when much of the stormwater system goes by pipes to the river?
Yeah, I think just the first point I'd make is that comparison to Auckland, back in the unitary plan, they're not subject to something along the lines of Tū Tiriti Whaimana, so their level of sort of obligation is lesser for a start. In terms of the piped systems, in many instances, those pipe systems were once streams themselves. They're piped streams and piped seepages and things like that. And so ultimately there are aspirations that are expressed by Mana Whenua around one day daylighting some of those. And so this is an enabling opportunity. I'd also just reflect on the unitary plan. The SMAF requirements was really an acceptance that things that are degraded will always remain degraded, whereas the aspiration here is for enhancement and continuous improvement, and the recognition that development and in particular intensification provides that opportunity to make sure you get that enhancement rather than missing the opportunity and getting the opposite, which no one wants. But a city like Hamilton, the amount of land that is piped directly to the river relative to the whole scale of the city is relatively small compared to other cities, and I guess that the intent was to not have a sort of an extensive mapping exercise that really creates different rules in different bespoke locations. But then, like I say, in some of those locations, we need to reflect the fact that they're also pipe streams.
I understand that. I was just wondering whether might it be too difficult to identify pipe systems that go direct to the river. But I do take your point about the long-term aspiration of daylighting. Thank you.
Just slightly differently. I mean, presumably somewhere someone's done a cost-benefit analysis of options, and one of these very simple comparisons would be whether in actual fact tanks versus engineered solutions, come out, which side of the equation they come out on.
Yeah, look, that's a different one, because when we're talking about small frequent flows and ecological values within the waterways, there really aren't engineered solutions. You could line all of our streams.
No, I'm talking about the example of piped straight to the river, not the gully-based ones.
Well, I think the same principle holds in terms of what this is seeking to do, is to enable that opportunity to enhance those one day. If we allow development to go ahead without those provisions in there, that opportunity will be lost.
My question was whether a comparative analysis has been done. The rest of it, that's a different question.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. And I guess at that scale, the comparative analysis would be looking at something like a regional stormwater harvesting scheme, or, as I mentioned in my rebuttal evidence, comparing the cost of rainwater tanks with wholesale use of green roofs or something would be a comparable sort of solution that provides the same benefit. But the challenge with the cost-benefit analysis on this is that a lot of the benefits and costs are intangible benefits and costs. So, so how do we put a price on Indigenous biodiversity? How do we put a price on meeting the vision strategy, for instance? So it is really difficult to and that's the thing that we always grapple with in sort of the environmental spaces, is that cost-benefit from a monetary perspective.
But presumably putting a cost on the requirement would be a lot easier. So what's the cost of imposing the requirement on presumably 49,000 or whatever the number of dwellings.
Yes, so I made note of that. So in the appendix that Mr. Jaggard prepared, he did undertake a cost-benefit analysis, which I actually think the numbers stand up fairly well. Obviously, we're in a climate where cost estimate numbers are changing by the day. But other than the cost of pumps and internal plumbing, you're probably looking at around about $5,000 to $8,000 premium on top of just a detention tank. But really, those costs, where the biggest costs lie, is within the actual architectural design of the properties and the internal plumbing side of things. The actual cost of a tank and a pump system, is around about $15,000. It's the internal plumbing that is the big determinant.
Going on to paragraph 28, I do want to get into a bit of detail here in response to Mr. Jaggard's evidence. Talking about concerns with resilience to power outage. And you're saying that the current main supply is reliant on stable electricity supply. So is that based on your knowledge of the water system? When I've looked at the maps of the water reticulation system, there seem to be a lot of reservoirs. I would have assumed that there's gravity flow from the reservoirs, but I don't know. Do you know that in Hamilton?
Not specifically. I don't. I'm not a potable water network engineer. But obviously, the filling of reservoirs requires pumping to get water up to them. And generally speaking, in most parts of New Zealand, the valves require electricity to operate them. So,
yeah, you're saying that the outages are shared with the current main supply. I'm just saying, well, if it's a gravity supply from a reservoir, then maybe it's not.
Quite possibly, yes, you're right.
Thanks. But just on that matter, I think Mr. Jaggard was making a point that if you've got a mains, if your power goes out, then you can't use the water in the tank. Well, the way the picture that he had of the plumbing would mean if the mains went out, you wouldn't be able to get water for your toilets. But there must be an easy way of having a valve that does connect straight from the mains in the event of the tank not working.
Yeah, I mean, there's all manner of designs that typically work on pressure, and so when there's not pressure, they switch over to main supply. So if you did still have main supply but you didn't have local power,
Not hard to sort that out.
No.
Do you see these sorts of things being addressed in the new guidelines for the tank reuse?
In terms of general statements around resilience, yes.
But these particular things that I'm talking about with having connections to the mains and that sort of thing.
I'd have to get back to you on that in terms of what the actual scope is, in terms of the level of detail that we'll go into.
Now, this question that Mr. Jaggard raised regarding health risk, I mean, he had quite a few references. Did you have a look at any of the references that he put in his evidence?
I wasn't able to go back to those, no.
I've had a look at some of them, and it does seem that there are some, reasonable concerns to raise about pathogens and exposure routes, including respiratory ones, which could be for toilet flushing if you don't put the lid down. So I would just, can I request that you actually look at those and give, because you didn't really address it, you just, I don't think you really responded to that point from Mr. Jaggard in a way that sort of satisfied me. And I was wondering if you could do that, because it's a potential issue that you're going to be 49,000 houses with these things on. If you're going to be recommending it, need to make sure that we've got a handle on this potential risk. I mean, is it an issue? I mean, I know that there are pretty cheap filters you can get used with water tanks, which I've got in my house at the beach, whether or not that's going to, solve it. Maybe that is part of the solution as well as keeping the gutters clear and that sort of thing. But I think that needs a bit more thought.
Yep.
Can we be clear as to what it is that we want back from Mr. Farrant? Have you got the specific section, Nigel, that you want a comment on?
Yes. So it's regarding the need to treat, including possibly disinfection, roof water to prevent the risk of disease from pathogens in roof water. I don't have. Yeah, I've probably got it here.
The discussions of section 10 of JAGARD's addendum appendix, and then there's a series of references in section 14, and I don't know whether, Nigel, are those the references that you're referring to? Or,
Yep.
or
Yeah,
some
no,
of those?
I'm familiar with where the references are. That's noted.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, it's fairly apparent in his evidence.
Yeah.
If you look back at that, thank you. So, getting on to your paragraph 30, and Mr. Jaggard's comments was that there are no water quality benefits from providing treatment of roof surfaces. And you talk about recent research internationally that roof surfaces remain a source of contaminants. And that you do not agree that the tanks have no effect. Further, well-documented concerns with other physical changes in terms of water temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, provide motivation to ensure that future development appropriately mitigates potential. Work that I've done in Auckland with stormwater in recent large developments in Drury, the evidence from stormwater experts there was that roof water is not something of concern. Now, I take the point we're now in Te Ture Whaimana and we're going up from Auckland, I accept that. But I would like to see some evidence provided to talk how using storage tanks for roof water can help with, in particular, water temperature, dissolved oxygen and pH control. Because you do say that happens, but you haven't actually given any particular reference to that.
Yeah, and I guess the comment to that would be that that's an ancillary benefit from actually capturing the water, and rather than disposing of that through the stormwater network, you're effectively disposing of it either through the wastewater network or through irrigation on your property. So you've physically taken any of those windblown or material-derived contaminants out of the water balance.
But how much of a benefit, I guess, is my question, and I would like a bit more evidence on that, if it's possible. If not, if you think that's sufficient, well, leave it at that.
No, I mean, I think the evidence that jumps to mind is probably the work that NIWA did for the proposed unitary plan, where they looked at the impact of urban development on urban streams, and they do make the note that it's very difficult to isolate individual constituents, because it really is the combination of all of the contaminants together. But the finding that they found there, or the conclusion that they drew there, is that there's more of a correlation with the small events than there is with large events. And so managing the hydrology from the small events, which then provides ancillary water quality benefits as well, is inferred to provide a much better ecological outcome.
So regarding Mr. Jaggard's assertion that detention tanks are a more than adequate solution, you don't support that, and I understand that. But if we get back to this question before in the provisions which you answered, thank you. So in situations where soakage is not available, you're talking about water stormwater quality treatment, essentially that's by detention. So by having that in there, it's acknowledging that that's going to provide some benefit, isn't it?
Only for the small residual hard stand areas, yeah, so not the roof area. The roof is still managed through retention. And then obviously having a vegetated rain garden system, so an intentionally designed in accordance with the guidance. There is further retention through there that's not as much as the soakage, but it's, you know, there's still capture of water and loss through evapotranspiration within the rain garden. Actually, just in the last couple of weeks, Sydney Water have just done a whole lot of work quantifying this, and they're actually getting very, very high retention values out of rain gardens. And there was a lady at the recent Stormwater Conference, whose name escapes me now, who'd also done some research and finding that you are actually getting quite appreciable retention out of lined rain garden systems.
So getting back to that provision, and I think you said that it could possibly do with some refinement, because it doesn't define water quality treatment in the practice notes, in the Hamilton City practice notes. I haven't looked at the RITS, so I think it needs a cross-reference what that actually means to go in the provisions. So
and yeah, I'll put my hand up and say I'm not a planner here, but my understanding is if you're explicit on an external guideline, and if that guideline then changes, there can be some.
Well, in that case, that needs to be more explicit what's required there, because it doesn't talk about 24-hour discharge or anything like that. So there's two ways of going at it. I take your point. But.
And I would just note there too that the inclusion of on-lot stormwater treatment was not an easy decision to make, and that's based on the work that Hamilton City Council did, looking in areas like Rotukoti, where there's a lot of on-lot rain gardens, and the implementation of those is very, very poor, to say the least. And so that's why, based on that work, the preference is for rainwater reuse, because that's ultimately a lower maintenance and higher reliability system than things like rain gardens.
Yeah.
At a lot
well,
scale.
That came through in your evidence, that's right. So, okay, thank you. So, paragraph 45, sorry this is going on. The first flush. So, there was a disagreement between you and Mr. Jaggard about that. It seems like Mr. Jaggard came up with a constant first flush during all rainfall events. And you're saying, well, no, it doesn't. It only happens during the first one. So is that the difference?
Yeah. The difference there is, I think, Mr. Jaggard was inferring that there's always a portion that's bypassing the system, and it's bypassing via a stormwater network, whereas at a domestic scale, what we refer to as first flush is really quite a simple. It's basically to stop leaves getting into your tank.
So it's a pipe that empties out, so that's empty. The first lot that comes on, then it's full, and it's full for probably a day until it all drains away slowly. Okay, thank you. I did notice too that TR 2013-35 does reinforce your 10 millimetre runoff, so it does mention that the AUP came up with 10 millimetres, and then that was subsequently reduced through the machinations of the hearing panel, which is what you said. So so that was in, I just thought you'd page 79 if you're interested in that. Going on to your summary report, I haven't got much further to go, you'll be pleased. The rainfall record 2006 to 2010, why not use a later record? Was that not available?
That was just a rainfall record that was found to have the most, the least gaps in it.
Right,
It's always a bit of a data availability question.
So what about relevance to 2024 and climate change? You're not concerned about, might be a bit out of date in terms of your volumes of?
Yeah, similarly, climate change is a really tricky one. Our climate models are fairly good at picking seasonal variability and interannual variability and things, but there's a real challenge with what's happening in individual rainfall events because the models don't model clouds particularly well.
No.
And so what typically gets done is really just trying to find a time series that lines up well with a long-term average. We're less concerned about whether it's picked up any big flood events or anything because we're talking about those small frequent rainfall patterns.
I guess my question is more how relevant is that rainfall record to the future, going out 30 years, which is what we're looking at, and the effect of climate change on that rainfall?
Yep.
Is that likely to make the tank requirement larger, or are you happy with?
Yeah, look, I haven't done any research here, but previously have done some work where, if anything, these devices become more effective because we're getting longer dry periods, so tanks are drawing down, and then short, sharp rainfall events, and so they're actually,
Could be better.
Yeah, but it'd be very difficult to quantify that.
My last questions really relate to ongoing maintenance. There's been some talk about it, but it seems to me that it's absolutely essential for the council to do that. It's going to be quite onerous to maintain this. And are you happy that they're aware, the council is aware of the implications of that maintenance into the future?
Yeah, so the council are currently rolling out a program to look at auditing of private devices and providing feedback to property owners where it's clear that they haven't been constructed or they're not being operated as they should be, because it's noted that there are parts of Hamilton where this is not new. There's already rainwater tanks in use. In terms of the maintenance, it is a change, and that's a change we see across the full spectrum of stormwater, because we've sort of got wedded to the idea that we have a stormwater network to get rid of water and the contaminants it carries, sort of thing. So it is a change. We can't get away from that. The maintenance is not overly technical or overly onerous, and so there does just need to be a bit of a change in mindset and practice there.
And my last question relates to appropriate legal framework to provide backup notices on titles. So the work that I've been involved in Auckland, it's if you're going to have a detention tank on a property, then there's some notice on the title so that there's some legal ramifications if they say, I don't want it anymore. I haven't seen any discussion of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously discussion of that goes on, and it goes on throughout the country.
Yep.
I'm probably not qualified to speak to what the best instrument is for that, but it's an important thing, and particularly during this period where we're sort of a bit of a change in practice and a bit of wedding in sort of thing. But I would suggest that the risk of a couple of people not using a tank is questionable as justification for nobody to have a tank, if you like.
No, I don't think that's the issue. I mean, I guess my question is, does there need to be something at this stage in the plan change and the provisions to make that happen, or are there other mechanisms that we could be satisfied that will come into play?
I'll need to take that back to Hamilton City Council and discuss that with them. I'm not really qualified to frame up what those might be.
Okay, I guess that's an open question left then.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Excellent. Cheers.
You want to conclude, Water?
Love to.
For now.
And in fact, Ms Buckingham has a timing constraint. She's in an environment court mediation tomorrow. So if we can complete her evidence today, that would be great.
Well, only if she wants to do the mediation.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Good point.
Yes. Right.
Over to you.
Ahi Marie. Going to paragraph 3. You've got it in front of you, I think. So Plan Change 12 amends the Three Waters provisions in Chapter 25.13, Appendix 1.2 and Appendix 1.3 of the Hamilton City District Plan to apply a more stringent approach to Three Waters servicing requirements in response to the more intensive development that is otherwise enabled by Plan Change 12. It introduces an infrastructure capacity overlay, ICO, identifying areas of the city with infrastructure capacity constraints. The ICO and related provisions accommodate a qualifying matter under Section 77I of the RMA, a matter required to give effect to Te Ture Whai Mana. In particular, the provisions address the adverse effects on the health and well-being of the awa that would arise from intensification occurring without adequate Three Waters infrastructure capacity. Comprehensive reports forming part of the Plan Change 12 Section 32 report have provided a solid evidence base that Hamilton City already has issues given effect to Te Ture Whai Mana due to its infrastructure capacity constraints, even without future intensification. The level of investment required to implement the necessary infrastructure solutions to support ad hoc intensification across the city is unaffordable for HCC. In response, Plan Change 12 places the ICO across most of the city's residential zones, apart from greenfield areas and the central city, referred to as Stage 1. Within the ICO, resource consent and a Three Waters capacity assessment are required when medium to higher density development and comprehensive redevelopment of a site is proposed. 58 submissions and 9 further submissions were received on Three Waters matters, which both supported and opposed the Three Waters provisions. In my primary evidence, I recommended a number of minor amendments to the notified Plan Change 12 provisions in response to submissions. Submitted evidence has been received from Kāinga Ora and Pragma Holdings Limited in relation to Three Waters provisions. Submitters have questioned the necessity of the ICO as a district plan mechanism to respond to infrastructure capacity issues. I note that the requirement to assess Three Waters infrastructure capacity for more intensive development is already part of the operative district plan. While HCC's Three Waters connection policy can be used to decline connections to HCC's networks, it is my view that relying solely upon this mechanism after resource consent for a development may have already been granted would be inefficient and potentially costly for a developer. The inclusion of the ICO in the district plan provides a strong indication that infrastructure capacity is an important issue that needs to be addressed at resource consent stage. In my opinion, the ICO and related Three Waters provisions are the most effective and efficient method of managing the effects of residential intensification on the awa and giving effect to Te Ture Whai Mana. In my rebuttal evidence, I do not recommend any further changes to provisions in response to the evidence of submitters. Got a few other points, just from comments that have been made earlier. Capacity banking. So had a look at the provisions, and it's not explicitly contemplated by these recommended provisions that the potential for people to bank capacity from the network. They contemplate delaying development through staging to meet infrastructure availability, but not the other way around as such. There's some general provisions around ensuring development can be adequately serviced at the time it occurs, but that might not be enough of a steer for consent planners to put in place any condition around, well, like a reduced lapse period on a consent. So if you wanted to do that, probably something more explicit in the policy, as well as a new assessment criteria or in addition to assessment criteria would be probably recommended. In terms of whether capacity needs to be confirmed through resource consent assessment, given the upcoming NCAT, capacity assessment tool. So the updated information requirements in the plan provisions that recommended through my primary evidence do anticipate that this tool will be available in the future, and that council will do a lot of the work in confirming available network capacity. However, there's possibly a timing issue around when that will become publicly available. So I don't think it's appropriate to refer to that tool explicitly in the plan provisions at this time. And yeah, there's still a bit of uncertainty about exactly what, I don't know exactly what it will look like yet. So rely on the what Dr. Davey has said about what it will display for people to look at. But I think the information requirements that have been recommended remain relevant. They talk about what is the demand of your development, is there capacity for it, and then if there isn't, then what can be done. So that, I think, whether or not the tool is available, these are still relevant matters, and you do need to link the capacity assessment tool to the district plan so that when applications come in, you're able to look at that. So as per my rebuttal evidence, I've been advised that the engineers expect that some developments might require some extra modelling as well as on top of that publicly available modelling of capacity. So, yeah.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Buckingham. So Mr. Jaggard's evidence talked about his concern, and he had a table saying that there was going to be a very small increase from his examples of perhaps 1 or 2 units on the site. But that comes back to this cumulative thing which you've just been talking about. And he was saying, well, it's not possible. The models can't accurately predict what 1 more, 2 more units are going to have the effect on. But what you're saying is that this tool that's under development plus other process yet to be developed, you're confident that council will be able to make these assessments fairly efficiently. Is that what you're saying?
It's certainly the intention to increase the efficiency of that assessment process so that it doesn't represent too much of a burden where it's not necessary on applicants. Yeah.
I mean, presumably they could, before they sort of go into their full resource consent, they could come along and get some idea. I think it's been discussed before. That would seem to make sense.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. That's all I have.
You can go and mediate. That's all.
Yes.
Do you want to push somebody forward, or?
That certainly completes the waters
Yes.
topic. We can move to transport.
I'd rather not.
No, that's perfectly fine. Well, we've probably made pretty good progress this afternoon. I think I feel like I've caught up time from where we were sitting in the morning. So I think we could comfortably say that we'd get through the rest of the witnesses tomorrow morning, unless someone wants to come forward.
There's huge enthusiasm in the back of the room.
Colin, you happy to present now? Okay, well we can.
Well, I mean, that's a sufficiently discreet item.
I think I would say relatively uncontroversial as well. I would hope so. If Mr. Hadding, if you are ready, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
That's probably less controversial if Mr. Hudding doesn't actually talk, I suspect. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
All right, so we'll deal with urban design then with Mr. Hadding.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I've prepared, as you know, a summary of my evidence. I'll just take you through that, if that's okay. I'll take number 1 and 2 as read, and then going on to number 3, paragraph 3. My primary evidence provides an overview of the urban design components of PC12. Urban design, which is primarily concerned with the design of the public environment, is a key consideration to help shape a city that is functional and suitable for human habitation. The notified version of PC12 included new provisions and changes related to urban design matters. The key changes are, firstly, the inclusion of a definition for urban design. Secondly, the requirement that an urban design assessment is included in each assessment of environmental effects for 4 or more residential units. This to ensure and demonstrate that best practice urban design principles have been applied in accordance with relevant plan provisions. And thirdly, a redrafting of assessment criteria B2 through B6, describing the key urban design elements that should be considered through the design process. Having reviewed the relevant submissions, I have recommended 2 amendments to the notified provisions. Firstly, edits to the information requirements, Appendix 1.2, specifically 121H3, regarding the submission of a urban design assessment. The changes to provide further clarity for applicants, and including that the assessment is to be commensurate to the scale of the proposal. And then secondly, a rationalisation of the definitions that relate to net site area, and these amendments to improve the clarity and applicability of the definitions and improve ultimately the plan efficiency and effectiveness. Just also noting several other changes to the notified provisions were introduced by other subject matter experts as they relate to the 2 chapters, the citywide urban design chapter and Appendix 1, and I concur with these. I consider that the recommended provisions are consistent with the stated urban design approach within the district plan, and that they represent an efficient and effective method and tool for improving urban design outcomes throughout the city. Paragraph 9, my rebuttal evidence responds to matters raised through submitted evidence in relation to assessment criteria, Volume 2, Appendix 1.3. And then I'll speak to 3 of those. Mr. Enger for the Adair Company Limited. Mr. Enger considers that some of the assessment criteria read as rules or design guidance, and considers that there is some duplication and inconsistency with the criteria that apply for the Peacock Precinct, particularly those developed recently through Plan Change 5. Mr. Enger considers that the criteria should be reviewed and redrafted. I disagree with Mr. Enger's criticisms and consider it unnecessary to redraft the criteria. I do, however, support Mr. Enger's suggestion to include a note to clarify how the assessment criteria apply within the Peacock Precinct. And then following recent direct discussions with Mr. Enger, I propose that the following text be added to just under Appendix 1.3 under the heading 133, RD discretionary and non-complying assessment criteria. The particular notes as there. Just to say, we have as stated, you have had discussions with Mr. Enger, so he's happy with the approach. It does mean a change to the provisions and the approach that Mr. Black included in the transportation section. So there will be some changes to those because he tagged certain criteria. I think 10 times a note was added. So we're just trying to simplify it really for plan users. Sure.
You've got there.
Yes.
On that, I think it's the 5th line, isn't it? Yes, of your insert, we use the phrase take precedence.
Yeah.
So does that mean that you have to use both sets of criteria, but then you simply prefer the Peacock I mean, it's just that phrase just leaves me a little bit uncertain as to what that requires.
Yes, and maybe we can change the wording, but the intent was that you first go to the criteria set P, which was developed specifically for the Peacock area. Yeah. Firstly, before you then go back to any others.
Somebody makes a judgment call with respect to whether the criteria relate to the same matter or have similar wording, which is a discretionary thing that worries me a little bit as well. So just let you know that.
Yep. Mr. Crisp, for Fonterra Limited, I support the inclusion of a new assessment criteria as proposed by Mr. Crisp, addressing reverse sensitivity effects on the Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site. But I consider it best placed under C, which deals specifically, the heading there is reverse sensitivity, and have proposed a new criteria C to E. The question was asked earlier whether I had any correspondence with Mr. Crisp, and no, I did not. I just took basically his wording from his evidence. And then Mr. McNutt for Pragma Holdings.
I mean, accepting that that you and Mr. Crisp may have the same view on that. I guess my question is, I mean, C2 itself seems to cover the issue off, and without the need for particularising it with respect to the Te Rapa dairy manufacturing site. I mean, C2 as an assessment criteria, as you are aware, reads that the extent to which the development, including residential development, has been designed and located so the potential for reverse sensitivity effects, including noise, are avoided, remedied or mitigated. I mean, that seems to me to cover the issue off. Why are you particularising Te Rapa?
I guess just through his evidence where he was speaking about the effect of surrounding uses on the dairy factory site itself. So, yeah, not, yeah.
All right. Okay. We'll obviously hear from Mr. Crisp.
Yes.
In volume when he comes next week. Yeah.
And then in terms of Mr. McNutt for Pragma Holdings Limited, consider that the proposed high-density residential zone would benefit from having a set of tailored assessment criteria. I consider that the criteria as proposed are appropriate, sufficiently flexible, and can be selectively applied to the zone as per the detail of each application that comes before us, and therefore I do not propose any further amendments to the criteria. It's not that I was opposed so much to the idea of having a tailored set of criteria, it's just there weren't any proposed by Mr. McNutt as such, and then just having, you know, a read of what we're proposing, considering that there are sufficiently detailed and cover the particular issues that are of concern from a urban design perspective.
Yeah.
And then just in conclusion, for the reasons stated in my rebuttal, I disagree with Mr. Inga that the assessment criteria require redrafting, and also disagree with Mr. McNutt that there should be a tailored set for the high density zone. In conclusion, I consider the amendments recommended in both my primary and rebuttal statements are the most appropriate way of achieving the purpose of PC12 as it relates to urban design matters and outcomes.
Any other comment you want to make with respect to what you've been listening to today?
No, I don't think so. Obviously, urban design matters are covered in various chapters throughout the district plan, so I haven't reported on a whole number of chapters, for example, the strategic chapter, you know, and many other chapters, but the probably just to say, as you guys are more than aware, that given the scope of PC12 is really just the opportunity to redraft some of the criteria to make them more applicable to the more medium and higher density forms that we're seeing, and in response to some of the issues that we have seen occur through the the past 10, 15 years of development in the intensification zone as we had it in the operative plan.
All right. Questions?
Just one, and it follows on from the Chair's question about the reverse sensitivity and the need for that specific policy, and was just wondering whether or not the regional significance of the facility means that, in your view, it's appropriate to single it out, and if it does, are there other facilities, industrial facilities that are similarly regionally or nationally significant that would also fall into that category?
No, I think no, the answer is no, because I was really just responding to the issue that Mr. Crisp had identified for that particular site, and considered that to be something that was reasonable in my view. So I hadn't thought about any other particular regionally significant site as you've asked.
Thank you.
I mean, my generic concern with plans is they not open themselves to special pleading unless there's really good reason for it. And I guess that's where my question comes from. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hadding. Obviously, you had quite a long period of time in the city and watching medium density developments come and go, as you mentioned. Sort of what's your general take on sort of the quality of development that you're getting?
My take is that there are certain developers who produce really excellent work and others who consistently don't. And what the effect of the provisions have is on occasion to get a token response in terms of changes that we see through the consenting process. And while that's positive, probably you wouldn't necessarily say that it's gone far enough. So overall, I think the provisions to date have had a positive effect in terms of the obvious one is the front interface, where we have seen changes where in the past, for example, you might just have had a blank brick wall facing the street. We now see some, that kind of outcome doesn't exist anymore. However, there's probably some out there who are still not wanting to really fully engage with a change in approach, and by that I mean is you still see quite a formulaic way of developing without necessarily opening themselves up to really trying to engage with the sort of outcomes that we're really trying to promote from a city-wide point of view. I don't know if that answered the question.
Oh, no, it does. I mean, so I guess what you're saying is people can produce things that you'd consider to be fairly below par, but, the market's still there for them, so they continue doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And, of course, that connects to the provisions that you're putting in there, and I think someone said earlier today, I can't remember who, but basically, if these provisions aren't there, people don't voluntarily do something, generally speaking, unless they're the sort of people who design the ones that you said you'd approve of, in which case they probably are frustrated by the restrictions here because they produce a good product anyway.
I think that is the difficulty with a topic such as urban design, because some of the aspects, hand on heart, would be more subjective. For example, the criteria related to external appearance, and we try and limit it to exclude those subjective things, we try and make it clear, sort of set a minimum bar for what we expect really for a good urban design outcome, for a development that engages with the street, for example, or where you want to avoid you know, garaging or front yard parking dominating the streetscape. But a lot of the discussions in pre-app meetings and through changes in a consent process, sometimes you do get that it's just Mr. Heading that prefers that sort of mix of materials or whatever, and I think we're trying to move away from that so that it's not, you don't get into those more subjective sort of arguments.
From an urban design point of view, I noticed that the urban design assessment cuts in at the 4 or more, but I mean, did that just derive out of the MDRS that, you know, obviously 4 or more is where you need a consent and the medium density? Would that have been your choice? Is that a threshold at which
I think it just comes to where we've got to in terms of the activity status of things, where we've landed now.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable, and what we are busy producing is again some guidance for applicants, so that it's not that there is a degree of standard approach to these assessments. So the idea is that there will be quite a bit of helpful guidance for those who haven't necessarily compiled an urban design assessment before, which will be available. So yeah, that is something that we're committed to.
Probably a question tomorrow for Mr. Ryan also, but are people generally including parking still, even though they don't have to?
We have seen a couple around the fringes of the central city that don't have parking, but generally, yes. Still, even in the Hamilton context, and I can only really speak between Hamilton and Tauranga, where there's at-grade parking, Hamilton still seems, the offering is still that you have a enclosed garage.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I have seen some design guidelines in Auckland where the alternative is provided where you save that access land by having the parking not allocated to the units out the front, and then beyond that is a more people-oriented, that's the sort of thing that you...
Definitely, that's something that I would encourage. It's the idea of sort of decoupling the car and from the development itself, where you can maybe then orientate units around communal open spaces, etc. But Hamilton, a lot of the sections tend to be quite narrow and deep, which does, if you're wanting to get vehicles on, does kind of limit in often the options in terms of the general site layout.
Yeah, I mean, narrow and deep, I mean, that basically forces the design, doesn't it? In terms of access for vehicles, building, and open space, recreation area, I mean, outdoor space.
Outdoor space, yeah.
No, I think that's all. Thank you. Bit of a chat.
I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to say that.
You were thinking that.
Yes. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Harting. Appreciate your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Madani.
It's probably time to call it. We could potentially fit one more witness in if you wish, Mr.
I have no wish.
Okay, all right, I'll stop there. It's been a good day, Sue. We've got through a good amount, so we're progressing in a way that will, I think, ensure that we do finish as we are projected to before lunch tomorrow. We're at lunch.
All right. Well, thank you. Then we're adjourned till yes, we should probably talk site visit, shouldn't we? Should we? Have we commandeered a large enough vehicle for us